We had one guy who really wanted to do a presentation. It's like, no. We're trying to avoid that.
You want it closer or is it far out? Do you like this better, you think?
I mean.
Kind of shows the whole room, people in the room, we kind of show them as well.
I think we might have a kind of light crowd today, so let's go in a little bit more.
Okay,
I hate to show an empty room.
I got you. So we can come right up here and just kind of show the panel we want. Okay. Okay. Now, I think I need to go back to here. Shut off the projector. There you go.
This is perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Top. Remote for that. Got your remote, shut the monitors off.
Well, thank you so much for bringing that.
Oh, no problem.
Easy, thank you. No problem. I'll just add the other things on top. Yesterday, I think people can handle anything other things. Of course. Boy, I got a lot more than I remember. Have a good day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's first.
What's that?
It's dead batteries. I got the wrong remote.
Oh. Are you having troubles otherwise?
I just wanted the monitor to be off since we're not having presentations. I think that would be kind of silly looking.
Oh, I agree.
I can raise these shades. So I'm just gonna have this stream running pretty much all day today.
Perfect.
Is that the plan?
Yep. And then if we feel like it, I'll get our graduate student person to edit the video, but
Yeah.
you know, I was talking to April. She's like, as much as our directors want us to have all these videos, like nobody ever goes back and watches.
I know.
She's like, so
I feel
why
exactly the same way.
are we wasting,
This must be the wrong.
time editing videos
Yeah.
that nobody will ever look at?
I completely agree. I report a lot of things I know nobody's ever gonna look at again.
And I'm like, yes. Now, in this case, we're doing like the live stream because the Mr. and Mrs. Ansari are in
Yeah,
Florida.
that's important.
So, yeah.
So I was just gonna record to YouTube like I did the last time,
Okay,
so.
and then will I embed the code like
You don't-
yesterday?
And you don't need microphones in here unless somebody's not talking loud enough.
Okay, cool.
The ceiling microphones will capture everything.
Love it. So fancy.
No. All right, you should keep it go.
Awesome. Will you send me the embed?
I already emailed it to you.
Oh my gosh, you're on top of it. Thank you.
It's streaming already, so. Everything we say can be heard. I'm just kidding.
No, I shouldn't be.
No, it's not that big a deal. There's nobody on the stream right now. And then nobody will get on there for a few minutes before we start.
Would you like some treats for the road?
No, thank you.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm trying to lose weight.
I think you look fine, but I applaud the effort.
My doctor would argue with you on that.
What do they know? They just have their MDs, whatever.
I'll have it running downstairs, so I'll be able to listen in. And,
In case there's any crises,
yeah.
I'll just yell out.
And you don't know if there's a crisis going on here with the stream because, well, you'll be in here and all that stuff. So
Sure.
I'll know if something happens with the stream, I can let you know.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Morning. I'm very early, I know.
Oh, that's totally fine. We're all set up. So,
That is so pretty.
thanks so much.
That's a beautiful
You
color.
know, honestly, it's a hand-me-down, but I really like it. So
Oh, no, my husband's parking a car. I just
Oh,
wanted
no
to see if there
problem.
was coffee in here.
there is coffee. Go
Thank
for
you
it.
so much.
Literally, good.
That looks
Put it out.
very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go into the ladies' meeting.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning. No, is it the same program that's continuing tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow, no. So this goes
Till
from
4 o'clock.
9:30 till 4.
Or,
At 6 o'clock, there's a keynote in
Right.
the other building. Tomorrow, there's nothing except for there's a book launch for avoiding harm, Muslim response to COVID-19 at noon.
at noon, okay, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. how are you? It's good to see you again.
Just seem to see, they've got my events mixed up. I pulled them orally from the description last night.
Oh, sure.
Is this the cathonomics discussion today?
Yes, it's a whole day of
Yes.
people from different faith traditions responding, and then
That's what I thought.
Anthony Annette is giving his keynote at 6 tonight, but yeah. Today is all about cathonomics.
Okay, great, thank you.
Are you gonna hang out?
I am.
Please have lots of snacks.
Excuse me, dear. You get through.
Yeah, they really have the tables in tight in this room.
You know, I'm not gonna put that on the floor. Because that's when I read it, when I put it on the floor.
Yeah. Here,
Okay.
I got you registered for that document. This.
Oh, okay, let me have a cup of coffee, dear, I need a cup of coffee, man.
The stream looks good, so.
Please go to the breakfast, don't they?
That's always encouraging. Yeah, I do.
They don't cut these.
That's okay. You've got one of these look good or maybe one of these.
Just one.
What year?
Hey, sophomore.
Okay, we've got one there.
Oh, I think.
It's also a sophomore, but not there. I wanted that.
You know what? Why don't I
Also
just keep
sophomore,
one
but
of these and I'll
thankfully
take
they
one
were
of these.
Yes.
sick yesterday because there was some kind of lockdown.
Tonight, but there's no.
Heard about it later.
Two creams.
Yeah. There's no knives. There's no spoons either. How are you supposed to eat that?
Oh, did I forget to put out the spoons? Yes.
Hands up.
It went right.
I saw my first second there. To know my reach me, but I
Yeah, actually, I think it feels good. Great.
No idea why it's in fact, yeah.
Okay. Every panel is gonna be kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, so, friendly group. So that's how are you? Have a good day yesterday.
They're coming next year. It's just a presentation. I was in a small. In one of the.
Yeah. Oh, here, okay. Where did you?
Actually,
Put a trip together.
since there was. Yeah.
I understand.
Maybe the point is that, I think the point is to hear from each of us, so I would be interested. The spirit leads you. Yeah, maybe like.
No, it's not. That's why I asked you, because this is exactly the kind of plan.
Yeah, we're discussing indeed.
I had to adjust the phone, which I was hearing and seeing on video. People in the place.
Southern talking, we lost it, and it's been on like.
Yeah, that's.
Please have a seat. All right. Yes, please help yourselves. Yeah, you can open up.
You're gonna have to use something.
So sorry, Mohammed. Take your time. It's organized. Actually, I have. Yeah, no, you're not at all. There you go. All right, well, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mahan Mirza, the Executive Director of the Ansari Institute for Global Engagement with Religion and Notre Dame's Keough School of Global Affairs. Welcome to all of you who are here in person and to our viewers online. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this multi-faith symposium around this year's Nasser Book Prize winner, Anthony Annett, for his book, Cathonomics: How Catholic Tradition Can Create a More Just Economy. This is a very important conversation. We are delighted to have with us scholars from near and far representing the world's various faith traditions, along with scientific and secular worldviews. I'll say more about the award-winning book Cathonomics at tonight's Notre Dame Forum, which will take place in the building next door in Hesburgh Auditorium, where we will formally confer the Nasser Prize. Let me now say a few words more generally about the importance of this topic before inviting the opening panel to begin the symposium. Although Aristotle famously said that man is a political animal, today it is economics that is considered the queen of the social sciences. Here at Notre Dame, students are required to take multiple courses in economics for their degree in global affairs. Industrial capitalism, the driver of global economy, is the world's operating system. The capitalist creed, as Harari calls it, has become the engine that spins the wheels of industry, leading to a permanent revolution whose intended outcomes are the miracles we see all around us in information and biotechnology, but whose unintended outcomes are wreaking havoc in our inner and outer worlds. We need to change course. Redesigning our economic system, argues Legrand, is central to the paradigmatic change we are calling for. Well, what does religion have to do with any of this? That is what we are here to discuss. Religions provide us with profound insights that are even more foundational for global affairs than economics. The world has enough for everyone's needs, says Gandhi, but not for everyone's greed. One can count on the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to cut to the chase. We have guided missiles and misguided men. Our consumerist economic system, premised on rational actors whose cumulative acts of selfish participation, it is believed, will generate the best and most efficient outcomes for society, leading to a greater good. An idea of limitless growth structures our institutions and our politics. If anyone has any doubts about this, just recall when right after 9/11, George W. Bush instructed us all to go and shop. Pope Francis says in Laudato Si, politics must not be subject to the economy, nor should the economy be subject to the dictates on efficiency-driven paradigm of technology. That was the Pope. As we speak, politicians are biting their tongues on the deepest moral issues of our time, or they are fanning the flames of hatred to please anyone with deep pockets who will keep them in power. The system is broken. Planetary boundaries have been transgressed, and things are getting worse, not better. If you think otherwise, you're not paying attention. Can Cathonomics save the day? What is Cathonomics? How do the various wisdom traditions of the world relate to and respond to it? Can we have a fruitful dialogue across different faiths and philosophies about Cathonomics? Is there such a thing as Sikhonomics, Baha'onomics, Hindunomics, Islamonomics? If so, do these resonate with or diverge from each other? And finally, is this conversation all just pie in the sky? We hope not. We hope that our conversation today will contribute to the many efforts to reimagine our world, to see possible other worlds, which is a necessary prerequisite for developing real and practical paths to bringing about meaningful and lasting change. We are delighted to have with us today representatives of the Hindu, Buddhist, Jewish, Chinese, Catholic, Christian, Muslim, Sikh, Baha'i, and scientific wisdom traditions. They hail from near and far, from Spain and France and Europe to the east and west of these United States, representing a heritage from the four corners of the globe. We've grouped them into 4 panels to be moderated by members of our steering committee that selected this year's Nasser Book Prize. Although each of the scholars has worked on a paper that will be published down the line, the format for today will be conversational, no paper presentations. We wish to keep our forum engaging and all of you engaged through dialogue. On behalf of the Ansari Institute, I'd like to thank the steering committee for sifting through this year's nominations, narrowing the list of candidates, first down to 6 from originally 19, and then to 2 finalists, and the committee overwhelmingly voted to award this year's Nasser Book Prize to Cathonomics. I'd like to thank in particular our core faculty at the Institute, Alex Shu and Charles Powell, for working with me and the rest of the steering committee, comprising affiliated faculty of the Ansari Institute, Robert Stockman, Chad Meister, and Margaret Molly Gower. We have one distinguished external advisor who has guided the Nasser Prize since its inception for the past 2 years, Professor Anantanand Rambachan. So I'm going to introduce Professor Anant, and then he will begin the panel discussion. Anantanand is Professor Emeritus of Religion, Philosophy, and Asian Studies at St. Olaf College He's the author of numerous books, including The Advaita Worldview, God, World, and Humanity, and more recently, A Hindu Theology of Liberation. He's a leading figure in interreligious dialogue, having participated in the last 4 General Assemblies of the World Council of Churches in Canada. He's also a regular participant in the consultations of the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue at the Vatican. He advises the Pluralism Project at Harvard University, and he serves as co-president of Religions for Peace in the United States. These are just a few of his many accolades. We are very proud and honored to have him in our inner circle of friends at the Ansari Institute. Please join me in welcoming the first panel.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Mahan. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this morning's panel on Dr. Annette's book, Cartonomics: How Catholic Tradition Can Create a More Just Economy. This, as Mahan said, is one of several panels addressing his work from the perspective of various traditions and disciplines. The Ansari Institute has brought together a group of distinguished panelists from the United States, but also from abroad for this conversation. And I venture to say that this dialogue today around Catholic social thought as exemplified in Annette's work is historically unprecedented. I think we're doing something novel here this morning, because I can't think of another occasion when a group of scholars and practitioners from different traditions have gathered in this way to reflect on a work that is so deeply grounded in the Catholic social thought and ethics tradition. So I think the Ansari Institute has broken new ground today, Mahan, with this conversation. So my gratitude to the Institute, to its director, and to its supporters for this wonderful gathering that we are having today. Mahatma Gandhi once wrote that, and I quote, "The whole gamut of human activities today constitutes an indivisible whole. You cannot divide social, economic, political, and purely religious work into watertight compartments. I do not know any religion apart from human activity." End of quote. Gandhi's understanding of life's unity and his justification for political involvement is significant for our discussions today. The compartmentalization of religion, or its construction as a system separate from other spheres of human life with a very specific and narrow focus, is an idea that we may trace back to the European Enlightenment, but it was not one shared historically across our traditions. Life was always seen as a unified whole. So if economics, as Gandhi describes it, is fundamentally concerned with the good life for all beings and with the common good at the center of decision-making, what are the principles, values, the obligations to which we must commit ourselves? What are the core, non-negotiable teachings of our traditions relevant to ensuring the flourishing of all human beings and the planet on which we live? I think the question for us is not whether values are involved in economic decisions making, but which values and who makes the decision, where the centers of power lie. And it is the answer to these questions, I think, that brings this dialogue between religion and economics together. Because if we understand our religious traditions as offering comprehensive accounts of the meaning of our lives, not only in the hereafter, but also here and now, our teachings have to speak meaningfully to matters of economic significance. Anthony answers these questions in Cartonomics by turning to the rich heritage of the Catholic Church and its social teachings. And this morning it's my pleasure to have three eminent scholars sitting at the table who will speak to these questions from the perspective of their own disciplines and also commitments. I will ask each of our panelists to begin with an opening comment on Annette's work. I may follow up with a question if I choose to. I would try to stimulate them to engage in some discussion among themselves. And of course, most importantly, to invite you to engage with them. I'll go alphabetically, and I would like to introduce Joy Brennan, who is an associate professor of Buddhist studies at Kenyon College, as well as a practitioner. She's a Soto Zen priest, a leader of a Zen Sangha in Mount Vernon, Ohio. Joy's writing focuses on Buddhist philosophical accounts of how our subjectivities shape and distort our perception of ourselves, each other, and our worlds, and how to overcome these distortions to bring freedom and happiness for all beings. She did a PhD in Buddhist philosophy from University of Chicago Divinity School. Welcome, Joy, and I invite your contribution.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Mahan. And thank you, Dr. Annette, for authoring this book and everyone for being here. Yeah, thank you for stating, you were giving an introduction of me, but I think it's important to speak from our subject positions. So I am a Buddhist philosopher, I am a college professor, and I am a Soto Zen priest and teacher at we have a small local Sangha in a very Republican dominated geographical area. It has become a place where many people who are not that converge. So that's an interesting kind of social political thing I live through every day in my community. I'd like to start by expressing my deep appreciation for the book. I want to say something about your subject position. I think it is so important that you are a PhD holding economist who worked at the IMF for many years and who wrote this book. Because, and Mahan, you talked at the beginning about economics here at Notre Dame, that the way it has become the queen of the social sciences. In my own liberal arts college, economics is one of our three big majors. And I do not see those students in my religious studies classes. I do not think they're reading this in the economics department. And actually one of my plans is to pitch to my economic colleague who is sympathetic to liberal causes and is a Catholic. I'm going to say we're going to team teach this book together. So I'll see how that goes. It might be a couple of years battle to make it happen, but I'm going to work on it. But I think that's so important because I don't know that I have credibility with economists, but you have credibility with economists, right? Okay, and then second, the way that you show the Catholic social tradition standing in a position of critique, it's a position of critique and there is hope, there's solemnity and there's joy. And I appreciate that. And I think it shows the way powerful religious ideas, which at this point are set against the world that we call secular, at least in many societies like the United States. So I think it's important to have those vehicles for critique. In the Buddhist tradition, extending to the early days, the historical Buddha talked about the gushing of samsara, sort of the wheel of suffering that we are all bound up in, as a river. And one of the things the historical Buddha's wisdom and insight, also based in character, could do was reverse the flow of the river. So if we have the gushing forward of the intense habits that you describe here that are rooted now and that shape our material world and our ideological world, how do we reverse the flow of that? I think is one of our projects here. So I'm speaking from my subject position and appreciation of this book and Dr. Annette's subject position. And so I want to contribute a couple things from the Buddhist tradition. One, methodology. I really appreciated learning that I think it was John the 23rd. I don't know if he introduced, or at least you represent him, Dr. Annette, as emphasizing see, judge, act as a method, right? This is very consonant with the Buddhist tradition from its early days, a teaching that sometimes is considered central in many texts through the ages, the Four Noble Truths, which is analogized in early texts to a medical therapeutic model. we diagnose a problem, we find the source of the problem, we give a prognosis, and then we give a method for bringing an end to the problem. So this is, when people talk about the pragmatism of the Buddhist tradition, this is, I think, one of the primary things that is meant. The problem, of course, is suffering. And here I want to say something that I don't think it's dissonant with this, but it's a very different perspective. And it's something that reading this as a Buddhist philosopher and as a Buddhist person committed to the tradition, I felt the edges, I felt some being outside of this, the emphasis here on the human. Now, of course, I'm a human, you are humans, right? I do, in fact, give a preference to humans in life. I think that's kind of taken as implicit. But in the Buddhist tradition, consonant with its cosmology, the moral universe starts from all of those who can suffer, sentient beings, feeling beings. So this means our animal kinfolk around us and the plant, the entire ecology around us, right? Insofar as it's a feeling thing. We can talk, there's a lot to say about that. Scientists have a lot to say about what is it to feel if you are a blade of grass, right? But let's just put ourselves in that as the as the compass of the immoral imagination. So that's one thing I wanted to say. But so we have this method of diagnosing suffering, finding its roots in craving and ignorance. I have a lot to say about that, but I won't. But you can start to imagine craving and ignorance, right? Declaring, and this is a sort of faith commitment of the Buddhist tradition, it is possible to end this. So we've put faith into that with the hope of realizing it someday. And then a prescription, here are the things we can do to bring about the end of this. Okay, so that's methodology, and I see a nice point of convergence with See, Judge, Act, which we see from John the 23rd, and then Francis again is emphasizing it. I learned from the text here. Now, 3 principles from the Buddhist tradition that I would like to draw out. First, the principle of interbeing. Now, this is a wonderful term that comes to us from Thich Nhat Hanh and his lineage. He's recently belated 2 years ago. Of course, the Vietnamese Zen monk, peace activist, social activist, founder of a large international community. He coined this term interbeing. It has roots deep in the Buddhist tradition, but he founds his order of interbeing. And here we're going to take that to mean that each of us in our enactment of our life, the fabric of our enacting of our lives is fully coextensive with the fabric of others and the enacting of their life. Okay, the second principle that I would like to state is the principle of individual and shared suffering rooted in individual and shared craving and ignorance. So this is again the diagnosis, but I am emphasizing individual and shared. That we have our individual forms of suffering that we locally receive help with, and we have shared suffering, and the shared suffering is manifested for us in like our material and social spaces. So I'll give you a vivid example. I drove here yesterday from Ohio, and when I drive, I feel myself to be going through physical space that has been shaped by the many, many, many deeds of all kinds of beings. So I see monoculture, agriculture, and I know what kind of pollutants that requires for fertilizer and the effects of that, right? I see a lot of animals dead on the side of the road, and I understand that as an effect of what the actions we humans have decided on, like where we're going and the speed we need to get there, right? So all of that infrastructure literally is our shared suffering. Now, the third principle I want to draw out is the principle that minds make worlds. Now, this too, I think, is somewhat, when I read this book, this is outside of what I take to be the moral imagination and metaphysical imagination. And I don't use the word imagination in contrast to reality. That is not even using the word, right? Just how we are extending ourselves to try to grasp reality is what I mean by imagination. Minds make worlds. That is to say, all of us creatures together are making this world, extending back into the beginningless history and going forward into the beginningless future. Here's a powerful lesson I want to draw from this endless future. I don't know if there could be a beginningless future, endless future. But the point here is if our minds together make the world, they can remake the world. Mahan, you invoked the imagination. So this is to say, this is a cause for hope we have to say, because we created and we have a material infrastructure, a social infrastructure, an economic infrastructure that is thus in such a way, well, we did it, we can do something different, right? It's very difficult, of course, because we have individual minds, they can be in conflict with each other about what to do, we know that. So I'm not saying that I think the path is a golden one, but this is a principle that I think needs to be put forward and fostered, particularly in young people. I heard President McAleese speak yesterday, and she talked about her concern about children picking up gloom and doom of climate crisis, and the gloom and doom is not without cause, we know, but being absent of hope. That is something we have to first address, I think. I mean, there's a question, does materiality come first or does ideology come first? I can't answer that question for you, but if children don't have hope, this is a primary level problem. Okay, so I've outlined a methodology from the Buddhist tradition that I think can be conducive to the conversation here. And then the three principles of interbeing, individual and collective suffering, rooted in craving and ignorance, and minds make worlds. I'll leave it there, so as I don't take more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy. Thank you for being such a good steward of time.
Okay, I'm glad I
appreciate
did.
it.
Thank you.
That's the self-discipline of the Buddhist.
Yes.
I have a short question in the past. I know it's a short reply. So clearly, as you mentioned, when the Buddhists ask, what is the fundamental human problem? It's suffering. And suffering is has its roots in craving, or some of us speak of it as greed. So the Buddhist tradition is inviting self-transformation, freedom from greed. So in terms of the relevance and application of this teaching to the transformation of social structures, structures of equality, structures that promote common human flourishing, do we wait until a sufficient number of people are transformed inwardly before we begin to see the social transformation? Or is there another way in which both can happen at the same time? There could be transformation of social structures side by side with individual transformation. What is the process of individual transformation leading to social transformation? It's a question for all of our traditions. So I just ask, I know I'm asking you to.
That's okay. I think something interesting, I don't, in my knowledge, the Buddhist tradition does not, until the modern era, have a robust theory of social application and movements of social application. You do see that in the modern era. Bedkar in South Asia is a key example. What the Buddhist tradition, I think, can very much offer is the psychology that allows individuals to start with inner work and allows for us to understand how individual psychology helps create and indeed is also an effect of the shared world. This is very important in my writing right now. I'm working with my colleague Jessica Zhu on collective karma. Jessica's here today, housed at Notre Dame this year. But on the idea of collective karma, which is to say, as I was saying, that the social world, the material world are products already of the actions of past people. Okay, but in terms of going forward, I think the two have to hold hands and move forward together. I'll just speak very directly from my own life. I have a deep commitment to the vow. And in our Zen tradition, we say, beings are numberless, I vow to save them. Delusions are inexhaustible, I vow to end them. Dharma gates are boundless, I vow to enter them. Buddha's way is unsurpassable, I vow to become it. For me, my understanding of this is that every time I recommit myself to that vow, the fullness of it is realized because in the conventional realm, in the temporal realm, there's an endless task before us. So we have to hold hands and move forward together from our inner position of attempting to realize the end of craving and bringing about wisdom. I would say ignorance in my read of the Buddhist tradition is equally important as craving as a cause of these problems. But thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll move on to Professor Rahul Oka, who's based here at Notre Dame. Rahul is an economic anthropologist, and his research includes the anthropology of urbanism, social work analysis, the development of complex socioeconomic systems, the evolution of inequality and conflict, relationship between climate, conflict, and migration. Rahul focuses on the impact of trade, commerce, and traders on social, political, and cultural infrastructure. Just very brief introduction. He's a prolific writer, he's worked with international organizations on all of these matters of deep human concern and well-being. And clearly his work in economics has a very deep humane focus and the commitment and concern, which I'm delighted to see, Rahul. And so I invite your comments this morning.
Yes, thank you. And I have to say that as a Hindu, I have a very, very strange relationship with time. Hindus don't really believe. I mean, they think in kalpas, which are 4.32 billion years. So, what's like a year or two here or 15 minutes? But I'll definitely try, and you're a tough act to follow because I'm not a religious studies scholar or theologian. I'm an economic anthropologist, not even an economist. So we basically they're not even considered cousins of economists who are like resting in some, like the other side of the tracks, definitely. But so I wanted to actually speak about two things. One is I wanted to speak a little bit about this contemporary economic system that we attribute to sort of like the growth of the modern era. But as your book so brilliantly showed, I mean, like the concerns that people have had, especially poverty and injustice, economic injustice, actually go back into the Bronze Age, right? Which is why I really appreciated your historical analysis of how people have actually wondered about the poor and about injustice, going back into the pre-Christian, like the first millennium BC, definitely, if not before. And I'm also an archaeologist. I wear multiple hats, and sometimes I think that it's a little bit much. But the economy that we are seeing, the roots of it were laid somewhere in the 4th millennium BC in southern Mesopotamia, and there were two economic structures that were simultaneously operating in the 4th millennium BC Mesopotamia. The northern Mesopotamian city-states that were much more, I wouldn't say egalitarian, but they had a much more redistributive idea of the status was more fluid, pastoralists, agriculturalists, and priests, and so on and so forth. But you didn't really get a sense that there were elites and non-elites. Southern Mesopotamia, however, is a completely different question. And what you basically get is a system of political, economic, and elite actor interaction that by the late 4th millennium and definitely the 3rd millennium BC actually has become evolved into commerce, finance, so on and so forth. Many of the instruments that we think are active today were actually developed during that particular time. In about 1800, between 1900 to 1800 BC, you discover these tablets in Kanesh in Anatolia or present-day Turkey, where you actually have contracts. One of those contracts actually reads like a hedge fund, setting up a hedge fund, right? So when you essentially look at the global economic exchange between the Levant, the Mediterranean, the Middle East, between the Indus Valley, and as this system essentially grows, because this is a very resilient system, it actually gives a little bit more to more people than many other systems we know at scale. Right? But the scale at which we function. I'm talking about the integration of the market and the revenue extraction political elite system. So over the next 3, 4, 6,000 years, this system has basically become very successful and gone across the world, and it's beaten down others' alternative systems. And I'm talking even at scale. So when you think of the Inca Empire, huge empire, 14 million people at 1500 AD, stretching across from the northern Andes to the southern Andes, and so on and so forth. No markets, no trade. They were not trading with each other, and yet they managed. And you can actually see archaeologically that the well-being of the people actually rose during the Inca time. So it was not like like the Soviet Union, where they were trade did not really exist. Markets were not supposed to exist in the way that they actually did, but people were also coerced. This was very different. We see that in the material behavior, but that system had no chance against the system that was brought in after the conquest. So turning back to the Hindu stuff. So for me, since I'm not a scholar of that, but I'm a scholar of the political economy and I've done archaeological work in those particular periods, one of the things I can actually say is that the texts say one thing and they reflect on the complexities of the economy. So when you look at texts like the Arthashastra or the Bruhat Samhita, Arthashastra is written around in the early Common Era. Bruhat Samhita is just at the end of the early just at the end, like about 6th, 7th century AD. They speak about a vibrant economy with market actors, with financial experts, with commercial specialists, and so on and so forth. But they also speak about the fact that it is the duty of the king, the duty of the institution, and the duty of every person to essentially have a moral underpinning. Where even if, and here, when you essentially have the four castes, right, the four big castes that Hinduism is always credited with, Homo economicus, as Louis de Monk actually called it. But there is nothing in the text that said that if you're lower caste, you're meant to suffer economically. There's nothing in there that if you're a Shudra, you're meant to starve. You're still meant to have enough to eat, to enjoy your life and everything like that. It's about segregation. Now, but they also recognize that poverty was a big problem because many of the texts actually refer to poverty, which definitely was a cause of concern in the emerging urbanization of the first millennium BC. And what we actually get is a complex economy where the political elites, the ideological elites, and the economic elites are actually in tension with each other. So when you think of the texts that were primarily written by Brahmins or people who were seeking knowledge, you also have alternative forms of cosmology that were developed by merchant communities. One of the big draws of merchant communities to Buddhism and Jainism was because they did not have a high status in the Hindu social order, but that didn't matter in the Buddhist or Jain orders. And Hindu writers, even into they were not very sort of congratulatory about the deeds of merchants. They essentially considered that taking an object from here and selling it here for taking an object for $1 here and selling it for $100 over here was essentially theft, right? And yet they also recognize that you need this in a way that as Jeremy Bentham wrote in Defense of Usury, if you're talking about market capitalization, if you need capital, you need to make some particular leeway. So if you look at the difference between the philosophical or the theological thought and the political treaties that came up over the past 2,000 years, they actually reflect this particular tension about what is. But then it was your paper that essentially I read it and I said, I'm going off on the wrong track over here. But the reason why I said what I did right now is that if we want to change the system, we have to realize that this system is 6,000 years in the making, right? So this is not something that is easy. People live, are born, they die within the particular system thinking that that's all there is to it. If you're going to give something, an alternative, it has to be more than just somebody said so or so on and so forth. I mean, it's just like a check for how ingrained and enduring this particular system is in our lives. Now, when I was thinking about the history of the foundations of our economic system, I also realized at the same time that people have been pushing against this system even as it was developing. Right, in the regulatory forms of justice, for example, relief for the poor. If you look at Roman poor laws, there was a lot of understanding that the poor people actually need to be supported, even if it was not always carried out in practice. So basically, what I was wondering, what are some key ideas within Hinduism that comported the primary issues raised in Cathonomics, specifically on the poor and on economic justice. And I go more on justice part, which links to the suffering, because the injustice essentially is at the root of a lot of suffering. And in the Chanda Yoga Upanishad, which is written on the 7th, 6th century BC, the pathway towards good conduct is seen in austerity, meditation, charity, almsgiving, sincerity, uprightness, and non-hypocrisy, ahimsa, or non-violence, and telling the truth. These are the gifts and payments that you actually give to others. The idea of gift, payment, debt, and so on and so forth is that when you're not born tabula rasa. You're born with debts. Run is a Sanskrit term. There's a debt to the gods, there's a debt to your ancestors, and then there's a debt to your parents. But then over all of this, there's also a larger debt to the world for giving you what you have. And but then I went to the main point, which is in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which is one of the earliest Upanishads, where it says, learn 3 cardinal virtues: temperance, charity, and compassion for all life. And when we say all life, this is actually coming from, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from what is called Madhu Vidya, or the honey wisdom, which basically speaks to the interdependence and the unity of inorganic and organic, where essentially it's not just what we think might be sentient life, but might be sentient life in ways that we don't understand sentience, right? And so this actually comes from the story of the thunder in the Upanishads that was also mentioned at the end of the poem Wasteland by T.S. Eliot, who looked upon the horrors of World War I, and he came upon this, I think maybe as an act of solace for him. And it's always been for me personally an act of solace. So the main story in the Upanishad is the children of the creator Prajapati, the gods, humans, and the asuras. Well, they're like anti-gods, but they're not all evil. They're just like anti-gods. They asked their father, the creator, please give us instruction. And he said, da. And then the god said, and then da basically was interpreted as damyata, which is self-control, self-restraint, the act against excess. Da also meant datta, which is giving, charity. And I mean, this links back to the idea of caritas deus est, or love, God, and charity and giving are all essentially put together in that particular phrase. And then they said, and that also means dayadhvam, which means compassion for everything. And so the way I heard the story was a little bit more involved, was a little bit more personal. So the gods, the devas, the asuras, the anti-gods, and the manavas, the humans, each of them bent on their own respective agendas, which is the gods are pleasure seeking, the manavas are wealth creation and hoarding, and the asuras are all about the power and conquest. They're finding success in their agendas, but they're not finding happiness. They're not finding a release from the constant burdens of life. So they go to the creator, and he's meditating as they do, and he opened his eyes and he says, da. And they all go back to puzzle over what da could mean. And so the gods, they're re-indulging in their pleasure-seeking activities, and one of them says, wait, I know what da means. Da means damyata, self-restraint. So they practiced it, where pleasure was not just every day, but pleasure was something that you looked forward to maybe once in a while, and then you actually saw it as pleasure. It was not just a part of everyday activity. And this teaching against excess, so that, and they practiced it and they felt happiness. The humans went back to hoarding and driving animals away from the. I read this first in a graphic novel for children, and then I followed it later on. They're driving the animals away who would come to eat the crops, and then one of them says, "No, da means datta, give. So let's share our bounty with those who share the earth with us." And they did that, and they felt happy. And the asuras going back to conquest and so on and so forth. And when we say asuras, the kings, landed elites, we can say corporations, and so on and so forth, they were told compassion for the externalities. What is it that you're actually, what are the consequences of your actions, and what are direct and indirect? So they practiced dayadhvam, of compassion, and they felt happy. So now these have been read as reactions to urbanizing societies in the early first millennium, very materialistic and unjust, filled with suffering, poverty. I mean, There's no surprise that Jainism, Buddhism, so many different outshoots of Hindu philosophy developed at that particular time, trying to grapple with some of these problems. And the authors of these texts, they targeted the very qualities, pursuit of wealth and greatness, that even Adam Smith called a deception. I mean, Adam Smith was not for the pursuit of wealth and deception and baubles and trinkets. I mean, if you read Theory of Moral Sentiment, he actually doesn't like that, right? And yet that's been deified as basically the driver. And basically, these are seen as the causes of the malaise, as the barriers to happiness and finding meaning. So the interpretation is that, the general interpretation that I have is that all of us have these aspects in us, right? And so the da are the constant reminder to us as individuals to practice self-restraint, charity, and compassion. But I take something else from this. These three groups taken out of the religious context represents three groups of elites found in any complex society. The pleasure seekers, the powers hungry, and the wealth hoarders. And very often they're one and the same, right? But they do not tolerate any limit to their agendas and activities as they benefit from the contemporary models. I mean, I think it was Veblen, I forgot to say, it's difficult to make a person believe something the paycheck depends on not believing it, right? And so basically what happens that, the model right now is based on production, hoarding, and consumption of pleasure, power, and wealth, justified by general conceit or mythic construction that naturally occurring markets would ensure that these are equitably distributed across society. And yet every religious teaching that we're gonna encounter today actually says, no, that's actually not what happens. Because a lot of these religious teachings actually developed in societies with markets, and with commerce, and with finance, and with the kind of political revenue and rent extraction systems that actually that they're fighting against. So for me, both the earth, and that includes organic and inorganic, so going back to the honey wisdom, and the poor are trying to tell us the datta damyata dayadvam. But we, by that I mean that status quo invested do not hear. The cries become harder as both the poor and the earth respond in the form of rebellion, revolution, natural catastrophes, so on and so forth. These sounds, we can see them as explosions, right? Da. To me, the message of the Upanishads actually segues directly into Laudato Si. When Pope Francis speaks of the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, to me, these mingled cries actually sound as da, right? And so that is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bring a historical perspective on the economic systems we have here, and also for a very beautiful reading of the Brihadaranyaka text and connecting it to that history. I appreciate that very much. A quick comment from you on something you said earlier. Of course, the caste system certainly was formulated around notions of purity and impurity, a hierarchy based on regarding some people as more pure and therefore higher up in the hierarchy and others lower. So in that sense, we may say at some point in time that it was not primarily economic, and the hierarchy was not based on economic distribution. But would you agree that as we evolved, it became a system where goods were distributed unevenly based on one's location. So today, of course, when we look at statistics in India, Dalits, who are right at the bottom of the ladder, in so many ways economically disenfranchised and lacking opportunities. So de facto, it became a system of the hierarchy also became an economic.
I mean, I would completely agree. I would actually agree that they co-evolved.
Yeah.
The social hierarchy and the economic hierarchy co-evolved because, I mean, when you essentially have, because the way I actually got involved in this particular session was Mahan and I were actually having a discussion on the role of faith in extreme living conditions like refugee camps and conflict zones.
We met for 15 minutes. We were supposed to meet for 15 minutes and we talked for like 3.5 hours.
Yes, because it's we just going to call ourselves the argumentative South Asians, but we were not arguing with each other. But then I'm happy to mention Al-Ghazali, who actually his needle making example of the division of labor is like hundreds of years before Mandeville or Adam Smith. And we're talking about Sima Qian, who basically alludes to the invisible hand about 1700 years before Adam Smith does. So we were talking about all these different traditions, and then he says, would you like to participate? And at that time, I was doing this thing in economic specialization, the archaeology of economic specialization. When does it emerge? Is it part-time, full-time, and everything? So there's a lot of technological things, but my case studies were in India, primarily focused in India. And I realized that even at 700 BC, you had hundreds of specializations. And these specializations were starting to actually become divided based on purity of occupation, right? So you actually see an initial emergence of proto-jati system. Even back at that time, which was the Jain, Buddhist, Ajivikas, all of the pro-Veda or the non-Veda responses were essentially responses to these crystallizing social hierarchies, where if you worked with hides, you worked with leather, and so on and so forth, you were automatically impure. Right? It's at the same time that you actually start to see food taboos and vegetarianism actually becoming, because if you look at the early Vedas, Yajnavalika is a very interesting thing where he said, yeah, you shouldn't eat beef because beef is something that at that time, around the 7th, 8th century BC, was becoming much more problematic. But he's like, I still love veal though. I mean, if you give me veal, I might actually break my taboo. So yeah, I would definitely agree. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Stephanie Wong. I had the pleasure of meeting Stephanie here at Ansari before, so it's a delight to see you again. And she teaches at Villanova University, courses in Christian theology and East Asian religions. She focuses on Chinese Catholicism in dialogue with Confucian, Maoist, and Buddhist thought and practice. She's finishing her final revisions on the book National Witness, Chinese Catholicism After the Age of the Empires, and working on other articles in her field of study. Stephanie got a PhD from Georgetown University, and she did her MDiv at Yale. So Stephanie, look forward to your contribution, please.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be here. I've been asked to speak from the perspective of Chinese religions, so I hope to share a bit about how Chinese religio-ethical thought has treated the questions of moral and social risks of economic inequality that Anthony Annett's book, Economics, raises for us. After all, his book, an excellent book, maps strains of especially Western philosophical and political thought. And on the one hand, he traces the line that runs through Aristotle, the early church, Aquinas, through to Pope Francis. And on the other hand, the line that runs through Machiavelli, Hobbes, Smith, and Hume to take its contemporary neoliberal form. And Cathonomics is issuing a call then to roll back the post-Enlightenment neoclassical economic thinking that puts individual interests and profit-seeking above all else, and re-embrace the more communally oriented traditions of Catholic social teaching. Yet, it must be noted that China's never had much truck with the individualism that runs through Smithian notions of self-interest or Lockean rights. Contemporary China, an admittedly strange blend of political Marxism and uber capitalism with Chinese characteristics, certainly faces serious economic pathologies, enormous inequalities, and corrosive financial corruption. But for contemporary Chinese political philosophers and religious ethicists, the felt task is not so much purging these Western Enlightenment thinkers that have never gained much purchase in imperial, republican, or communist era China anyway. Rather, the question is whether China's cultural history holds resources for a better world order, and so whether Catholic social teaching then adds anything more or less helpful. In that vein, I propose the closest analog to Catholic social teaching is actually Moism, the school of teaching that developed in dialogue and often disagreement with early Confucianism that rose around the 4th century BCE philosopher and religious leader Mozi. And I'm choosing this as a relevant resource to bring to the table, first because Mozi was so centrally concerned with the excesses of the powerful. As Benjamin Schwartz notes, the problem was the people being impoverished by corvée labor, by being dragged off to useless wars, and by the unconscionable luxuries of the powerful. Second, because many Confucian and Maoist ideals, whether they're explicitly recognized today as such or not, still have currency in these contemporary Chinese efforts to reimagine a world order different than the current neoliberal capitalist system wreaking such havoc around the globe. And third, because the signature Maoist value, jian'ai, usually translated as impartial love, or perhaps better as impartial care, for its distributive concerns, is probably the closest we get to the vision articulated in Cathonomics. So in brief, what is Moism? This is often characterized as a kind of theistic state consequentialism. To begin with, Moists and Confucians shared the basic assumption that the state has a responsibility to concern itself with the material, ethical, and even spiritual well-being of the people. If a state is generating a bunch of selfish and chaotic people who are constantly screwing each other over, it is a failed state. At the same time, Moism must be understood in its historical opposition to early Confucian ideals of filial piety, which Moists feared was a recipe for nepotism and structural favoritism, too likely to just reinforce the power or wealth of those already known, already valued, or already educated. Instead, the Moists wanted a fair meritocracy where social mobility might flow up or down, depending on someone's actual competency at serving the people. On the one hand, they were state consequentialists in wanting to maximize three benefits, the san li, and these were the population, wealth, and order of the administration of the state for the benefit of all. But this effort to maximize, the language of maximization, is not necessarily a materialistic or imminent avarice to accrue more stuff to myself. On the other hand, Moism called for the generation and distribution of resources impartially, and this was grounded in a highly transcendent and voluntarist conception of Tian, or heaven, what Chris Fazer has called a benevolent quasi-personal deity. And so heaven's own way and heaven's will or intention, Tianzhi for all under heaven, Tianxia, aims at a comprehensive benevolence and fairness in treatment at all strata and across the whole scope of society. Moza asks, what is the will of heaven that is to be obeyed? And he answers, it is to love all people in the world without distinction or partiality. So heaven's will is to be obeyed by human beings and accepted as the unifying standard of human thought and action. So I want to flag three areas where perhaps the Moists beat Catholic social teaching to the punch. First, what Catholics call the, quote, universal destination of goods, a big theme in Tony's book. The Moists were on board with this. Why is it so necessary that you treat people with jian'ai impartial care and provide all under your purview with equal provisions? Well, it's because this is the way of Tian, which showers rewards or punishments on all without favoritism or distinction. And so even though society may necessarily have a governing hierarchy, and Moza has a 5-tier structure of the village, district, state, the son of heaven, and heaven itself, it's not that power and resources should accrue to those at the top by virtue of their station or having the role already, but rather the whole test of an official at any rank is whether they effectively mete out the resources of the society in a way that appropriately honors the needs of each, just as heaven reigns on all. Second, in the area of what Pope Francis calls the dual cry of the poor and the earth, I think Moism has something to say here. Throughout the text of the Moza, we find warnings about what happens if you don't distribute resources in fair and sustainable ways. Moza is primarily concerned with the provision of necessities of life for the ordinary poor, like food and physical security, always seeing the ultimate litmus of good governance in the question of whether the 10,000 people are rich in the sense of having grain to eat, woven cloth to dress themselves in, and protection from marauders and invading enemies. And this lends him a conservationist streak, always worrying about the wasteful exhaustion of the people's material and temporal energies. Hence, large chunks of the Mozi are warnings against exhausting people unnecessarily in very expensive funerals, like the Confucians would do in burying a lot of wealth, or rulers sending people off to fight offensive wars with neighboring states. Heaven understands the Qing, the feelings and circumstances of the ordinary people, and heaven rewards the righteous ruler who serve the public interests while punishing the cruel ones who exploit their own people. And this is seen as a kind of natural consequence in what happens when states get this all out of whack and ordinary people see corruption above while their basic needs are not met. They become quarrelsome and even violent. They lose trust in their governors and lose the motivation to serve the larger good. Production and reciprocal flows falter, and all descends into chaos. Third, I think Moism has a strong attention to the ways in which a distributive justice can only happen through reciprocity. Whereas Catholic social teaching seems at pain to alert Westerners that people exist in relationship, Chinese religious and ethical traditions assumed that our moral lives are always already bound up in lived relational webs. But the difference between the Confucian and Moist views is that while Confucians did tend to weight authority from above and obedience to those below, the Moist saw a slightly more bilateral flow of accountability and support between the two. In fact, the full phrase, Jiang Xiang Ai, Jiang Xiao Li, means something like universal mutual care and interaction for mutual benefit. Now, just to conclude, I'll note maybe a weakness, but also a strength of these Moist resources. Granted, Moism does lack the virtue ethical orientation of either the Western Aristotelian tradition that Anthony Annette starts the book with, and their more proximate Chinese interlocutors, the Confucians. Mozi is maybe naively optimistic that people come to see the salutary effects of impartial righteousness or the calamitous effects of hate and harm through experience. So he's little concerned with, say, habituating people into certain kinds of affective states or feelings, at least less so than the dominant Confucian virtue ethical positions like Mengzi. And those of us who do care about the inner cultivation of virtue then might want to supplement this Moist economic account with some sort of Confucian or Christian perfectionism concerned with virtue. But I think Moism is perhaps more ready to use the state's interventionist hand in limiting salaries that are absurdly out of whack with the actual performance, or absurdly out of whack with what is actually rendered to the public as a good, more ready to restrain the international flow of goods and persons. All job positions are revocable. All salaries are subject to considerations of worthiness and benefit to the whole. So at some point, don't we need the state to step in and say, sorry, football coach, sorry, hedge fund manager, we don't see you planting or harvesting or weaving or spinning or producing much of anything for the community, and it's just not worth that multi-million-dollar salary. Mozi insists repeatedly that appropriately exalting worthiness and the fitting allotment of posts and the elevation or capping of salaries is actually the foundation of government, because these incentives and recognition shape the people's sense of what is valuable. Getting this right is necessary if you want to avoid a celebrity culture of governance and industry where everyone wants to be the next Jeff Bezos ruling over the masses of Amazon workers, or the next TikTok or YouTube star raking in millions for lip syncing videos that do no good to the common well-being. So in conclusion, I'll just end with two big picture questions, bringing it back to the book. First, is it a problem for Catholic social teaching that this Moist tradition, I think, has actually addressed a lot of what the last 150 years of papal encyclicals and Pope Francis's recent writings on fraternity seem to want to do? Maybe not, since Catholic notions of the common good are often presented as transcending the church and tapping into wider, more universal justifications and appeals. But it does raise the question of whether political philosophy can't handle a lot of this, rendering the religious or ecclesial pronouncements rather ancillary. Second, is democracy necessary? I was struck yesterday by how the panel last night seemed to sometimes blur the lines between the more modest position that democracy isn't incompatible with Catholicism and the stronger claim that democracy is a necessary system of governance that the church ought to uphold or uphold more than it does. So I'm sitting over here with all these Confucian and Moist debates about economic fairness that actually aren't asking the democracy question at all. Wondering if Tony's call for a more active state and more tight accountability, say in like transnational dynamics of tax evasion that he raises at the end, doesn't this actually speak to the need for a state that isn't democratically value neutral, but rather steps up to apply some sort of normative ethical values? And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for introducing us to such fascinating thought from the Moist tradition. And some very direct questions for you perhaps tonight. We look forward to you taking up some of these questions. A very quick question before I open it. So, Stephanie, you mentioned that, we know of the revival and interest in Confucian traditions in China, and now, of course, in the diaspora as well. You mentioned that Moist thought continues to be of some significance in contemporary China. Where would you identify one place where you see that as a visible presence of concern?
Yeah, right now there's a great deal of a kind of revival of Chinese political philosophy, and I think it's quite creative in drawing on Confucian and Taoist and Moist thought, because these all coexisted and shaped each other in historical debates. Trying to see if there's another way than the kind of post-Westphalian nation state and its rights-based approach to the sort of private economy, if that has failed. And it seems to me that Tony Annette's book is in large part saying that the last century, at least the last few decades of neoliberal capitalism have us in a pretty bad spot. Then how can Confucian and Moist thought chart an alternative? And it's a fundamentally relational view of people always already existing in relationships of obligation to each other that I think asks us to think less about the maximization of individual rights and benefits and more about the fulfillment of moral obligations to the collective whole, something like the common good.
Thank you so much. I think we've had three very rich presentations in response to Tony with so much material for thought. I should say that after Tony's presentation tonight, we're going to structure the discussion in such a way that all our panelists will have a bit more time to interact with those of you who come. But we have time before we conclude for a couple of questions. I urge you to keep these very brief so we can get more questions in. And you can identify a panelist, or it can be an open question to all three. So I'll start here, then I'll come to the back. Go ahead, please.
I think I identified two common themes of the three panelists, and including our moderator. I see the tension between right-centered approach to economics and interdependence, intervening connectedness. That's kind of relation-centered approach. But then underneath those, there's also who are the big players. So democracy space seems to be one big player. Nobody's dismissing that. But what about the roles of civil society? Right, I would imagine most of the religious congregations will see themselves as the civil society part, right? So that between the individual and the state, there would be some kind of middle ground, and then that can mediate certain things. So your thoughts on that, and then whether those religious traditions will have something to say about it.
Can we take the one at the back also, and then we can, yes, please.
I'm excited about everything I've heard. I support everything I heard. My only question is, how do we create the change? How do we get the river running in the opposite direction? And I'm concerned because of the fact that as we've seemed as a society to get farther and farther away from, quote, truth and from honesty and from family values, it seems like unless we can get these basic principles reestablished, getting that river going in the opposite direction, no matter what actions we take, we're not gonna get there.
Thank you. Shall we take one more and then I ask, and we'll end there? Any?
My question would simply be more historical. I'm struck by the fact that the historical sources that you rely upon in your foundational are pretty much all from the same time period. 5, 6, 4 centuries BCE. And I'm just intrigued why you think that is. That now think about CST, that commonality exists.
So if I might direct, I think the question on civil society perhaps comes, especially to you. Turning the stream backwards, perhaps, Joy, and the historical examples.
I would love, yeah.
You want to start?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, I think there is a too bare bones Moist account of the state does flatten out, I think, the necessary place for civil society. And so I hope that any retrieval project does use a blend of Confucian and Moist values. And that's where the Confucian unit of importance was always the family. As the first site where you learn how to do these reciprocal relationships. And so if we draw on the Mengzian and Confucian line of thought, the idea is, yeah, you do need a more proximate space in which to learn how to do even GNI. And it's done through an extension then of the domestic values that you learn in relationship to the people closest to you. And so I think there's a way of satisfying kind of both camps that you can say, right, like the focus on filial piety in the family shouldn't mean you just like give jobs to your family because you already know them and like them. The most are right on that. But at the same time, the Confucians see the family and the local village and its small scale economy as the very place in which trust is built. And if what we're hoping for is actually a trusting society, then we need that intermediate civil society type of space.
I would like to actually pick up both on civil society and reversing the river. And actually something in Cathonomics that really struck me was, I think it was Pius XI, but Dr. Annette, you can correct me if I'm wrong, who expressed something like the concern that there will only be the lonely solitary individual and the state who is looming over that individual. And I was just looking for it because I wrote in the margins, that's how I feel. I'm raising a child and I'm like, I'm alone. We have the local public school, which remains robust. That's it. I'm like, I have to pay for everything. A babysitter. Oh, I found a 15-year-old who will come watch my kid. Oh, okay, I could take her to the playground. Oh, thank God there's still a playground. Oh, maybe they'll put a house here soon, right? I'm alone. So, okay, what I want to say is I have come to believe deeply from the roots up, like we just have to get 4 other people in a room and be like, let's do this thing, right? So I go to school board meetings now. I'm on an anti-racism group, like we have to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. Like there's just us. And this also is when for me, interbeing, part of that in the Buddhist tradition is there is no creator. We are all minds make worlds. We are creating together with each other. There is just us, like we have to do it. And so now that's easy to say, but I mean, literally like go to a meeting, just start by doing something because it's now, but a question I have for Dr. Annette, and I didn't know when I was going to ask it. I'll just put it out there for people to think about because this is not Ask Dr. Annette question time. But the issue of subsidiarity I thought was very interesting because what came to my mind are some of the things happening in my state of Ohio in the United States, which is that the federal government and state governments are giving money to local organizations, which are often religious. This is true. Right now, a lot of the very robust ones, I am in a partnership with a woman. Are they going to take my daughter into their school? And is she going to be, is she going to feel supported in her family life? And they're getting state money now in the state of Ohio to do that schooling. On the one hand, I want to say it's great that local organizations, local churches, local mosques want to have schools for their children and do that work. And they are very invested in it because that's their kids that they see in the neighborhood. On the other hand, are they going to promote and uphold values that I think are going to start to fray at our larger social fabric? That's a real tension that I would be interested to hear about. But for me, one answer is I have to do something else. So the flyers at my local school, they invite kids and they take them out of the school day to go to a very conservative Christian educational program for young children. And I'm thinking, okay, it falls to me as one of the only alternative religious people in this community to say, well, let's invite the kids to come out of school and learn about Buddha Dharma values of wisdom and compassion and charity, etc. So I'm trying to take initiative, and I think we have to do that, like from the ground up, and I'll stop.
Rahul, please.
Okay. So I'm actually gonna respond to Father Paul's question over here, but and then maybe reflect if this time on the river, turning back definitely. But yeah, I actually find it fascinating. We call this the axial age, right? And there was definitely a lot of this interaction going on. I mean, we know trade-wise that the interaction has been going on since the Bronze Age, but something really different happens here. Because in each of these spaces, you actually start to get a different form of state formation that is very different from the early Iron Age or the Bronze Age states, right? There's a lot of the same economic behaviors and everything, but there's a lot of pushback that, at least in the sense that we see recorded. Right? There's a lot of dialogue going on. I mean, Amartya Sen wrote the book, The Argumentative Indian, specifically on the fact that when you read these writings, right, and whether you read Chinese writings, Buddhist writings, Hindu writings, or anything like that, they don't only just speak about what they're thinking. They refer back. I mean, they have a citation system. So and so said this. So and so's disciple said this. My teacher said this, and now I'm saying this, right? So there was this intellectual fermentation, this fertility. That I think the only like you have these periods in history where it suddenly starts emerging, like that would be one period. Then another period would be essentially what's called a long 8th century with the rise of Islamic and Christian theology and a lot of Hindu works actually at that particular time, and then the early modern era. I mean, I usually locate three eras as essentially the time that activity, and I think a lot of it is because of, strangely enough, the same trade and commerce that is also killing and creating these injustices and everything like that. It's also giving fodder to these interactions. People are archaeologically, they've actually found the remnants of a Buddhist temple in Turkey. Right? Which means that Buddhism had actually gone westward. It's not only eastward and south, it had gone westward just at the same time as different faith traditions and traders and commerce were actually moving in. So when we see it from a political economy as well as a religious economy and a social economy perspective, we essentially see that this is one of the times that suddenly is like what we call the old world, right? The Mediterranean world, the South Asian world, and the East Asian world are thrown together. And the astounding similarities in the things that they were actually saying. I mean, if you look at Sun Tzu, and his approach to specialization was identical to that of Adam Smith, while others were more like David Ricardo, right? And what you actually start seeing is that, I mean, it's ex ante versus post ante. Like, do you become good in specialization because you practice, or are you already better? That's why you become specialized, right? That was this distinction that Smith drew. These are already present in those early works, and the only thing I can actually say is that whatever the kings did, they definitely welcomed these debates, because many of these texts were actually commissioned, or they were essentially presented to the Duke of Qin, which was what Lord Shang presented his treatise to, or the Arthashastra was essentially presented to the kings. So there was a dialogue between the economic elites, the political elites, in a way that was unique. At least as far as recorded history is concerned, that was the first time that this actually happened. That's the only thing I can say. I mean, I don't know why, but I'd hazard a guess that it was that intensive interaction that took place at that time.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, gone a little bit over our time, Mahan.
It's quite all right. I wanna ask if I may, because we have a 20-minute break ahead of us. Tony, if you're burning to say anything in response to you, no pressure. We want you to have the opportunity, or we can go to break.
Well, can I actually ask a brief question?
Of course.
I wanted to get the historical.
Is that okay? Sure.
Yes, it's fine, once it's okay with you.
Is it really true that in the ancient Indus Valley civilization, there was no evidence whatsoever of social hierarchies? And because that I find fascinating.
Again, another great mystery. As an archaeologist, you find some evidence of, well, okay, I'll qualify that. There are large streets and larger houses. What you don't find is evidence of major material inequality right until the end, when the society is about to collapse. What you definitely do not find is any example of a managerial institutionalized elites. There's no evidence of palaces. There's evidences of public bathhouses or so on and so forth. But even then, you look at those and say, are these really bathhouses? What's actually going on? The Indus Valley is this enigma that still to this day, I mean, a lot of people have tried to crack the language, and every year there's somebody else say, oh, we've cracked the language, and no, it doesn't. What we do know that they did have trade and commerce, because of course they traded with the Mesopotamians and so on and so forth, but no evidence of the kind of institutionalized hierarchy. Yeah, and 2,500 people in any city. I mean, that's a scaling up of population density, but still without institutionalized elites.
Well, let me thank my wonderful panelists. To find them during the lunch period to continue these conversations, and of course, after Tony's presentation tonight.
And thank you so much, Anant, and to the panelists. We actually built in a few breaks, so although we went over time, you have a 20-minute break. Come back at 11:15 for the second panel.
Panelists, thank you. Texted Alex Shooter to ask for the room when I came out, and he said, I'm gonna.
Jasper says it's Randall Collins.
Jasper think about.
One of the. Incorporated budget, yeah.
I should contact him.
Yeah, of course. So much for being here, Jessica. We're doing a picture.
I will stop carrying. Nobody in the room with Mark because you have to assume.
We got the logo.
Translation.
Giving up the next now, we give a brief, it's just meaning, but then we kind of introduced.
That other church. Yes, the real estate going.
And there it's gonna be like rapid fire.
Okay.
Like question and answer.
Yeah.
With him, and I think Grace will be actually great questions.
Sure.
Yeah, and that might be good.
Your brother.
That they can.
Excellent.
I actually have cases which have similar.
Here and.
And how.
Alone in front of the mammoth. Yeah. People in competition. It's like
It's very different. I feel kind of alone. Village, and there's lots of other parents who are think
necessarily
something. Like, we have to be able to just bring up and keep it up in your heart, you know, the FSBG or whatever. But I'm so
You feel like Notre
I
Dame.
think they should think that.
But we're all Notre Dame.
And even said something about.
Evening, Mayor Howard, you know.
We went to grad school together, and he's a panelist.
It's very different. Yeah, we did have to meet at how I dress for walking the dog and how I dress for work. It's very different. Didn't really need to be pointed out. It's different. Very the same. Same one context.
What are you talking about?
I had to have a day.
Yeah.
She is signed my letter, so I'm feeling very grateful. Wow.
Thanks so much.
Works on my stuff. I bet he was very interested. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy.
For like
We're in conversation. Yeah, I've got some, just very brief. I've been trying to which I think so work. I started the election, but I had this. To get conversation going. I'm going with your help. I'm just gonna get some more.
Yeah, I appreciate
Hey, you probably don't recognize me. I was in the room when you spoke.
That's very interesting. I know Jeffrey, I've been going to school there.
Not hardly down the road, yeah. More than my dear. It's crazy. It's like, they're kind of like,
It'll be like abstractly, I'm late about.
You live in Ohio, right? Yeah,
You know,
Why? What are the?
Because, you know, if I invite to say that.
Educated, yeah.
Now, Aaron.
Yeah.
Also.
All right. Yeah. Yes. It's like a Phoenix house, like I today. The old house.
Yeah. I was looking at my yearbooks and like residency, I was trying to.
Like a public health campaign, but I was like, this is the players to get to like, you should go to go.
Yeah, so it's like, I know. Yeah.
But it's so different. I don't know if it's like.
It's so compelling that like. Yeah, it's like certain types of centers. Just like palace pages.
One on. Yeah. I got it and get it going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can even, I mean, if you.
Yeah, I did not.
Right now, the is planning to see. And he claims the same thing about.
But I don't know what, yeah.
I would want
And it started.
And what you said is to be able to that at the same transformation.
Oh, no, yeah, I can even start advocating.
Internal defenseman.
Yeah.
I'm always very.
Life meter. There was this one.
Maybe. So like,
And I'm proud, I think it's student. Let's see what he can, like, oh, how do you feel about that? I think they don't each have to ask on the same thing. Would any of you like that? And then when you're, if you exactly. And the others might change question. Most have. You're not. They have other kinds of signals that happen that you might not like. So.
Yeah, it's, I know, we actually. Good, yeah.
Another century with steam power. That's what I mean. We're at time. It's gonna be 5:02.
I think it's time.
Well, I'm so chill. I'm ready for you. Holland, such a so wonderful, and I've never been
Destroyed the Indian text.
Michigan is not the location like. Like you wouldn't like drive me through. Beautiful stuff. And.
First day.
This morning, so you're promoted, yeah. Thank you, Rebecca, you're so sweet.
St. Mary's.
We call it religion and theology. Yeah. Sorry, it was a big deal.
So it's a.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, so. No, it's so important, like, the loft of it.
I was thinking running a check on the fails.
I'm from. You know. No, very different. Yeah. So there's.
That's your French.
I appreciate that, yeah.
Not necessary in this room. This is Notre Dame. I'm done with that. It's so acceptable.
We're gonna build a new building. Now I have another thing.
Wow, that is amazing.
All right.
Should, oh.
If you have. So. Say one word. So I'm not going to introduce all the panelists. I wasn't even going to introduce our moderator. But our moderator at 8:06 AM this morning was awarded tenure. Associate Professor Molly Gao.
And you still showed up, you went to the bar,
My friends are teaching, yeah. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be with you here this morning. My name is Molly Gower. I guess I'll say it right for the first time. I'm associate professor in the Department of Religious Studies and Theology at St. Mary's College, the Catholic Women's College just across the street from where we are. And I am so honored to have an affiliation with the Ansari Institute. This community has been like a generative and good scholarly community for me, which is not at all coincidental to my tenure and promotion. I am very pleased to be with you all today to take up and celebrate and critically consider Cathonomics. This session will offer two perspectives from within the Christian tradition, a Catholic Christian perspective and a Reformed Christian perspective. As I see it, Cathonomics and the Christian tradition and the Ansari Institute each have at its core the work of envisioning alternatives, a kind of hopeful heartbeat that the status quo is not the only way. So I'm especially pleased to introduce and welcome to Notre Dame, Kate Ward and Steve McMullen, to learn from them and talk with them today. Kate Ward is Associate Professor of Theological Ethics at Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. She is an ethicist working in areas including economic ethics, virtue ethics, and fundamental moral theology and Catholic social thought. She is the author of Wealth, Virtue, and Moral Luck, Christian Ethics in an Age of Inequality, published by Georgetown in 2021. These days, she is completing work on another book on Catholic social thought. Dr. Ward graduated from Harvard College, where she studied psychology and earned her MDiv with a concentration in Bible from Catholic Theological Union and her PhD in theological ethics from Boston College. Before beginning her PhD studies, she worked at AFSCME Council 31, a labor union organizing workers in Catholic healthcare settings. After Dr. Ward, we'll hear from Stephen McMullen. Dr. McMullen is a professor of economics at Hope College in Holland, Michigan. He is executive director of the journal Faith and Economics. He is a fellow at the Oxford Center for Animal Ethics, and he is associate fellow at the Kirby Liang Center for Public Theology. Did I say that right? Okay. His work covers topics including educational policy
animal ethics, environmental ethics, economic justice, and Christian theology. He is the author or co-author of 3 books. Most recently, Should Wealth Be Redistributed? A Debate from Routledge in 23. Digital Life Together, The Challenge of Technology for Christian Schools, published in 2020 from Erdmans, and Animals and the Economy, published in 2016. Dr. Ward?
Great, thank you. My remarks are going to focus on 3 themes from Tony's book, neoliberalism, finance, and the role of government. So to start with, I wanted to comment on how Cathonomics helps us understand neoliberalism, which has been on my mind since I just completed a study of accounts of neoliberalism and Christian ethical thought. And neoliberalism has become something of a buzzword in academia, and it's sometimes used as synonymous with capitalism or even a general vague sense of evil, as you may have noticed. So the books I was looking at, in some of them, phenomena associated with neoliberalism included not just deregulation and pursuit of growth, which is the more sort of traditional economic understanding, but cultural trends, if you can even call them trends, including self-promotion, competitiveness, in the broad sense, and even reality TV. So thinking as I do with the Catholic social thought tradition, I would see neoliberalism and its economic definition as a threat to human well-being. And unfortunately, scholars fail to adequately warn against this when they conflate neoliberalism, an economic phenomenon with clearly documented recent history, with broader cultural trends whose claim to being neo is dubious at best. And Tony has done us a real service here in giving a clear economic definition of neoliberalism and explaining why it's so pernicious. So according to Cathonomics, neoliberalism dates to the 1970s, when US and UK political leaders abandoned the post-war social democratic consensus in favor of libertarian economic views promoted by, among others, University of Chicago economist Milton Friedman. And that writes, the neoliberal creed was simple: faith in free markets to achieve general prosperity. So governments implemented policies such as deregulation of industry, relaxed constraints on the financial sector, encouraged wide-ranging privatization, lowered taxes on capital and high-income earners, and curbed the power of unions. All these measures were supposed to promote efficiency, innovation, and competitiveness. While neoclassical economics permitted government a role in combating fraud and stepping in where the market failed, the neoliberal creed proclaimed that less government led to more growth. Thinkers like Friedman even denounced measures like safe workplace laws or the licensing of medical professionals as inimical to market freedom, and thus they argued to human flourishing. So Annette finds now that by slowing growth and productivity and the incomes of the poorest, quote, neoliberalism has failed on its own terms. And while not delivering on its own promises, the neoliberal movement gave rise to enormous dysfunctions, a widening chasm between rich and poor, rising corporate control, concentration, and corruption, and an ever more urgent environmental crisis. While Annette's precisely targeted definition of neoliberalism is one neoclassical economists could agree with, he does not thereby adopt their normative or descriptive projects. Instead, he argues with precision, clarity, and persuasive power for robust intervention in markets by government and other actors to harness economic growth at the service of human flourishing. In my recent study, I coined the term everything ever neoliberalism for those broader definitions that stretch the economic term to apply to broader cultural manifestations. And I argue that this lexical slippage is a problem for those concerned about economic and political justice. The phenomena represented in everything ever neoliberalism, self-promotion, reality TV, post-truth, have few defenders. But as Tony warns us, economic neoliberalism has become common sense for many global decision makers, and almost exclusively so for those in the wealthiest countries. For those who wish to interrupt that status quo, everything ever definitions of neoliberalism dangerously muddy discourse about economic neoliberalism by undermining the latter's descriptive power. Cathonomics is not framed around neoliberalism. It describes the historical development of Catholic social thought and the tradition's consensus positions before drawing on them to elucidate practical normative conclusions in the areas of global economy, responsibility for society, equality, and environmental care. However, though neoliberalism does not frame the book, its deep discrepancies with the economic vision of Catholic social thought would have to mean it recurs as an antagonist throughout, as it does. In the chapter entitled Who's Right and Who's Wrong, Annette Marshall's neuroscience, positive psychology, and evolutionary biology in favor of the vision of altruistic relational human nature proclaimed by Catholic social thought, as contrasted with the competitive, self-maximizing human of neoliberal economics. Catholic social thought, generally dated to 1891 with Pope Leo XIII's first economic encyclical, predates neoliberalism. But the tradition's preference for a strong state role in regulating economic life would always have put it at odds with what would become the neoliberal view. In Cathonomics, one of its many great gifts representing that relationship faithfully. I also greatly appreciated Dr. Annette's appreciative, critical, and most of all knowledgeable attention to the finance industry, where he speaks with the authority of an insider. One innovation I noticed with interest is that Catholic social thought traditionally thinks about three interconnected spheres of life: the state, business, and labor, as being the actors responsible for shaping economic life and directing it toward human well-being. And Annette's chapter, Who Does What, makes the case for finance as an equally significant player along with those three pillars. Here he follows the both-and approach emblematic of Catholic social thought. Some might be tempted to identify the financial industry with its worst harms or failures, and before my own study of Catholic social thought, I would have been tempted in that direction myself. And others would permit anything to the industry so long as it results in wealth creation. But the Catholic social thought tradition avoids both of these extremes. Finance is a socially necessary service, but it must place its skills and tools at the service of the common good, which includes the good of those worst off and with the least access to necessary financial instruments. A recent teaching document published by the Vatican offices in charge of doctrine and human development insists on a positive potential role of finance in human life. Access to savings, investment, credit, and other tools of finance can be practical ways to move toward human flourishing in the modern age. However, this does not mean that everything the finance industry attempts is thereby justified. Deploring the excesses of the global financial industry, this teaching document would agree with Annette's analysis that finance today is out for itself, not to serve others. In line with the vision of Catholic social thought, Annette calls for, quote, much tighter regulation of all aspects of the financial sector, getting past the neoliberal insistence that no amount of finance is bad for the economy, that financial markets are efficient, and that cross-border flows of capital are always beneficial. Global trade is not the enemy of worker well-being, but to really benefit from free trade, countries need strong systems of social and labor protection. While neoclassical or neoliberal economists insist on seeing markets as independent entities that must be protected from other aspects of human life, Catholic social thought notes that markets can form human morality for better or worse, and urges governments, as they intervene in markets, to pay attention to this virtue-forming role of economic life. And another reason I appreciated the attention to finance as its sort of distinct actor in pursuit of human well-being is that certainly at Marquette, and I think at many other colleges, not just Catholic ones, those students who aspire to be active in business and to be in a position to implement the goals of Cathonomics are increasingly not studying the pure discipline of economics, but they're studying applied disciplines like finance. So right now I'm teaching co-teaching a class of 225 students, of whom easily a third or more are in the business school, majoring in things like finance and supply chain management. And I asked them if they knew who Adam Smith was, and none of them knew. So to the extent that, you know, many of us from the humanistic disciplines and within economics, like Steve, are taking aim at the assumptions of the traditional discipline of economics and showing how it differentiates from the pursuit of human well-being. But we also need that really concrete, critical attention to the practical disciplines and what they're doing and how they can be directed in a humanistic direction. Tony is doing that so well in this book, and it's very timely and important. And then, as Dr. Wong also raised, I want to talk about the role of government. Catholic social thought defends a robust role for government intervention in the economy in the service of human well-being. And I was moved to compare this vision, which the book portrays inspiringly, with the vision of government represented by neoliberalism. As Annette and other authors have observed, economic neoliberalism is especially insidious in the way it has co-opted the political imagination, becoming common sense for the majority of rich world global leaders. Even politicians identified with the left seem to struggle to conceive of solutions that involve government taking action, rather using government to hand over funds to private enterprise to address problems. Certainly, there are times when this approach can be appropriate. Life-saving COVID-19 vaccines were developed by private companies with government funds. So the issue is not that governments might sometimes turn to private enterprise, But rather the government officials, even on the left, do not seem to see it as their duty to make a case for government's goodness and effectiveness or to pass policies that would do so on their own. And even on the left, elected officials have effectively bought into the nostrum, as Annette calls the dogmas of neoliberal faith, that market-based solutions are always and everywhere more effective. Doing this, they have ceded immense amounts of ideological territory to those who would like to see government's power dwindle. Despite the clear witness of Catholic and other faith traditions teaching against economic neoliberalism, unfortunately, even some leaders of Catholic communities have bought into the nostrums. Daniel DeLeo, a theologian teaching at Creighton University in Nebraska, recently exposed how his university accepts significant funds from the Charles Koch Foundation despite fundamental mission incompatibility. Creighton, a Catholic Jesuit university, has a mission to promote the economic vision of Catholic social thought, while the Koch Foundation has been quite open about its goal of promoting libertarian economic ideas among university students, using universities for the implementation of policy change, as a former director of the foundation put it. The same conflict of interest has been raised at our host university as well. And believe me, many leaders in my own university would love to be charged with this conflict of interest, I'm sure, although it hasn't come up there yet. And nor is ideological buy-in the goal of the Koch Foundation always necessary. Transnational corporations and organizations such as the IMF and World Bank enforce economic neoliberalism throughout the global markets where they operate, ensuring its adoption even in contexts where the local culture would reject the individualistic, competitive view of human nature, which makes neoliberalism seem such common sense in the US and UK. Not only does neoliberalism erode public perception of the state's legitimacy by constraining its ability to shield people from harm when markets do not provide for them, but the impact of neoliberal policies also effectively constrains states from shielding their citizens, even if the political will to do so existed, by allowing international corporations to become more powerful than nation states. As the Vatican document warned, capital may opt to avoid accountability to the people in the countries where its profits are made. It is as if economic power has an extraterritorial status. The familiar nation states' political economic instruments are tied to a well-defined territory, whereas multinational companies can produce goods in one country, pay taxes in another, and claim assistance and state contributions in yet a third. And ironically, governments of nation states laid the groundwork for this state of affairs by accepting the neoliberal idea that capital must be free to traverse borders without the hindrances of local tariffs or labor policies. And governments were thus complicit in the undermining of their own power and influence by global capital. To correct this imbalance, Catholic social thought calls for effective global governance, a difficult idea to promote amid the co-optation of nation states by economic neoliberalism. To people who see their governments betraying their citizens' interests to serve the needs of capital, the idea of global governance sounds naive at best and dangerous at worst. By positioning the market as our all-important savior and doing everything possible to encase the market from government intervention, neoliberals openly challenge the legitimacy of government as a whole. As Annette characterizes the neoliberal view, the boot of the state treads on individual liberty and suffocates the natural potential of the private sector to unleash innovation and growth. And Tony does not exaggerate when he ascribes such colorful, inflammatory language to neoliberals, at least in the US, where anti-tax activist Grover Norquist aspired to reduce government to the size where I can drag it into the bathroom and drown it in the bathtub. And libertarian Peter Thiel more recently commented, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. The great task for libertarians is to find an escape from politics in all its forms." So, yikes. Yeah, contrasting Catholic social thought with neoliberalism, we observe a mirror image not only in the view of government's proper sphere, but in the more basic view of government's legitimacy. While neoliberalism rejects government's role in regulating the economy, it promotes global economic policies that diminish nation states' power. Catholic social thought defends a significant activist role for government in intervening in and regulating the economy. And by doing so, it legitimates the enterprise of government itself. When it addresses government directly, the Catholic social thought tradition has spoken clearly in favor of participatory democracy. But a strong argument for government's legitimacy is tacitly woven through the documents more focused on economic life as well. By envisioning a government capable and desirous of exercising its power to provide for the support of unemployed workers and needy families, regulating enterprise to keep workers safe and healthy, and levying taxes to fund these important projects, Catholic social thought provides a positive vision of government and legitimates it as a shared human project. How much time do we have? Okay.
Sure, okay, yeah.
Thanks. The Catholic tradition suggests that political authority derives its legitimacy from ordering people and institutions to protect human rights and pursue the common good. To the extent that ordinary people today are aware that their government prioritizes protecting the market from intervention over pursuing the integral growth of human persons, permitting externalities that harm human beings, such as inequality, poverty, pollution, and destabilization of societies at the service of protecting the free flow of capital, it comes as no surprise that governments and their officials are regarded as illegitimate and even harmful to ordinary working people and their families. For some Christian traditions, such as Anabaptists, skepticism of the state and its projects are integral to Christian belief and practice. However, for those Christians and traditions with positive views of government and its potential to promote human flourishing, including Catholics and some Reformed Christians, the way neoliberalism undermines trust in government is a reason to oppose it, and a place where advocacy on Christian ethical grounds can promote a positive, hope-filled alternative vision. And I want to conclude by discussing a proposal that has the potential, if done right, to embody the wise use of government at the service of human flourishing that Catholic social thought envisions. Tony and I follow each other on the app formerly known as Twitter, where we've had some friendly sparring about my support for universal basic income. UBI, universal basic income, would give a tax-funded cash subsistence grant to every member of society without means testing. And Pope Francis himself has repeatedly called for basic income to be considered as a way of guaranteeing lifestyles worthy of human dignity, amid the reality that many crucial forms of work do not always result in a living wage. In my view, universal basic income plays a role in political discourse similar to Jesus's parable of the workers in the vineyard, where Jesus tells a teaching story where a worker who arrives late in the day receives the daily wage, the same as the workers who arrived early in the day and did a full day's worth of labor. And the workers complain about this, and the parable can be interpreted in many different ways, but it seems to be something about the equality of the worth of all humans. So similar to this parable, UBI invites us to envision a world where human needs are met beyond the metric of economic productivity ranked on a competitive scale, beyond neoliberalism's framework of deservingness. The parable's suggestion that every member of society should be able to meet basic needs, even if some members of society do not work for wages to the same extent others do, is an anti-neoliberal vision. It expands our imaginations beyond the nostrums of sacrificing the most needy to the market and consigning the state to encasing the market and propping up business. It makes Christian teaching concrete by suggesting a material enactment of the anthropological idea that everyone has equal value. Promoting UBI and policies with similar logic, for example, international debt jubilee, is an effective way for Christians to fight back against the common sense, widespread acceptance of neoliberal nostrums. The sociologist Matthew Desmond recently reflected on US COVID relief legislation, which so successfully staved off the economic shock of the pandemic that it lifted many US families out of their pre-COVID poverty, and they are actually better off receiving COVID relief. But Desmond ended on a note of despair because as of today, the measures that reduce child poverty by nearly 60%, among other humanitarian achievements, have all been allowed to expire. But for those who care to see it, there's also a note of hope in the COVID era achievements of the US and other governments. Faced with an unprecedented economic shock, governments threw their neoliberal nostrums to the wind. Protecting human well-being was more important than encasing markets. For a brief period of time, it was possible to see economic neoliberalism as something other than common sense. Christians who support government's potential to act for the common good and all people concerned for government being at the service of the common good can point to this recent success as they call for economic policies that place the market at the service of widespread human flourishing. And Cathonomics is an invaluable blueprint toward this most urgent goal.
When you asked me at the time, I was listening too closely and I forgot it was my job to watch the clock, but you were perfect.
Oh, cool.
Perfect. And you've got plenty of time. You've got plenty of time to talk for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, but I'll watch the clock this time and then we'll open it up for conversation all together.
Sounds good. Hey, thank you all, particularly those folks that pulled this all together. It's just a joy to be here with you all today. Already this morning, I've learned enough to make it worth the hour-and-a-half drive. And last night was a delight, and of course Notre Dame's campus is beautiful. And thanks, of course, to you two for being up here with me in this conversation. All right, so I'm an economist and I am also a Reformed Christian. And I've made it part of my career to try to think about how these two things would fit together. And they don't always fit together easily. There's a lot of difficulty taking a technical discipline like economics and thinking about it in religious terms. And this is a difficulty that Dr. Annette sort of grapples with directly in this book. What I want to do with my time here today is to take those two bits of my job / identity and address, take a piece of each of them to make arguments that I hope will deepen the kind of thesis that Annette is giving us in this book. So first, I want to talk about the economics discipline. And I want to try to paint a picture about why it is so difficult to bring sort of a deep account of justice and Christian values and sociality and solidarity and integrate it with the economics discipline as it's currently practiced, at least in the United States. And then the second piece would be to dig into my own sort of small corner of the Reformed tradition and lean on some folks that have been trying to grapple with those same problems, right, in ways that are kind of parallel to the way Catholic social thought has been doing this. And then hopefully from that, give us some suggestions about how to move forward and to do this thing better. This book is wonderful, and I felt like I was reading a kindred spirit. A lot of the arguments that we see in Annette's book are arguments that have been made by Christians in different forms, in different places, when they're trying to grapple with economic thinking and economic ideas and economic life in a lot of different ways. And his scope is broad, and he goes deep, and he goes long, and he's also brief enough that I could assign a couple of these chapters to undergrads, and it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be their whole life. So I appreciate all that. Let's dive deeper into one chunk of it, though. Right, in chapter 3 in particular. Annette has to grapple with neoclassical economics as a kind of a barrier to realizing the world that we want to see. And without getting into the weeds about neoclassical economics, I want to talk kind of almost as a sociology of the discipline about how economics got to where it is. All right, because I think that's important for understanding why it's difficult to sort of to bring these kinds of conversations together. So economics is, of course, deeply involved in big moral conversations and has been from the beginning. The economics discipline, as we trace it, goes back to the Enlightenment, and it grows out of moral philosophy and political philosophy, right? So Adam Smith was a moral philosopher. Obviously, John Stuart Mill was primarily a moral philosopher who, on the side, decided to write about economics. And it's not until sort of the mid to late 1800s that economists start to separate economics from moral philosophy and start to think that this political economy, and eventually it's called economics, is its own thing. And the desire to do that was certainly in the late 1800s, but definitely by the early 1900s and the beginning and sort of the post-war period. It was all very much an effort to turn economics into a science, right? We want to adopt the kind of neutrality of the natural sciences, but we also want the cultural authority of the natural sciences. But to do that, we have to extricate ourselves from these deep moral debates, these big disagreements that people have about moral and religious questions. Now, there's also something else going on here. There's a whole response to Marxism. You can understand neoclassical economics as a kind of rebuttal to Marx, and we can get into that if people are interested. But what this means is that economics is very keen in terms of the sociology of the discipline to adopt this kind of scientific neutrality, both because of authority and also in order to sort of step back from these big debates. Now, this is kind of important because, of course, economics is highly political and ideological. We all know this when we observe economists on different sides of the aisle arguing with one another. What's weird is that when a bunch of economists get in a room together at like our big economics meetings, it's not that divisive and ideological. When we get together, we can talk to each other across the aisle pretty easily because we have a shared methodology that requires us to sort of all talk on common terms, right? In terms of statistics and data and a common theory. And that theory is kind of minimalist. We assume rationality in a very, very kind of weak way. And this allows people who have very different political and ideological and religious sort of values to come together and have a conversation together. It's very useful for those purposes. The downside is when we want to talk about justice in a deep way, it's just hard, right? And so this shows up in particular, there's a quote in chapter 3 in which, and that sort of runs headlong into this. He says neoclassical economics only envisions one norm of justice, commutative justice. There's simply no role for distributive or contributive justice. Right, and this is actually only a small piece of it. He could frame it a lot stronger than this. There's actually, by economists' own account of what we do, no place for big moral conversations at all in the heart of the discipline. We can have those convictions, but they're kind of separate from our job as economists. Now, remember, commutative justice is the part of justice that's dealing with laws and setting rules of the game and contracts, right? That fits in real nicely because we economists think we can say something about what sets of rules and what laws will have better effects for the things we study. And they're easy to sort of fit into the thing. But once we start talking about like distributive justice, questions about poverty and inequality, then that's more difficult to fit into our framework because there we have these big, deep ideological disagreements about what it would even look like to live in a just world. And so the economist says, well, let me just back away from that heated debate and I'll just tell you how the world works and you all can decide what we want to aim for. Right? That's the rhetorical position of the economics discipline. We want to step away from the big values in order to allow the debate to happen on its own terms. And the economists will just sort of describe how it works. Okay. Now, this is actually something that happens in other social sciences as well. So if you're a psychologist, this will sound vaguely familiar. If you're a sociologist, this will sound vaguely familiar. Political scientist, very familiar. All of these social science disciplines want to adopt some of the neutrality of the natural sciences, but we all do it badly and in different ways, right? So for economists, we back away from these big debates and we end up retreating into a kind of minimalist libertarianism, which is what Annette documents in his book. For sociologists, they retreat to a kind of different space. Political scientists, a different space, and we're asking different questions. I'm not sure what psychologists are doing. And but that means is that we can withdraw from these moral questions, but we can't do it completely because the stuff we're studying is deeply moral, right? And we're always running headlong into questions of justice whenever we want to talk about tax policy or the welfare state, right? Or wages or power distribution within the economy. We're coming right up to the edge of the big moral questions, and then we try not to commit because we're economists. All right, so that's the sociology of the discipline, loosely as I see it. And I think it serves a real function for the economics discipline. And this culture of neutrality is strong in part because we have such deep disagreements. So we're grappling with the problem of pluralism, right? How does an economics discipline deeply account for justice when we do not collectively agree on what justice looks like? Our answer is let someone else solve that problem. But that means that if you want to bring an account of justice into the economics discipline, you're immediately closing off who you're talking to because you're only talking to the people that agree with that particular account of justice, right? This creates a problem. Now, before I move into sort of the second piece of what I want to do, let me just also note that when we as economists retreat into kind of this minimalist, sort of positivist scientific vision, what we end up accidentally doing is building a body of theory that reinforces the distribution of wealth and power that already exists. All right, and this is a sort of a long, complicated argument to make, but the deeper into economic theory you get, you see a whole lot of assumptions being made, particularly in the welfare theorems, which are mentioned in the book, but in other places, where we assume like the value of a thing is dependent on people's willingness to pay for it. And that willingness to pay for it, of course, depends on how much money and wealth you already have, which means that the way we're valuing environmental goods and public goods is predicated on a distribution of income that we already know is unequal. And so that theory of value builds into it a kind of respect for existing power structures. Right? We haven't grappled with that well as a discipline, but you can see how then this retreat from the big moral questions is not really a retreat, right? We cannot escape them. Okay, so now a couple of things to note before I switch over to neo-Calvinism. I would just note that the economics discipline, I think, is doing better than they were 20 or 30 years ago. So particularly the rise, sort of the height of neoliberalism as it's described in the book is, of course, with Reagan and Thatcher and sort of the revolution toward sort of more of a free market political ethos in the United States and other places around the world as well. And that also coincides very nicely in the story and in real life to the rise of a kind of a peak of neoclassical minimalist theory in the economics discipline. If you go to the economics meetings today, you'll find economists, I think, have a much broader view of the human good, a much broader view methodologically about what kind of questions we can ask and what we can aim for. So I'm a little bit hopeful, actually, that the kind of worst problems documented in this book hopefully are a thing of the past. And that does depend on what happens over the next 50 years in our discipline. Right? So we can talk more about that later, but I'm at least optimistic. Now let me switch gears here and now talk about the fact that I'm not just an economist, I'm also a Reformed Christian, which is to say that the Dutch Reformed tradition adopted me about 15, 20 years ago, and I have come to love this tradition and sort of dive into it both as a scholar and a practitioner. So I go to a small Reformed church down the road from me, and the people are wonderful, and they love my kids, and I love them. From that position, I have come to sort of dig into the history of this tradition that I found. And there's a lot of wisdom here, intellectual wisdom, but also wisdom about how we think about social life. So let me introduce you to this. All right, Terry, flipping down here. So look, the neat thing about neo-Calvinism in particular is that neo-Calvinism is a growth out of sort of the Reformed Calvinist movement, which owes its lineage back to, of course, to John Calvin and then Augustine. We try to ignore the Middle Ages. We think that's kind of the realm of Catholics. They own that. But Augustine's our guy. And then Calvin and Luther did neat things. Well, anyway, I got to jump further in history and jump all the way to the 1800s. In the Netherlands, we have this position, this point in history in which people are grappling with modernity in a really interesting way, right? And by modernity, I mean all the intellectual sort of ferment, all of the conflicting traditions, but also the Industrial Revolution and the big social changes that are happening. And in 1891, we get Rerum Novarum by Pope Leo XIII, right? The same year, a guy named Abraham Kuyper, who's a leader in the Netherlands, gives this address to the first social congress in the Netherlands. And he's talking about the social problem. And for him, the social problem for folks at the time is how do we deal with the mass dislocation and poverty and reorganization of society that's happening all around us. And the problem, of course, wasn't that poverty was new. Poverty is old. The problem is that the Industrial Revolution had created a situation where the traditional structures that would care for people when they face unfortunate circumstances, right? When things fall apart, those traditional structures had all been turned upside down in the Industrial Revolution as people moved into the cities and were mobilizing mass amounts of labor and all of this. So this is the social problem in the mid to late 1800s. Pope Leo is talking about this. And then, of course, my intellectual fathers, Abraham Kuyper and Herman Bavinck, are talking about this. And from this comes this tradition in neo-Calvinist thinking about how to think deeply about social problems. And this tradition is young, particularly. I'm sensitive to the fact that it's very young, right? In this room, right? We were just talking about the Bronze Age, right? And that's, I mean, wow. All right, so this is like 150 years ago. All right, so but at this point in time. Abraham Kuyper is saying he's responding to Marxism, he's responding to sort of the classical liberals in England, and he says, I don't like either of these options. He doesn't like Marxism because of the revolutionary turn everything over, remake everything kind of character of it. He's kind of a conservative in that way. He likes sort of traditional institutions, and he thinks we need to not turn everything up. He actually named his political party the Anti-Revolutionary Party. He was really worried about the French Revolution. He was really worried about the socialists. But he also didn't like classical liberalism because he thought that classical liberalism would result only in sort of reducing humanity to a world in which greed ruled everything. Right? He couldn't handle that individualism. He said, what's our alternative? He said that to understand poverty, we have to do what he called an architectonic critique. Right? And this is, I don't think anyone uses words that way. That's what Kuyper said. All right, so his architectonic critique has three layers. So he says, first, we need to observe the problems in the world in a concrete fashion, concrete social facts. The facts are that we have a dramatic amount of real need, poverty in our communities that we're not dealing with well. And he talks about needing to understand that well and study that deeply. And that would traditionally be the job of economists and other social theorists, of course, but also in today's day would be social workers and sociologists and lawyers involved in this kind of thing. But then he says that's not enough. It's not enough just to understand poverty. We have to go a little bit deeper. We have to understand the structural causes, which for Kuiper means we need to understand what's wrong with our institutions such that we ended up in the place that we are at today. All right. And so he's doing here, I think, kind of an early version of what we now recognize as critical theory. Right. We want to understand not just poverty. We want to understand the structures of poverty. We don't just need to understand racism. We need to understand structural racism. Now, quick note, of course, that's not in Kuiper's lexicon. He is a bit of a racist himself. I'm sorry, we can talk about that later. But that's sort of one of the ugly bits of the time. But he does think we should delve deeply into the sort of the social roots of these kinds of things. But Kuiper doesn't stop there because he's also a pastor. So he says, all right, those structural institutional causes, that's not enough. He said, in the end, even that absolves us from personal responsibility too quickly. He said, we have to go deeper. We also have to understand the culture and spiritual causes that led to us making the institutions wrong, right? So we have to dive deep into what Kuiper would call the idolatry that's at the root of any kind of social institutional problem. And for him, the idolatry at the root of these social problems was clearly a desire to remake society in a way that served greed and didn't serve the authentic good of the people in the community and the health of the community, right? And he goes into an analysis of this, and he moves on way too quick. He's not an economist. He's a pastor and a politician, and so those who come after him need to sort of flesh things out. But I see a lot of parallels between this kind of account and what we did in Catholic social thought. The vocabulary in Catholic social thought, which shows up a couple times in this book, of structures of virtue and structures of vice, is a sort of a really nice way of sort of going deep into understanding the way institutions shape people, even as people are shaping institutions. And this back and forth process can result in both a deformed world in which we are deformed in our acting in it. And so then it's not just that capitalism encourages consumerism, it turns us into consumerists, right? And it's kind of our fault because we made those institutions. But right, it's deep, but it allows us to talk about these structural things while also not absolving ourselves of personal questions of virtues. All right. So I think there's a deeper conversation. I'm at 18 and a half minutes. All right. So here, where do we go from here? So out of the neo-Calvinist tradition, we have sort of developed, so Kuiper is writing as this sort of minority in the Netherlands, where he's got to sort of contend with a whole bunch of people that disagree with him. He tried to break off a church and nobody followed him. So he's always in the minority. And so we developed this tradition of what's called principled pluralism. And the idea is, if we want to address these big problems, what we have to do is we have to bring everything that our tradition has to bear to the social problems. We can't just do the surface level stuff. We also got to dig deep into the very best that our individual traditions can offer this in terms of analysis and understanding and building something new. And then we bring them to a public square where other people will bring their deepest convictions about the social problems. And the idea is, of course, there's going to be deep difference in the accounts that we bring, even between Catholics and Protestants. We're going to have a totally different language. But we might find that once we come together, there's lots of ways we can work together for a better view, even if our deepest commitments ultimately are different, right? Principled pluralism says that we live in a world of pluralism, but we don't reject our deepest and most important principles when we do it. So the fault of economics in this account is that in trying to become a discipline in which everybody can talk together, we've given up on the things that are most important. Instead, we should bring all of those to the economics discipline, even though we're going to disagree about them, because we can probably still work together on like the pragmatic bits. But if we leave aside the deepest principles that are animating our concern for justice and for poverty, and I even talked about the environmental stuff, which I care deeply about. If we bring all of that to the table, then we're also gonna get the pragmatic bits right. Okay,
That's good.
that's about it.
Thank you so much. Really struck hearing you two speak together about the sort of roots of the economy as we think about it today in something formerly known as political economy, and a case to be made for perhaps thinking about economics as helpful for envisioning a more robust, more efficient and good work of government. I appreciate so much. There were so many points of resonance, but that one struck me in particular as important. Thank you both. But would others like to ask questions or offer comments? Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for Dr. McMullen. Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious if you wouldn't mind for just a moment offering reflections on, I think, what we're all familiar with as a persistent attempt to identify the reform traditions with either capitalism per se or some particular versions of capitalism. You mentioned Kuiper as being in a minority. Were his opponents perhaps also proponents of that identification? If Kuiper knew that, did he attempt to refute that identification with other types of theological resources? If you don't want to talk about Kuiper, but you'd rather just say your own reaction to the fact that people keep persisting in doing this identification, that would be cool too.
Oh, yeah, no, all right, so this is a really good question. So I always, when I identify as neo-Calvinist or Reformed Christian, I always think in my head, you know what, if anyone knows anything about Calvinism, they're probably going to assume something different than what I'm saying I am, all right? Because of course our traditions are long and they're contested, right? And so the average person that is a Dutch neo-Calvinist is not also a vegan, which I am. For example, so I'm in a weird spot within that community, but also the community of scholars that I'm talking about that traces its lineage back to Kuiper. It goes both very conservative and very liberal, and so all I can tell you is that I'm operating in this intellectual tradition, but I don't speak for the intellectual tradition. And there are places where we say Kuiper got it right. And of course, there's a whole bunch of places where we're like, he was kind of nuts there, or he was just wrong there. And that's true for any tradition. There's always this mixed bag. So the Reformed tradition is broader, much broader even than this sort of Dutch strain as well. Most Reformed people are Presbyterians in the United States. And so they trace their lineage back a little bit different places, and they have very different ideas about politics and economics and what. So all that to say, yes, reformed means lots of different things, and depending on who you're talking about, the reformed, what it means when you use the word reformed or Calvinist, it can mean something very different. And so you just have to ask a follow-up question, right? Because the tradition is long and it includes lots of things. In the academic space, this small realm of the Dutch Reformed folks, I think carries a bigger weight than we do in the political culture. Because there's a bunch of academics, that come out of this tradition. But in the broader culture, Calvinism means Southern Baptist, and it means some version of Southern Baptist or Presbyterian. I don't know if that answers your question.
Was your question about the so-called Protestant work ethic? Or is that just me hearing?
That was one example of the type of identification I'm referring to, the genealogical claim that Reformed tradition gives rise to capitalism. Obviously, that's a different claim than the.
I was thinking a different argument than that one. Yeah. All right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, no, I'm also curious what.
I mean, I don't know. I find that whole sort of Bavarian argument a little bit suspicious, but it might be good history. I don't, and I'm not a historian, so I've always been a little skeptical because I think that the theology that I see doesn't seem to reflect the theology that he thought was important for the movement. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't true at the time, because people get I could just disagree with the folks from 100 years ago that he was talking to about the theology, and so that leaves me in kind of a weird spot. I don't even know how to evaluate it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, go ahead, of course.
Can we say it all comes down to sin and go home? My question is this, I want to work to it briefly. I'm too much of a Hegelian to view this in binary terms. I've always thought economics is a practical responses to conditions at particular times in history. So context is a big deal. I remember back when I started college in the early 1980s, the economy was a mess. The Keynesian model, the post-war model, had really literally run out of gas, and we needed something new. So those Thatcher and Reagan tax cuts and deregulation and the monetary policy of the Feds, they actually produced a lot of wealth and a lot of good things. Now we can argue now that that went too far, and now we're starting to see that pendulum come back. So my question is, I mean, can certain economic theories be the thing to do at particular points in history, but not other points? So to view it binary is maybe not such a good idea.
Seems like a more question for an economist. I would be one who would be compelled to look fondly back toward the post-war consensus. But
I mean, I think you're probably right in that sort of my view is that what happened in the 1980s in the economic discipline and also in politics was a mixed bag. So there were a whole lot of regulatory regimes that I think probably needed to be rewritten, but they probably didn't need to be scrapped. And so this is the problem, is that our political movements are just really blunt tools when it comes to economic policy. So I've never seen a set of regulations where I thought, oh yeah, that's right. I've only seen regulations where I'm like, oh wow, that's messy. And so I think you can view that moment in time as a reaction to the excesses of the time before, and then the next time as a reaction to the excesses. But each time includes deep injustices, really deep injustices that we're still coming to terms with, and we have to.
I'm trying to decide if I should give 1.5 or 2 cheers for neoliberalism. I haven't quite decided yet. So you're helping me a lot. Thanks.
It's interesting to think too about the difference between the questions that keep coming up about the distinction between the policies and like the principles undergirding them, right? So policies might change, but to what extent are the principles being reevaluated critically or in need of more critical information? Will you go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for both of your talks. And I just had actually one comment about the Weberian thing. In fact, I mean, we trace that to Jordan Calvin and that whole Protestant movement and hard work and reinvent the hard work. Reinvest the fruits of your labor back into enterprise. 100 years ago, before Calvin said his Cistercians were already doing that, and they were actually practicing this. So and even if in the 11th century, there was actually an edict in the Ayavole Guild with Hindu traders who basically inscribed this temple and endowed it, and they called it. They're following the Veera Banaju Dharma, which basically means the law of the heroic traders. So basically, like this is ideology, this is theology, theological development within the economic elites that is pushing back against the political elites, saying that no, we have a role in society, and this is an important role. And that kind of just as a comment that throughout history, we essentially see this tension between the political elites and the regulation that they impose and what the economic elites want to do, right? But that was just a comment. But I was actually, you mentioned like economics became a science, and that's definitely a boast of economics. And I'm just wondering if we reflect, is it a discipline less akin to science than to engineering? Because engineering is about knowledge and service to technology, and whereas science is like it's not in service to anything; it's just about discovery. Because when you look at the shift, and especially I'm looking at Alfred Marshall, right, and the whole idea that economics became less concerned with how things were, but became more concerned with things like efficiency and so on and so forth. At that particular point, I mean, and then the idea was to essentially bring down the level of complexity in the analysis to something that can be handled mathematically. So the question that I have is, can these questions that are posed by theologians and by anthropologists and so on and so forth that take into account the context and everything, can economics actually even ask the questions if the level of complexity that is needed goes far beyond mathematical modeling capacities? Because the questions are really complex, and interdependencies and sort of the recursive nature, the feedback nature and everything. So it's not like you're putting in an input and you're getting an output. Your output then has an impact on your input. So you're going to get a lot of variation, and definitely not something that the engineers would like. So I'm just wondering, can economics have the ability to respond to the questions that other disciplines are actually asking and grappling with?
I think you're the only one.
All right, so actually, I have a different view of the role of mathematics and economics. So I actually think mathematics and economics allows us to do more complicated things, not less. So in fact, as the history of the economics discipline developed, we're able to do more complicated analysis as we get better at modeling things mathematically, because the mathematical modeling allows us to be more precise and to explore more complicated relationships than we could do without it. That does mean that we're in practice doing really complicated math. But suffice it to say, I think that relationship might go the other way, but we could argue about it. There are some things that are hard to mathematically model. There's some things that are hard to talk about precisely unless you mathematically model them. But I think engineering is a good metaphor, though, in general. Yeah. A lot of what we do in economics is probably closer to engineering than physics. But it's not perfect.
I mean, there was econophysics that came up and then went down.
Yeah, a lot of physicists in economics, actually.
I think I would also speak to what you were saying about how the question is, where does the discipline take its goals from?
Yeah.
And once those goals have shifted, you can use those tools at the service of a humanistic goal rather than a status quo one, right? Like think about Esther Duflo, and I can't remember her partner's name, but thank you. Yeah. Pursuing, development goals through economics because they've started with the assumption that that's a good thing to do, right? So maybe that assumption had to come from outside the discipline of economics. I don't really know their story. Maybe you do, Tony, but it's possible, right, to pursue those questions, but maybe the questions have to come from outside.
Please, Ben.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to ask this question. So, combining this idea of in the role of government, there's a robust interventionism, right? And that interventionism has to take place with certain goals, outcomes in mind, norms. And Stephen, you also said that, there's no getting away from drilling down all the way to values. And this raises, a few interesting questions. So one, assuming that we had a government that was all run by Catholic social teaching, people bought into it. Say you and, Kate and Tony are like deciding the fate of the country. It's terrifying. And on debate is UBI. You see, and you raised it, that you both have bought into the framework, but still there's an interesting policy debate.
Yeah.
So that's one question. But maybe what we can say is the policy debates will narrow. There'll be broader agreement. For example, presumably both of you will agree that we have to have universal healthcare. We can't let anybody die, because of lack of healthcare. That's just unacceptable. And so we narrow the differences. But this brings us to the question of democracy and a pluralistic democracy. Is, a conventional economist, I've had this debate here in this building, will come and say, universal healthcare makes the system less efficient. And so the investment and the innovation that's taking place by not putting constraints into the system that makes you say one person creates innovations and developments that save a lot more people. Right? And so you have to sacrifice the few, because once you start intervening, you're going to you're going to end up with more consequences that we economists say are unintended. I don't know how to make sense of this. I think I've understood kind of the other argument, but in a pluralist democracy, I guess this is the heart of the question, and which we'll discuss in some way tonight. If norms and values are at the core of what's going to fix this, and we come at it from so many different ways, you know, are we doomed?
We do here. I think what you're asking, right, is CST more of a framework or how specific do the policy prescriptions get? And the teaching documents always say, you know, the church is an expert in humanity, not a subject matter expert. And then sometimes they do turn around and say we should have universal healthcare. So, or, you know, there should be grants to families to assist them in raising their children. So,
Because you find a lot of people who believe in CST, another version of it,
yeah.
who will say, no, not universal health.
Maybe one last question?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Do you want to,
I wish that might be pertinent, yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make an observation as a practicing economist. Basically, all my adult life, I've been an academic economist, and I think I just want to maybe defend the profession a little bit. And, you know, I remember when, you know, what the world was like before Reagan and Thatcher, and I also, you know what the profession's response was to some of those ideologies. And I that the mainstream, what I see as the mainstream of the profession, has always viewed that approach as being a kind of ideological hijacking of mainstream economics. And that's not to say that economics, neoclassical economics, doesn't have a lot of methodological limitations, which the profession keeps struggling with, some of it having to do with realizing that if you want to mathematize it, you have to do it a little more in a more sophisticated way than in physics or engineering. But really, I mean, and maybe it's because I, you know, studied at the LSE and Berkeley, maybe that's distorted my view of what I thought of as mainstream economics. But I think, I just want to say that I think that, I mean, from a Hegelian point of view, I think, or a critical theory point of view, there's been this kind of ideological hijacking of what I see as the mainstream profession. And I thought I'd say that now because later I want to talk about Sikhism, not about economics.
Can I just note, of course, that just like with our religious traditions within economics, there's always multiple strains of work that is deep and really good, and there's communities of people that are coming in with different methodologies and different, that's totally true. And it would have been normal in the middle of the 20th century to sort of, as a shorthand, divide the economics discipline into, what do we call it, like freshwater and saltwater schools. Am I getting that right? Where the freshwater, like I guess this would have been Minnesota, Michigan, Chicago, were a little bit more free market, and the saltwater. So the MIT, Harvard, and Berkeley schools would have been, you know, more progressive. But I mean, that doesn't map on perfectly because the economics discipline doesn't map. The divisions don't map perfectly to U.S. politics. But yes, there's always another community with a deep conversation going another direction, right? That's worth paying attention to.
I think we're out of time, I say reluctantly. Is there time for one more or?
We give Tony an opportunity,
Oh, yes,
but not an obligation.
Well,
of course.
I'll just make a brief comment about the history of economic thought, which is kind of fascinating because given the way I described it, neoclassical economics has developed mainly from the late 19th century onwards. But if you go back to Adam Smith didn't think much of merchants. He favored workers. He developed a theory of alienation that kind of sounds like Marx. John Stuart Mill called himself a liberal socialist. Keynes believed in the socialization of investment that was in the final chapter of the general theory. The leading economists of the 1940s and 50s all believed in planning. And today you have Thomas Piketty and others who think that inequality is the biggest issue. So there is a tremendous diversity in the history of economics. The problem is, like when I was in graduate school, how much of that did we learn? Zero. Absolutely zero. It was all neoclassical economics, rational expectations, and efficient markets. And I think, we're kind of unmoored from our own traditions in a sense. I think it's better today. I think it's definitely better today. I think I studied economics in probably the very worst period, which is the early 90s.
What a delight. Thank you so much for joining me in this conversation.
Rebecca has instructions for lunch.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that lunch is in room 1050, which is just across the hall. And most of it is gluten-free and then, and vegan, a vegetarian, as well. But there is some meat on the side if you want to add it. Thank you for coming.
Great. Lunch next door, sit anywhere, and back here at 1:15.
I almost have to get the other way. Oh, that's all we have.
What a pleasure, right?
I want to go back to my poke around myself. You just have a yeah, I know, right?
Yes.
How wonderful, how wonderful. Well, and that's why I'm sort of not as present here, fortunate as I was. My own parents are visiting too, so they're, I had.
Yeah.
And he's just. He actually told Rebecca that they would be present here this morning, and they really enjoyed it, but I got to dash out the door, people, sort of, they couldn't keep up. So maybe a little later, we'll go on a different piece. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for that invitation. Oh, I'm so, and I enjoy all of the Ansari. Yeah, so we learn a lot. This is, I'm really far from my dad. Like a sort of not a sort of. Yeah, the walls and walls, right after. Yeah, prosperity gospel, that's what I think, that's the great. Yeah, that would be very different, very different perspective. I booked the number. Yeah, well. Yeah, I guess there's a reason why none of us knows a person that promotes the prosperity gospel, yeah.
And then. Resonates, the idea resonates like freedom.
Deep into their work and they've never read.
Kind of narrow that they want to.
So,
Kind of rejecting the notion that they're entitled to that they're.
The other,
One another. But there they stand, yeah.
A book that I'm mixing.
Yes, yeah. They're over for sale, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's this, we'll say, well, maybe how can we do this?
No, I don't know, yeah.
So, I think that's.
Yeah, and actually thinking about that, you know, it's very in the area is surveillance,
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Oh, this is such an interesting premise for a novel.
exactly,
Yeah.
1870.
Yeah. Yeah.
I read it looking at,
Yeah.
and it's just. That's what I have.
You guys have been naturally more interdisciplinary.
Yeah.
The big move for econ is to finally start talking
Yeah.
about politics, right? I mean, like, it's very young.
Really like.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's something,
Exactly.
I get validating what it's saying.
The imagination of the author itself, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, sure,
Everything is.
so interesting. Actually, I'm gonna pass out, not pass out, but you know, pass on lunch and go check in on my parents. I promise I won't pass out. I'll talk soon.
I think they're very, that was very.
Nice to see you. I'm not gonna go to lunch, but I'll be popping in and out.
And we're all.
They can't move fast enough to keep up with the Dutchy pace of my morning. So I'm gonna go discuss that, but I'll see you. Congratulations again. It was really nice to meet you. I can't stay for lunch. I gotta dash home. My parents are visiting.
Yeah, I may be able
But I'll be in and out.
Otherwise,
I mean, that's an incredible thing.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's so kind of you all.
even if Juliana ends up here, I won't vote it against.
No, I think he came in from
Okay.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
I did not. Okay, oh, well, I'm sorry.
No, it's
Sorry,
okay.
you didn't get it.
You're getting, well, I mean, I guess.
My wife and I am associates.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
With our administration, would never know that.
Yeah. And I don't know if you grew up in West Michigan or not.
I did not.
The economy in the early eighties, Michigan was full.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the auto industry,
Sorry,
industrialization.
I just have to slip in.
Wow. I hope it hasn't been.
I'm not mathematics and so on.
Yeah, it was nice to.
You get people. to
Just
agree
sorry,
on
no.
It's really hard to get a degree on religion. It's. That's why you speak right truth. Yeah.
I mean,
Worth more. That's right.
Yeah, if I can get my parents, here, you know, my father is one of the, he was one of the, I think it was
Yes.
second year of, he is an PhD from Notre Dame in theology, and I think he was only in the second class.
So this is not like, you know.
So he has like, he loves.
Oh, yeah.
Although.
Like very much.
Yeah.
Like even 30 years ago.
Really different. So,
But yeah, no, definitely very.
Totally understand.
oh, well.
If you can make it.
I very much want to.
Okay.
I
I had a chance, but sometimes I think.
So when Steve called in, I wish I could buy.
It's just like one can kind of understand how things progress. They can like basically understand what's right in the 1990s. That had already created that.
Really tend to go.
That's
Areas where there's numbers
So-
somehow.
Because 2 + 2 is 4 in Chinese, English.
And in Korean, when you disagree,
To be a little.
you say, okay, we can both agree on the.
Piece of which ones. And yeah, my mom.
To that point, one thing that a measurement can be the way to adjudicate the disagreement, right?
Jerome Powell, he does stuff, data driven analysis. It's not ideological. He's doing a great job. So.
So I just took them like, yeah, let's choose, yeah.
And actually sharing.
Not even to really walk it very much, but the sun was so bright.
It's theology, economic theology.
I mean, industrial revolution.
Four different people. Yeah.
Before that.
You know, and it's just, yeah, so they're all like, yeah, and I'm so happy, it's all so happy, none of that is actually a complaint, it's also good. It's just, I'm not trying to be.
Yeah. You should ask the question if they're split.
Exactly, first of all.
Let me give you a hug, man.
Congratulations, I'm so happy for you.
I'm so happy too. I'll see you in the next day or two.
Good. As soon as someone says the phrase, one particular comes to mind. Politically.
Yeah. Unless they're complaining about it. right?
And the thing that I mean.
Oh,
So
cool,
Leo,
yeah.
there's
Oh, wow, yeah. I follow her on Twitter, yeah.
Anyways, so I know that.
we knew each
On
other.
the left, but I mean, many things I'm actually closer to the center. Because.
I love the center. I think
Yeah,
just the
yeah.
center.
I'm just trying to think like.
Not the center, but I'm.
Yeah.
I understand parts of it.
Than
like,
many of my more progressive.
Wait, did you go to Harvard?
So basically like.
Aren't they?
and I
Okay.
said,
She was, they were Yale, they met.
It's a
at Yale.
dialogue that is.
Oh, okay.
important.
I thought he was Harvard. Okay,
And
cool.
then
But
he was
as long as we-
but a lot of
yeah.
he was
Talking
working
about
at.
it. And that's one of the things that's best about.
Okay.
And so I was
Here.
there at the same time.
Yeah.
Because
Anyway, long story short,
you know, the whole.
I'm in touch
You
with her.
live like.
Yeah.
Privatizations,
And there's kind of something, but it's interesting, because there's just like, I like
Technology without this NSF, the.
That's good. It was very sensible.
And basically.
And like,
Yeah.
it's like a lot of people, like,
Clearing you out.
Oh, you are clear.
we kind of adopt these and,
Somebody.
Yeah, we don't want government to survive. We don't want government as daddy. We want government as facilitator.
Exactly. And things that. I can create a.
I love that. Instead of-
Jacket and all, I would be.
Okay.
The ones that are straight.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think it's really hard
Which
for
is where the
students, and it's hard for me
And
too.
which is like where.
That was mine.
The ancient times that we were from the age,
It's not.
right? Kings would actually sponsor. Scholars.
What I mean is,
Because they
you say like-
wanted to actually invest in
like, oh, this
innovation
policy
and
for
so on,
use,
but with the understanding that this was not private.
number of people covered by health insurance
Right,
by
that
X percent.
the good
Yeah.
in all of this.
Then you work 200 years in the past and
Do
say,
your
okay, well,
thing.
yeah, we've seen all of them.
Right.
Health insurance.
Yeah.
So I think it's really interesting that we like.
Somebody's discovering a major
We get the
shift in the
optimizing
drug.
social engineering
Right,
mindset,
and
but then I'm doing so much.
But then you need the private investment to make it
Optimizing
into a
it,
drug.
like it makes sense.
Back then, people didn't really have a sense of private. We did today. It was much different.
We're all.
Yeah.
And it's hard because I don't want.
Around COVID, I really kind of
They didn't do the
thought
basic
about that, right? Like the extreme intolerance.
Basic research is.
Right, like,
10 times more
yeah, there was
expensive.
the right time to close things
The
down.
governments have the money to fund
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah.
In some
But
cases,
who does
better
it even
time.
belong to? I mean, does it belong to the person who took it from, you know, the elected?
So I'm about this, like, I don't wanna be like, I know.
Or does it belong to the people who actually call it to the, this is actually super important, spending 10 times more effort and energy and everything than a private company
And
does.
I think there are
Gets
misconceptions
to
about
benefit.
what
I think those are the
Yeah.
And
I think
that's, you
that
know,
those
I
are the
think she
questions
does
that
Mhm.
science can answer, those are the questions that we can grapple with.
some unnecessary criticism.
That's why I was
Yeah.
thinking of the Mayer family, I started the Martinez stuff. Or they have incorporated this ethic into the way that they cover in some ways.
I think a lot of the,
It's like, I don't wanna be the one to say, oh, this suffering is good.
examples
for you.
of families that
Right.
make a lot of money.
Yeah.
And
But at the same time, I also don't wanna
inherited
realize-
a sense of.
Well,
This is our
I wanna
community.
remember that.
Yeah. So I mean, really great happens, you see this kind of.
The languages that were produced.
Right,
you know,
yeah.
even the number of people.
The DeVos family.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, a lot of
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like, and here's the.
I guess I think about sometimes like, I think about situations where I've been.
Yeah.
Difficult. I think about my parents, my family's like gift.
There's that.
My
wife's in
Yeah.
Arabic.
Already solved
And
it for.
there was something kind of, yeah,
System that's
about that,
killing them.
but I was also part of me like, as an.
Yeah, we got
Back.
Yeah.
It gets really up.
Extending grade.
That or.
Yeah.
Hey, this, hey, the same.
I do always, that's great.
And I loved I loved your.
It's really.
especially when I travel to. I know.
Sometimes I've like wanting to try to rain or somewhere like this, and then I engage. I end up doing something I regret later.
Yeah. No,
Sorry.
let's go get lunch, but are you familiar with Catholic Worker Thought?
And they'll say, you don't. No, I'm sorry, I'm just, yeah, you know,
Yeah, let's keep working.
The question I think is like, Thinking about self-interest versus, voice.
You did a nice job there.
Yeah. Exactly.
My
wife is Polish, and so she gets
Because I don't.
she has to work too, but you know, there are certain parts of life.
Just remind me to say hi before I say. It's my economics here, friend of the folks.
Oh, cool. What's your name?
Facility says learn more about your work.
And,
It's funny, just trying to think.
All right, you're a kindred spirit.
so I'm gonna talk to you about.
I didn't know.
Sorry.
Wait, good like this? or bad?
No, they're not. You know, that's, you know, but it's not hard. Like, and so there's not a lot of literature out there on it.
Here's one thing you can do. Well, we can talk about measurement, but I think something else that would be, I think measurement's really important. But something else that's really interesting is, you can think about like people who work in slaughterhouses and the effects that has on like domestic violence, and that's the way that you go at it. But
Yeah, there's
talking
really,
about the externalities for the meat production industry.
there's really significant burdens that folks are bearing who are doing that work. And it's just because it's deeply, it's not the only place that we're asking people to do really horrific work, but this one. Yeah.
So I think that's the way you.
But you could do that. There are lots of ways to sort of to bring animal ethics and environmental ethics kind of into the discipline though, and just in some creative things. But you know, mostly we don't actually even work with social welfare functions. We talk about them.
Okay, yeah,
You know, I mean, like, okay, so let's say we.
Here, thank you also for. Yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah. Was lunch next door?
Yes,
Yeah.
1050.
You're not having lunch, huh?
No, I had some sweet.
I'm not a lunch person either. I'll see if they have something like tea. I tried to have tea there, but the water was cold. Hot water was cold, and I hate cold tea.
How are you? I'm Rebecca.
I'm Liba.
I'm sorry? Liba. Liba, nice to meet you. Did you get enough to eat?
And I had just had this sweets because I'm expecting, so I don't want to eat much.
Oh, okay. How are you feeling?
Good, comparatively fine. Actually, my health is not doing very well, so I'm having limited meals.
How far along are you?
It's my second.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just 2 more months to go.
Good
And
for you.
I'm an MGA student here. It's my second year. So
Okay.
yeah, so I'm going to end it this May. At my practice.
You're gonna have your hands full, huh?
Yeah, I'm a delivery date, which is month before that.
Well, I have a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old, so
Oh,
I can sympathize. If you need anything, let me know.
Thank you so much.
Of course, of course.
I think somebody was asking about hot water. They were saying there's no hot
Are there, we
water.
need more hot water?
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me.
Oh,
No one is in here. It's still so warm.
yes.
Do you teach here at Notre Dame?
No,
No.
I'm doing my master's in global affairs.
Oh,
It's
sure,
my
it's
last
MGA.
year.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think you've been in some of the colloquiums, haven't you, for MGA and religion?
Unfortunately, not this
No.
semester
Oh, okay.
because I'm exempted from that.
Yeah.
I already am working in government, so
Uh-huh, yeah.
it's a sabbatical for me.
Oh, very
So
good.
I'm exempted from
So you graduate
this May.
this May.
Yeah.
Exciting
How are
times.
you?
Yeah.
Working here?
I'm with the Ansari Institute.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you as well. Thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you.
That's.
Thank you for doing everything. Of course.
But I'm glad you're eating those, so I need to. That's my dessert. Yeah, it's from Trader Joe's. Yeah. I just found them the other day, so. That's so good, thank you. Of course.
Then we can say, do we have 5 minutes or?
Yeah, we do, yeah, we have like 7.
Then we'll say, okay, lunch is
Okay,
after the program.
okay.
Good to meet you.
Does that sound good?
Yes,
So we
do you
just,
like
I have
fancy
to
new
run
tables?
at 2. Amazing, I love this before 2. Have another-
Yeah, I
It
love
works
it.
better
Meeting
so
with the
people can
students.
see.
Yeah, you know, I think they're the same. I think these,
I will need to.
No, they special
leave
brought them.
At 2 as well.
These don't, well, these don't come up.
But I will come back.
Hey, Charles.
Hey, this is reading my forward, Reverend May Hannon. You met her, Churches from Middle East.
yeah.
Yeah, she wrote my forward for the book.
Oh, nice.
So she just finished it.
Moderation.
Congratulations. That's great.
April.
Whip and stop.
Yes,
It is the sheet book too.
yes.
And the
you
Hitting at
get that
Twilight
book select
is also whip and stop.
Yeah,
that, oh, one award.
Maybe
When I forget the name.
Santa, pipeline.
maybe. Yeah, we have a lot of connections here at Notre Dame with
In
this
the
stuff.
Christian comparative studies.
My manuscript is ready.
Thank you.
I haven't sent it to.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. So will they look at it?
They will.
Please have a treat for
Has it, has an editor looked over it? Okay, I think we get an editor, pay an editor.
Should we
Look over it. I have one, I know, Emily and I use the same one, and many of our colleagues do. At other universities, he's excellent. He publishes the books that he edits, they publish.
Yes, yes.
Cambridge,
Really?
he knows his stuff.
Okay.
How long is it?
About 60,000 words. No, it's about 80,000 words. Okay, so I'm thinking 80,000.
It's well worth it. And it looks good. Yeah, and he knows what style they're looking for.
Okay.
I've said, he just did mine.
Got a copy of it. I'll do it. I just said I'm ready for Marcus, but I just haven't gotten back to it.
Buried in
there, but I'll send
you a note, send you that
I'll follow up with you.
Okay, is this something that we can read after you were here? Do you remember?
You wanna read it?
I would love to read it, see. On your comment.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
As I vaguely remember the subject, but I don't know the section.
Getting the big protest bill up.
Yeah.
So I still do that on that side. I don't have to-
So.
So last
Make
year.
it TV. So quickly grab it. This
So.
thing.
They already have Easter goes to Columbia.
Yeah.
Go here.
Oh, okay.
So I looked.
So, okay. Here's how.
Do you know that we shoot? I'm like, actually.
Those knee knockers.
There's a
Yeah.
Speak of peace peacefully. So, and then you try to speak.
Yes.
Then you know this.
Yeah, I know her. I'm on the board of that.
I take mine too
Like,
when I.
That's when they're gonna paint this, the dull green.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, if we find that you, all right, so, okay, all right, that's it. Number eight, you're not a member of the community. You're hiding by law. Yeah. First question, law enforcement will escort you.
Good for you. Thank you.
Very, and with all this.
Kind of beats it on the first one. Yeah,
You know. We just need some simple stuff like that,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
When I see these protests in the street.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
back in the days of Mayor Daley.
Yeah.
You know, you had places where you could march, and if he was smart enough, he'd have you marching way out on the west side where nobody had ever seen anyhow, because it wouldn't be that Michigan Avenue. And he had a period of time when it was dismantled, and now it has, wow.
In fact, today it's quite the opposite because the role model is what's happening in Washington and how they're, and that can just ripple by black society.
Everything happened there, that must be the.
Yeah.
the rest of it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, it's really good.
Good to see you. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you. You betcha. Take care.
I will.
Consider it's just.
Yes. You're okay. You noticed a big difference between living in the Northeast and Midwest? It's a nice size. It's not too big. And across the bridge. Big Western Reserve. That's a top tier research university, is, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And I also.
It's a great place to be. You're on the lake. I guess you have some beautiful features.
Thank you. I appreciate this. But thanks for always coming and, you know, raising us with your thank you.
Good in several countries. Being good in several countries. Total population, I think we have passed on.
Your personal call. Congrats again, wow. What's that color? Look at that, economics, management and religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, actually started 4 years ago, but you know, Rob, Sauer, the founding editor, wants to step down, so I'm taking it. He's already editing another journal, so.
Starts soon. I don't know where I'm from. Sound ready. Ready? Back?
He just went to the men's room.
Okay.
Yes, so he asked me to pass along his going.
This has never happened. We're on time. Everyone's here and
It's so quiet.
usually you have to hurt everyone. This is just like beautiful.
It's a great moment yesterday, when you introduced the dean of the proto to Mary.
The echo.
I told him.
That was. It did shock me.
I really appreciate it. I had not lacked that.
Yeah, good.
Not at you.
I think this.
Yeah, no, good. Lighten the mood a little bit.
I really do.
We have a place for you, Sam. Something nice stuck in the middle.
Someone do want to drink?
Some water would be great. Thank you.
Would you?
Okay, everyone, good to see you. Good afternoon. Welcome to our second symposium, Cathonomics, How Catholic Tradition Can Create a More Just Economy. This panel will engage Cathonomics through the lens of Jewish and Muslim traditions. I'm Charles Powell. I'm on staff at the Ansari Institute, and I'm joined today by Professors Samuel Haim Brody. Did I pronounce your middle name correctly?
Hi.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Haim. And also Professor Walid El Ansari.
Thank you both for being with us today. Dr. Brody, I'll refer to, if it's okay, as Sam from here on out, but he studied political and social thought and Middle Eastern studies at the University of Virginia before turning his attention to the study of traditional Jewish sources at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, where he received his MA. His PhD in the history of Judaism is from the University of Chicago's Divinity School, where he focused on the modern German Jewish intellectual tradition, while also studying philosophical hermeneutics, Christian exegesis, and varying conceptions of the relationship between religion and politics. He has previously taught at the University of Chicago and the University of Cincinnati. Thank you for being here with us today. Next, Dr. El Ansari is the University Chair in Islamic Studies at Xavier University, where he teaches courses on comparative religion, Islamic studies, and religion and science. He holds a PhD in Islamic and religious studies from George Washington University and an MA in economics from the University of Maryland. His research focuses on the intersection of religion, science, and economics. So thank you for being here with us today as well. Today, they're going to share insights with us from their engagement with Cathonomics. First, I want to again welcome both of you to the symposium and to this panel. And I would like to begin by asking both of you to take about 5 minutes and share with us what some of your immediate and very general thoughts are about Cathonomics. Then we'll turn more specific. And Sam, since you're most out of breath at the moment, would you like to go first because he's relaxed?
Sure, yeah, why not? I'll try not to talk fast as people who are out of breath often. So I want to thank the Ansari Institute for inviting me and Dr. Net for writing the book. And I'll say that when I read Cathonomics, my first response was that it was a very satisfying polemic against sodomy. If you are confused by that, I will clarify. The English language has inherited the word sodomy as a designation for sexual sins, sins which supposedly characterize the city of Sodom, famously destroyed by God for its wickedness in the book of Genesis. However, in Jewish tradition, the sin of Sodom was not primarily sexual in nature. Rather, as the prophet Ezekiel tells us, only this was the sin of your sister Sodom, arrogance. She and her daughters had plenty of bread and untroubled tranquility, yet they did not support the poor and needy. That's Ezekiel 16:49. These themes of cruelty, arrogance, and inhospitality are expanded upon by the rabbis who spun midrashim, or legends, about Sodom, and rabbinic interpretation in general tends to take its cue from interbiblical interpretation. So Ezekiel's text is read as a privileged interpretation of what Genesis means. That's important to understand for understanding why the rabbis go in the direction they do. And the idea is that Sodom in the rabbinic imagination becomes this city of unparalleled wealth, which not only neglects to share that wealth, but also takes active steps to prevent any mitigation of its privileged status. As the Talmud puts it, quote, "The men of Sodom waxed haughty only on account of the good which the Blessed Holy One had lavished upon them. They said, since bread comes forth out of our earth, and it has the dust of gold, why should we suffer wayfarers who only come to deplete our wealth?" In one such story, a traveler comes to town requesting bread, and instead of giving him bread, each Sodomite writes his name on a dinar and gives that to the traveler. So he thinks, okay, I have some dinari, maybe I can buy the bread, but he soon finds out that all of the bread vendors in Sodom have been forbidden to sell to him. So he's wandering around trying to get bread, and no one will give him bread, and no one will sell him bread. So eventually he dies of starvation. And the Sodomites all return to his body in the street and retrieve their coins that they had written their names on. In another story, Sodom actually outlaws the giving of charity. And there's a young girl who sees a beggar and she sneaks out of her house and she brings him a cup of water. However, she is observed, they catch her, they chain her atop the city walls, and they cover her in honey so that she can be eaten alive by bees. And in the conclusion of this story, her cry reaches up to heaven and is what causes God to send the angelic delegation that we read about in Genesis, the one that is going to investigate Sodom and confirm its wickedness so that it may be destroyed. So I mentioned these because in light of these interpretations, the story that then appears in Genesis in which Lot takes in the angelic visitors and then the Sodomites demand that he send them out so that they can have their way with them. It's understood primarily as a violation of hospitality rather than as something that is mainly supposed to be teaching us about sexual perversion. These legends, though, right? Rabbinic literature is typically divided into two main categories. There's the Agadah, the legends, and then there's the Halakha, the law. And these legends, if they were just, a sort of cycle of narratives that didn't have any legal force, they would be interesting. They would tell us something about rabbinic values. They wouldn't necessarily tell us anything about Jewish practice. But they, in fact, are deployed on the halakhic side of rabbinic literature. And they shape the halakha that is related to charity and hospitality. So the Mishnah, the 3rd century rabbinic text that is sometimes seen as the first major collection of rabbinic law, describes a principle of kofin al midat sdom, which is coercion because of the trait of Sodom. Basically, the idea is that the duly constituted authorities, whoever they are, the rabbis usually mean themselves when they talk about this, but it's a kind of a fantasy because in the situation and context in which they're writing, they are not usually the duly constituted authorities. Nonetheless, the idea is that the authorities may coerce an individual so that they do not behave in the manner of Sodom. And the Mishnah elsewhere seems to provide another alternative definition of what is the manner of Sodom. And here it is a little bit of a dissent from these kinds of over-the-top caricatures of mustache-twirling villainy that I was just describing, where you're like, what society would ever do something like that? Although sometimes I honestly, when I read about, I work in Lawrence, Kansas, and like any town, we have a certain transient population. And like in many other towns, they sometimes construct park benches that are designed specifically so people can't sleep on them. Like, it's so offensive, the idea that somebody would sleep on the park bench. You have to make sure to put little spikes on it so that nobody could sleep there. It's only wide enough for, a rear end, a single rear end, and then another one. But in between, you have the spikes. I think that to me is the trait of Sodom. And then there's also, you occasionally hear about people being cited for food safety violations when they set up tables in the park to give food to people. Like they didn't have a permit to do that. And that also reminds me of this. But anyway, typically you read these stories about Sodom and you think, what society would do these types of things? But in the Mishnah, you get something else. You get this description. There are 4 traits among people. The person who says, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is the pious person. The person who says, what's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine, is the wicked person. The person who says, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine, is a fool. And the person who said, what's mine is mine, and what's yours is an average person, but some say this is the trait of Sodom. So in this text, the Mishnah suggests that perhaps Sodom was guilty of a far more ordinary and more familiar form of selfishness. The apparently common sense principle that what's mine is mine and what's yours is presented as equivalent to the earlier tales of terror. I will add just one more link in this chain of tradition, and then I'll stop my opening remarks. This is a story about Eliyahu ben Solomon Zalman, who was an 18th century Talmudist known as the Gaon of Vilna. At that time, the Jews of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth made some regional decisions through an autonomous body known as the Vad Arba Artsot, the Council of the 4 Lands. And the Gaon of Vilna had a kind of honorary courtesy seat on this council, which was mainly for wealthier people, men of affairs, you could say. But he had this sort of Torah spot. His job was to occasionally comment on proposed legislation from the perspective of the Torah. And at a certain point in the 18th century, there were some economic crises in the countryside, which led to a very large influx of destitute Jews into the city of Vilna. And the council was discussing a proposal to restrict this influx, to keep people out of the city and prevent them from becoming a drain on the city's resources. The Vilna Gaon gets up to leave the meeting. And the council members ask him, where are you going? You know we'd like to get your input on new policies. And he says, what new policy? This was already the law of Sodom. And he just leaves. So they are a little bit thunderstruck and they drop the proposal. So I think what the Sodom traditions show is a certain rabbinic awareness of something, a very particular point. It's really just one point, but it's something that I think is a strength of Annette's book, which is the interrelatedness of what we might call today domestic policy and foreign policy or international policy, especially with related to migrants. So any polity that tramples on its own poor because it is jealous of its own wealth, and when we say its own wealth, we usually mean wealth that tends to accrue to a small slice of its population anyway, is also likely to violate hospitality by refusing to shelter newcomers and outsiders. And by the same token, and in contrast perhaps to certain visions that seek to pair social democratic welfare policies with exclusivist nationalism, a polity that seeks to care for its own poor, or even to eliminate poverty altogether, may be more generous and hospitable to outsiders as well. So even though I have a lot more to say about Cathonomics from many other angles, I thought that would suffice for my first reaction.
I don't think you have any problems in speaking truth to power. Very provocative, very eye-opening. Now you're going to have to follow some of this.
Right.
So
No,
best
we
wishes to
agree.
you. You know, I was going to say, when we first came here, I thought, you know, we have a Catholic, we have a Jew, and we have a Muslim. There must be some joke out there. And the only one I could find was that a Catholic, Jew, and a Muslim enter into a bar. And I said, I can't tell that because what's a Muslim doing in a bar? Right. So I figured I'd stay away from that. Yeah. But anyhow, it's still a good story. But nonetheless, please.
Great. Well, I don't have anything nearly as exciting as sodomy to introduce. In any case, really, my impressions are that the book is remarkable in its breadth and depth. And it makes a wonderful contribution to the literature. I was struck by the similarities between Catholic and Islamic social teachings, which I'll talk about a little bit more. And all the chapters were excellent, but my favorite one was chapter 7 on our common hope. It was really very moving.
So Sam, we'll now get into the nitty gritty of this, and I invite you to not just draw on your Jewish tradition, but specifically on the way Jewish theology reacts to the same kind of issues in the political sphere. A few questions for you to consider. The first one is, in an earlier email, you shared with me that your interest primarily focuses on the relationship between nature and norm in these conversations. Moreover, you say there is a contradiction between the Aristotelian model, in which morality is rational and part of the same reality as everything else, and then the modern model you refer to as the Humean model, in which there is a sharp distinction between nature, that which is real, and values, that which is arbitrary or subjective. You argue economics is largely based on the latter model, which Annette rejects. The earlier chapters in Cathonomics present the Aristotelian model of rationality. You believe the book ultimately decides to stick with that model. Additionally, you said, it helps if you think the science is on your side, exclamation mark. Your sense is that there is some dissatisfaction with this model. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, okay. So I think Dr. McMullen mentioned this a little bit in his talk as well. And the issue I think is really, you know, on the one hand, a book like this is going to make arguments that are both rhetorically arguments that are going to be made by economists and rhetorically arguments that are going to be made by theologians. And that makes sense. The rhetorical purpose of the book is to persuade readers that some policies are advisable and others are inadvisable. And to do that, right, and this is the problem that ethicists and theologians have all the time, especially if they're not credentialed economists, which is that they feel that they're speaking from some completely external space. They are they appear to the economists to be deriving their preferred outcomes from their normative frameworks, and then just sort of demanding that someone somewhere, please impose these. Like, this is what the good is, don't you see? But it has no relationship to the other discourse, so it's just like a completely irrelevant discourse. Now, that's not what Annette wants to do, wisely, I think, because who would want to do that? Unless you have a professional degree in ethics and you present at ethics conferences. Maybe then you have some incentive to do that. But you know, there's a certain point at which you stop being satisfied with grumbling that the economists aren't taking you seriously, and then you want to actually get something done. So you have to show that the policies are justifiable on the economists' own grounds. This is the only reason that I think this philosophical abstract conflict, which is at a much higher level than what we heard before, which is just like to make things easier for the economists so that they don't have to talk about their deep disagreements. They try to find common grounds, right? Like that's like practical. It makes good sense. But on the philosophical level, I feel like what I want sometimes is to understand how results that are arrived at through a scientific process that is entirely premised on the idea that our values are arbitrary, right? That they cannot be adjudicated really, because they're not part of, I mean, that's what Hume says. That's why I use Humean, because Hume says that our values are just the slaves of our emotions. Our emotions are really arbitrary. And the legacy of that goes down through all kinds of people of very different temperaments. So you have Nietzsche, right, taking that in one direction, and you have Max Weber, a very different person, like, you know, very different politics, very different temperament, but he also agrees that values are essentially arbitrary. They cannot be adjudicated. Science is science. This was Weber's critique of Marxism, that it was trying to be a value system and a science at the same time, and you can't do that. But what I meant when I said the dissatisfaction was, I think that most of us have this sense that like, well, even if you can't do that, isn't everyone already anyway doing that? And so what's the point of having this big restriction on doing that? And if you didn't have the restriction, would you arrive at the same results as the people who did impose that restriction on themselves? So I don't mean to say that I think that Annette should have burdened himself with the responsibility of showing how Aristotelian, you know, if the studies that were cited in the book had all been done under the aegis of a completely different economic philosophy that was derived from a completely different ontology, would the results be different? I don't know. And it makes sense to me that the Catholic intellectual move is to affirm the Aristotelian Aquinas tradition and say that the Humean tradition is wrong. But just like with the physical sciences, where the church affirms the results and outcomes and says, yes, we understand, you know, biblical criticism is one example where the science is history, or another example is evolution, right? We take for granted that the results are confirmed and are the consensus of science. But then at some points in the book, it seems like the consensus of the science is not to be accepted precisely because it is overly influenced by this incorrect philosophy.
Sam, you mentioned the other day when we were conversing that there are a few places in the book where Annette warns against populist excesses and alludes to globalist fears. Moreover, you said that you felt like part of your role at this symposium must partially be to argue that a book on Catholic economics has a special responsibility to address the history of Catholic economic anti-Judaism. That is to the extent that Catholic economic thought is, quote, traditional, unquote. It is in danger of reproducing anti-Jewish tropes as it has in the past, and to the extent that it seeks to guard against such an outcome, it has to confront its own tradition and explain how it will avoid those traps. Obviously, this is a loaded takeaway. So again, take a few minutes if you would and unpack this for us.
I'll try to be very brief because I think Dr. Ansari hasn't had much chance to speak yet.
No, he's about to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's one argument that you could make that Catholic social teaching has already done the basic thing that it needs to do, which is to say that you don't do what the medieval church did, which was that you first label a negative economic behavior that you want to eliminate, and then you associate that behavior with some particular community, in this case, the Jews, right? If you just don't do that, and you say, here's a negative economic behavior I want to eliminate, but I don't put a specific communal face on it, maybe you're fine. Maybe you don't need to go any further. But I do think that the legacy of, for example, the Fourth Lateran Council, in which the claim that was made there is, quote, the more Christians are restrained from the practice of usury, the more are they oppressed in this matter by the treachery of the Jews, so that in a short time they exhaust the resources of the Christians. So this establishes a dynamic that I think you see in later centuries as well, which is that when the church wants Christians to change their behavior, the one way that it can do that is by depicting that behavior as not Christian. And it can also make the additional move of saying it's not Christian in a particular way, which is to say that it's Jewish. And that's supposed to discourage Christians from doing the bad thing because they don't want to be like Jews. But of course, it's not harmless rhetoric because that's how the Jews got expelled from England in 1290 and France in 1306 and on and on and on and on and on down to Spain in 1492. So I think that while on the one hand, I'm very interested in just like, maybe it is good, maybe just leave the Jews out of it, right? And that I can't necessarily say that's the wrong choice. But on the other hand, I think that positively confronting this history insofar as when we see the economy take center stage in public rhetoric, I don't think it's a coincidence that at those same moments, that's when we see surges in anti-Semitism. Like anti-Semitism is still about the economy. It like always has been to some degree. And so I think that is worth mentioning here just because this is a special aspect of the relationship between Jews and the Catholic Church that doesn't apply to necessarily the other speakers who will be presenting here today. And it does apply to this relationship specifically.
Good, thank you. Waleed, in preparation for today's panel, you shared with me that you would like to focus on the distinction between holistic work and deformed work. First, please define both of those terms. And secondly, how do you draw out some of the implications of this distinction for economic theory and practice?
Great. Well, holistic work is work that is spiritually, psychologically, and materially efficacious, whereas deformed work is work that is only materially efficacious and arguably only in this relatively short to medium term. And that is because I will argue that there's a connection between deformed work and the environmental crisis. And so Islam envisages the whole of life as really being a part of the religion and that everything is sacred, even relatively mundane issues or what would appear to be mundane issues. And this is reflected in a saying of the Prophet of Islam that a man working to feed his family is performing an act of worship as if he were praying. And so this, what would appear to be mundane activity is actually a sacred. Now, E.F. Schumacher, the renowned Catholic economist, who is arguably the most important economist of the last century from a religious point of view, who, by the way, was deeply influenced by Muslim intellectuals, actually him convert from atheism to adopt a religious perspective, suggests that the objectives of work are threefold. First, to provide necessary and useful goods and services. Second, to enable every one of us to use and thereby perfect our gifts like good stewards. Third, to do so in service to and in cooperation with others so as to liberate ourselves from our inward egocentricity. Now, when it comes to deformed work, it obviously does not fulfill those three objectives, whereas holistic work does. Now, Adam Smith, even Adam Smith recognized that deformed work was fundamental in industrial economies, but not without serious social costs. He writes, and as you may have read, the understandings of the greater part of men are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments. The man whose life is spent in performing a few simple operations has no occasion to exert his understanding. He naturally loses, therefore, the habit of such exertion and generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become. But in every improved and civilized society, this is the state into which the laboring poor, that is the great body of people, must necessarily fall unless government takes some pains to prevent it. Now, from this point of view, from an Islamic point of view, holistic and deformed work are qualitatively different, which is something that an economist like David Ricardo would deny, and James Mill as well. They believed that all work was simply matter in motion, and therefore there were no qualitative differences between them. And that sacrificing holistic work for deformed work, as some people claim is a necessary thing to do for practical purposes, is neither desirable nor sustainable from an Islamic perspective. And if that was the case, if we really did need to sacrifice holistic for deformed work, we'd face the question that how it ever came about that in order to sustain our earthly existence, we should be obliged to follow a course of physical action that seems a direct denial of our deepest nature, as if by some ghastly mistake, God made it required for us to follow a direction that leads us away from the very thing it's our nature to be. So if we're to avoid such a dilemma, we must conclude in some way work is or should be profoundly natural and something that must be avoided and not something that must be avoided or banished as being beneath our dignity. So this argument that we have to sacrifice holistic work for deformed work is really, an insult to God, as if he made some sort of mistake. And so Islamic law, although Islamic law defines what is necessary and useful goods and services in the first objective, it's not a sufficient condition to fulfill the second and third objectives, because the law only sets the outer conditions of work without determining its holistic content. And so, for example, Islamic law cannot show us how to create Islamic arts and crafts, or design Islamic architecture, or generate Islamic urban designs, or determine Islamic agricultural practices. And the same thing goes on for other production processes. To make them holistic and fulfill the second and third objectives, that requires the Islamic wisdom tradition related to the inner dimension of Islam. And let me unpack that just a little bit. From an Islamic or any other traditional religious perspective, what we make or our art should communicate a spiritual truth and presence analogous to nature or God's art, which is ayatollah in Arabic or vestigia Dei in Latin. Now, because the entire cosmos reflects the divine's perfect names and qualities and manifests his blessings and bounties, the beauty, corporeal utility, and symbolism of nature is the necessary basis of holistic and therefore whole and holy work. Since all creation reflects divine names and qualities, beauty has its source in ultimate reality. The beautiful, Jamil, is one of the names of God in Islam that radiates throughout all levels of existence. And as human beings, we find an inner resonance with beauty, for it reminds us of our celestial origin, that origin whose memory we carry deep within our being and in which we recognize our true nature. By reading the signs and symbols throughout creation, we gain in spiritual wisdom, ultimately realizing our potential as beings made in God's image. Thus, the beauty of God that a symbol reflects also leads back to him. And so all traditional Islamic arts and crafts are beautiful. And just as the multiplicity of harmonious and connected forms of the natural world is filled with signs and symbols pointing to its creator, in a similar manner, the works created by human hands mirror the ultimate source of their creativity. Beauty is thus an essential part of what it means to be human. Just as the act of making things must fulfill a basic human need, the things produced, even those that are purely functional, should have an aspect of symbolism and beauty. Beauty in itself is useful in the deepest sense. And even a glimmer of understanding of the Islamic and other religions, primordial arts and crafts, reveals that their beauty is not simply surface decoration, but is a reflection of a deep knowledge and understanding of the divine unity that penetrates all our lives. Titus Burckhardt likewise explains the interconnections between art, beauty, and work through two sayings of the Prophet of Islam as follows: God is beautiful and he loves beauty. This saying of the Prophet opens up limitless perspectives, not only for the inner life, where the beauty loved by God is above all that of the soul, but also for art, whose real purpose, understood in light of this prophetic teaching, is to support the contemplation of God. For beauty is God's radiance in the universe, and every beautiful work is a reflection of it. According to another saying from the Prophet, God prescribes perfection in everything. The word ihsan, which we translate as perfection, also has the meanings of beauty and virtue. It is thus the duty of a Muslim to seek perfection in every work, this perfection implying beauty in its turn. The traditional practice of the arts refers to this maxim, and one will immediately understand that on this basis, there could be no schism between craftsmanship and art. And so the making and use of artifacts that are made in this way has a profound message for all those people who reflect, that being a reminder of who we are before our Maker. Work is therefore conceived as a spiritual discipline in which what one makes is not only a means of livelihood, but also a product of devotion. Every man and woman is therefore a special kind of artist in this perspective. The artist is not a special kind of man or woman. And so all members, therefore, of society ideally engage in a vocational occupation corresponding to their spiritual and psychological needs. This would not only allow all individuals to best serve their society to which they belong, but also to realize their perfections. Now, what is necessary to realize such an economy? And that is a living religious, intellectual, not simply legal heritage. Only a functioning and intact orthodox tradition that informs holistic work through holistic science and technology based on metaphysics within themselves, the dimension of knowledge intrinsic to that tradition, can produce such enduring works of art. Now, what are the theoretical implications of all this? Basically, it denies the standard economic separate domain argument, namely that modern society is made up of two spheres: an economic sphere of individual initiative and interaction governed by impersonal laws that assure a beneficent outcome of the pursuit of self-interest, and the rest of social life, including political, religious, and moral interactions that require the conscious balancing of self-interest with social considerations. Now, in a traditional Islamic or any other religiously centered economy based on holistic work, markets were embedded in spiritually significant non-market institutions along with the rest of social life. That is why there was no discipline of economics in the modern sense of the term in Islamic society, despite tremendous economic activity. And so the separate domain argument, or lack thereof, is a central tenet distinguishing modern from Islamic economic theory. Islamic economics also maintains that nature is an interconnected whole that reflects the unity of the divine principle. In other words, the interconnectedness of all things is a reflection on this level of reality of the unity of God. And therefore, externalities, in economist terms, are going to be much more pervasive under deformed work than modern economic theory would envisage. And that's going to have tremendous implications for the environmental crisis. Fortunately, studies by ecologists over the last few decades have brought to light the remarkable interconnectedness of nature, but that has not really filtered down as much as it should in economics. Now, I know I'm really out of time, but let me just close with this. I argue not only does the separate domain argument fail to apply to a traditional Islamic economy, but it also fails to apply to industrial capitalism. I maintain that deformed work emerged in the context of the secularization of production processes based on the secularization of the sciences of nature. I also maintain that there is a connection between deformed work and the environmental crisis and socioeconomic instability. So for example, in the United States, the world's largest polluter, industries that profit from pollution and analogous economic ills created by deformed work increasingly develop overwhelming political power, paying for the election campaigns of politicians willing to block legislation aimed at preventing even more pollution and economic ills. In other words, market failure, to use economic terms, is followed by government failure to correct it. And so the claim that technical market solutions are going to be sufficient to confront the environmental crisis is basically wishful thinking, in my view, tantamount, in the words of T.S. Eliot, to dreaming of systems so perfect that no one will need to be good. And that's really what economists are trying to do, develop a system that's so perfect that no one will need to be good. Special interest groups engaging in, supported by deformed work, also lobby for legislation to capture an increasing share of the income for production, leading to economic injustice and instability. The results of this have been the intractable social, economic, and environmental crisis in which we are currently mired and which are on course to bring about societal catastrophe.
Thank you for that explanation. Let's talk for a moment, theory and practice. In one of your publications, Islamic Environmental Economics and the Three Dimensions of Islam, you speak about the island of Masale located in the Indian Ocean. You wrote of destructive measures being used to provide the growing population of the Tanzanian island of Pemba with food. You noted that the lack of resources in and immediately surrounding Pemba led fishermen to adopt desperate and unsustainable fishing methods to maintain their catch, including dynamite, fishing, as well as the use of guns. Although these destructive methods were damaging the corals and harming the species that lived in or near Masale, government bans had practically no impact. But in comes the religious leaders and practices change. In what way or ways did they change? And how does this story interact with chapter 7 of Cathonomics, Care for Our Common Planet?
Yeah, that was actually my favorite chapter of the book. And it really lays out the metaphysical basis for a sacramental view of the world, which is exactly what we need to create the impetus to confront the environmental crisis. Now, the fishermen that you mentioned started basically adopting a more sacramental view of nature, along with a more holistic approach to work rather than a deformed one. And so there's a very close connection between Chapter 7 and Islamic approaches to the environmental crisis, which I kind of addressed in the first question.
So Sam, I have a question for you that hopefully you'll enjoy answering. You'll appreciate it. When it comes to Nobel Prizes and Jews, Jews have won over 20% of them. According to Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, the most striking disproportion is in the field of economics. Over 35% of those awarded the Nobel Prize in economics were Jews. Why the predominance of Jews in economics?
So I'm not a sociologist, but I do think that if you start out trying to answer a question like this, and the first thing you do is you rule out racism. So the answer is not going to be anything magical or inherent. It's going to be a sociological process. And my best guess is that if you look, for example, at the history of hiring in US economics departments, at the time that MIT, which was the first school that started hiring Jewish professors to teach economics, did so, it actually has a lot to do with what we were talking about before with the comparison to engineering. At that time, Jews could not get jobs teaching the Western canon in American universities because they were not considered the proprietors of the Western canon. They couldn't teach Shakespeare or Milton. That wasn't a Jewish thing to do. They could teach engineering because that was not considered to be part of the heart of the cultural property of the West. So a very basic sociological reason. It's the same as getting into any industry. Why are there more Jews in media than in fossil fuels? Well, it's just because when you have an immigrant group that comes to a place, and there are certain industries where people tend to hire their own people, and you can't break into those industries, you have to go to some other industry where they're not already hiring their own people. So there's nothing mysterious, magical, or romantic about this. It just has to do with the history of the way in which the field of economics is gradually, in fact, separated from moral philosophy, like we were talking about before. When it was started to be considered more technical, then you could have Jews teaching. When it was considered very, very close to the heart of the West, when it was more holistic, I could say, then you couldn't have Jews teaching it because it was considered somehow wrong.
Well, lead back to you. Can science and economics honor nature?
Not in their current forms. Let's start with modern science. The problem with modern science is that it claims for itself a monopoly of the knowledge of the order of nature, or the knowledge that is accepted by society as science. And in this view, there is no ontological basis for a sacramental view of the world. The very category of sacredness as applied to nature is meaningless. And to speak of the sacredness of life is really little more than sentimental thinking. Now, fortunately, Wolfgang Smith, the brilliant Catholic mathematician, physicist, and philosopher who wrote this remarkable book called The Quantum Enigma, Finding the Hidden Key, and I view him as the unsung Catholic intellectual hero of our age, offers a spiritual interpretation of quantum mechanics that resolves quantum paradox on one hand and integrates the findings of physics into higher orders of knowledge on the other. And to this, I'll just get very brief. We're all taught in high school chemistry classes, there's a proton, electron, neutron, and other subatomic particles. All of that is wrong according to quantum mechanics. Basically, there's no particles down there. There are potentialities down there that once they are measured or observed, become actualized. Now, what Wolfgang Smith argues is that this means there is a hierarchy of levels of reality. In other words, this level of reality is actual, this world in which we live, move, and have our being. Whereas what is sub-existential, that's purely quantitative, is a potentiality. And therefore, the cause is on a higher level than the effect, in which case there is vertical causality, Horizontal causality is a situation in which the cause and effect are on the same level of reality. Whereas vertical causality is a situation in which the cause is on a higher level of reality than the effect. Now, if we have vertical causality in quantum mechanics, which is the foundation for physics, then that introduces the possibility of vertical causality in chemistry, which introduces the possibility of vertical causality in biology, which introduces the possibility of vertical causality in psychology, and therefore resacralizes the whole of science and culture. And so there is a need, if we're going to honor nature, we need to recover vertical causality, and there's a need for sacred science that has vertical causality as well as horizontal causality to save the environment. Now, Muslim philosopher scientists made a similar distinction as Wolfgang Smith does by distinguishing between mathematical bodies, which were purely quantitative but sub-existential, and corporeal bodies, which had both qualities and quantities. In scholastic terms, they were substances. That was intermediate. The quantum realm, to use the scholastic terminology, is intermediate between the materia prima, or pure potentiality, and this world, this corporeal world of quality and quantity. The quantum realm is in between there. And so what Muslim scholars argued was that the mathematical bodies, purely quantitative, are in that intermediate realm and they're a potentiality, whereas this corporeal world is actual. Now, turning to economics. Deformed work implies violence against both man and nature. And we've kind of already discussed that, so I'm not going to go into detail. But the analytical tools of economic theory are also problematic with respect to the environment. Now, most economists are introduced to monoutility functions. In other words, everything is reducible to a kind of single use value. Everything is commensurable. And so it reduces needs to wants and values to tastes so that we can kind of aggregate everything into one. Now, what happens in this case is that if we are willing to pay $100, say, to stop pollution, then we must also be willing to accept, if we reverse the property right, to $100 in order to allow it to occur. So willingness to accept must equal willingness to pay with a monoutility function. That sets up the rationalization of the sacrifice of future generations' needs for our wants. Willingness to accept, in order to defend the environment, willingness to accept must diverge from willingness to pay. Whereas economic theory, neoclassical economic theory, claims to offer a theory of choice that is neutral with respect to any ends. Like Milton Friedman says, you know, the most money-grubbing miser and the greatest saint of history, both are self-interested. Now that is false, because the willingness to accept does not equal willingness to pay. That excludes the spiritual values regarding the environment. And so to claim to provide a theory of choice that accommodates any set of values basically smuggles psychological hedonism into economic policy through the back door. Now, relating this to quantum mechanics, which is quite interesting, a monoutility function does not correspond to the nature of reality. That's because a monoutility function is purely quantitative. And what is purely quantitative is sub-existential. Remember when we were talking about mathematical bodies and that being the intermediate realm above the materia prima, but below the corporeal world in which we live? So this world in which we live consists of both quality and quantity. And the purely quantitative world is sub-existential. So a monoutility function does not correspond to the nature of reality at all because it's sub-existential. And so basically, not only does a monoutility function fail to apply to those who hold spiritual values, I would argue that it doesn't even apply to hedonists or misers. And the reason is this: the spirit is necessary to integrate the psyche, which is necessary to integrate the body. In other words, the soul is what holds the body together. That's why death is a supernatural event, not just a natural event. When the soul leaves the body falls apart. And what's necessary to integrate the soul is the spirit. And therefore, only those who hold spiritual values, basically the saints are the only ones who really have consistent preferences. The rest of us don't. And so basically, what this implies is that no one has ever had a monoutility function and no one ever will.
There will surely be some questions. In just a moment. I wonder if in about 2 minutes, you could answer this question, and then Sam, take about 2 minutes and maybe offer a few final thoughts that you have before we take some questions for the audience. But the basic building blocks of Islamic economics, could you just outline those for us relatively quickly?
Sure. I mean, those are basically what we talked about at the first question, is that, of course, Islamic economic law is important, but we can't get holistic work out of that. So the Islamic intellectual tradition, the cosmological sciences, metaphysics, is necessary to inform an Islamic economy as well. And unfortunately, what's happened is that the Islamic intellectual heritage in the modern era has been lost. It's no longer central, it's peripheral. What we want to do is make it central again, and then have the secular approach to things peripheral.
Sam, any final words?
Yeah, I think that it's possible to look over all the panels we've had so far and note that there is a certain commonality in this emphasis on holism and this rejection of separation. And it's defined differently depending on the tradition. And I think, but certainly, I mean, what's interesting for me is, like, I teach a class called Prophets and Prophets, which is about religion and economics. And if you read, a lot of the time, this description of what has been lost is framed polemically, because sometimes it's what has been lost and sometimes it's what has been taken, right? Depending on the political project of the person who's saying it. So if you read some of the Islamist thinkers, the new system that has replaced the old system, sometimes it's called Western, right? But if you read the Catholics, who are clearly in the West, it's modern. And if you read the Jews, it's also usually like the modern system. And the name of it always applies to the system of separation. It always applies to the rejection of the previous holism, which I'm inclined to think may be a fantasy, depending how much you take seriously this Bronze Age timeline that we had to confront earlier, right? But it's true that in Jewish literature of the Middle Ages, for example, there's no discussion of economics. The category doesn't exist. And if you want to write a book about Jewish economics, you have to go through Jewish literature that's ostensibly about other things and cherry pick the specific things that apply to the category that people today call economics. And you have to pull them out of discussions that are about what we would call ethics or marriage or worship or something like that, because they didn't have the category, right? So we're always kind of wrestling with this sort of anachronism when we have this conversation, because we're always on this side of this change, whatever you want to call it. If it's we lost something, something was taken away, whatever it is, this transformation that enables the emergence of economics as a field only in the 1800s. We're on this side of it. So we go back and we look at these previous sources, which are on that side, and we have to acknowledge that they're coming from a different spot. I think often that acknowledgement seems to have this mood of sadness, which I think is important to recognize. And it's part of, I think, the mood that President Macleus referred to yesterday, a little bit of this dread also, this gloom that we're confronting the end point of this process, and we want our traditions to save us. And we're not sure if they can.
Thank you. Okay, we have time for just a few questions. We started a little bit late, so I'm thinking about that, but we'll wrap it up here soon. But yes,
At the core,
who's this question for?
for both, actually. At the core of most religions is a sense of authority. This is what you need to do. Whether that be natural law, Bible, written Torah, oral Torah, the Quran. How far do we go with this authority thing? Because I see it rubbing up against democracy and pluralism. How far do we go to impose this? Should religion have the ultimate authority in the end? Or should it have a shaping effect on society and what we do? That's my question.
Let's see if I can answer this in 1 minute. Religion has the ultimate authority, but people are fallible. So you might say the most important thing is to do what God wants, and then also admit that your ability to discern that is limited. And I think the only way to be a citizen of a pluralistic democracy is to make some form of that acknowledgement. Otherwise, you have to declare war on the state, which is doing something other than your specific set of preferences. There are certainly people who want to live that way, and they do declare war on the state, and they attempt to make the state into the vehicle for enacting their particular set of preferences. The real question is, how can you build a coalition of people who who may not, without like checking or limiting what they think is the absolute required thing to be doing, can still come into a room with a whole lot of other people who have different absolutes and then say, I mean, this is just balls, but like, and then say, how are we going to figure out the terms of our collaboration and cooperation? But like a lot of the classical sources, right? I mean, for Jews, it's either there's an ancient period where it's a state and it's just Jews living in it, so all the rules are just about what are Jews going to do in this Jewish state. Or it's like we're a diaspora community, we have no external power whatsoever, but we have internal autonomy, so we can govern our own affairs there. Pluralism is a third thing, and most of the sources weren't created to address that third thing. So you have to develop a new mechanism to say, okay, well, here's what we would do if we were in charge, and we present it to you, and now you can think about it, but we can't like tell you what to do. So hopefully you find this an appealing thing to do.
Persuasive.
Yeah. I'll also just try to address this very briefly. Religion will have a suggestive function rather than a command function at this point in history. In the pre-modern era, there was not deformed work, so it just didn't apply. The choice didn't even come up. But I do believe it's important to address moral defenses of deformed work in industrial capitalism, which are based usually on freedom and efficiency, Hayek and so forth.
Yeah.
Now, at stake is whether holistic work can increase freedom and efficiency while deformed work can actually decrease them. And without true beliefs linking preferences to welfare, freedom and efficiency are misdirected and no longer normatively relevant. And without self-consistent preferences linking preferences to choice, maximizing efficiency is meaningless because there's no stable goal as the object of efficiency. So from this point of view, modern economic theory draws the wrong welfare and efficiency implications for ethical constraints. And so I think it's very important to make that argument clear while still allowing for a suggestive function for religion.
Do we have 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Take 2 more minutes. Okay. Another question from the audience. Or something you'd like to add? Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're all good then. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you for presenting today.
30 minutes, stretch your legs, get some coffee, and at 2:45 we'll convene for the last panel. We will see absolutely amazing Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody gets lunch, just all that. Hi. About this.
Very, now.
You know, you can just mention us in your inaugural.
I'm so glad that he's listening to me. I feel fine. It's getting sick. But if you want that generation, it's not like actually kind
My head's gonna explode. Good to see you guys. Safe travels. Yeah.
So. There's like a kind of dynamic that you
Oh my gosh.
I was gonna people. Yeah.
You didn't even notice it. I was like, here.
I have a few tweets later.
Great way to.
If you think that happened, I didn't see any.
There's nothing yet.
I wouldn't have blamed her. No, I think I'd make this part.
That my brothers are. Except that I'll say so. I saw this person.
Self was driving. Yeah, actually.
That's a way of use the access that we have. Thank you very
I know that.
It's working.
No. So I'm doing. I like it.
All day.
There's.
You see that anybody else on Twitter actually here?
Right, so relatively the subprime and because the data on the more Catholic. Introducing the comparison cells. And so therefore the traditions of something for that. We're doing it right. And they were very conscious about that. Without that, it should have never been done.
Didn't stop it in between, so there's a 10-minute hour. Stop it, Billy and Bill, especially with Tim's time too, that
And if you don't actually say, and I don't mean like this right thing. That meeting becomes a possible. But I don't think. Very it's the exact same. In the old days, they would be. Now they deny it. It's still the same discourse and it's really the same words. So it's very secure. Because they can't have a lot of this. So then the question becomes, well, what is that?
Well, I moved back down to church country and I doing the single together. I just had clean houses, so I don't have a few. That's what I see.
Maybe that's the
Yes, I think it should happen.
I had then you say, okay, when you're
on hiring and television video. So I had a really
claiming
we had
so then they say that they're actually.
Anyway, all the big companies are
Was wearing yellow style.
we know everything.
As if they were good. So this is something like now. It shows the.
And anyway.
Like, of course, it's.
So they were then to make a.
Where they go.
People to represent the Catholic Church. So they asked me would I join them.
I don't think that.
I said I. About the different ways that they got. been previously settled in their name, but written by Jeremiah, all the calculations. Instead of technology, it wasn't being done. Say that, but why don't you talk about it? It's like how you. That was not really a flattering thing. Sometimes I can't say either of them. No, there was another one. But the legacy is basically got she was
Thanks, No, I. President's gonna make that one, but I have the. I'm.
I guess like, I don't think it's like. Trying to.
I did. Anytime anything.
Get off your job. Last. She's helping out. That's one way.
Because if you were traveling, you also. So you had to get to the temple. So.
I tend to focus on twice. And you like swinging, that's another way.
So in that process, it could be understood as a different thing. The thing is, yeah, it's certainly true that the so the temple authority.
Years now. Freedom because we have.
It's like.
Can't forget about that. It's not a mistake. It helps us. But there's no. Conference.
Yeah.
She's really. Which right next door to that. I could be really a record. Certainly possible.
I house the president. I was. You get from my like parents' perspective. Like my dad. Like the record. Like maybe. Back then.
The other.
Yeah, that's what.
World War II. So they're coming to. It's possible that
So much is shit. Like your time. So the Egyptian was the subcommittee of county commissioners.
Because that's one of the ways that they must.
Yeah. And tell.
Yes, that's it. This is my professor. I see him online. I've never seen him in person. I don't know how to translate it.
Well, I do.
Yeah, sometimes there's some balance combination of create this little technology about it, trace it back. So I've used stuff,
I saw her. She was adorable. I take a course. She was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something more interactive. I think the other guy. Say, that's. It's a really embarrassing for us. But he died. My children's party. Yeah. Silver, what called the copper magnet. This picture of red, you're still red, back, six, because they said that would be. It wasn't. It so that was a step. Yeah. And it's like.
Avoiding of economics. To start of section, call it that. I see, well. Also being, got a lot of people. Imagine like the show. It might make you sound very The idea that even if you are.
Side by side, there were just hilarious. The trade goes all the way down.
Oh my gosh, how I have no
I can try to do that.
It's Sunday.
Oh, good, good.
And then I have to.
So this, you know, I had a. Next year, my mother said, you know, God, we haven't made. I thought I had a church.
Well, how are you doing? We call them diesel, an herb.
Yeah, it's a change there.
Yeah.
Separation. It came down to like separation.
Eight, 7 years old.
Way back.
I was sort of. So.
The idea of what you got.
You know Phyllis the guy?
I know Phyllis.
Oh, she's a friend of mine. I think she's she's quirky, but she's very good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We have all the time and she's still not really.
For another 3 times, let's say. That's really.
Anyway, she and I had lots of.
So it's only the house of
More interesting than others, you know. But this was very. I'll let you know.
Academia doesn't really necessarily. I mean, she did it.
So good, John. For quite some time, I've been going on psych levels. It's all just designed to justify.
Yeah.
We also have
So that helps subsidize. You know, we're talking about government. I should have brought it up in person, but actually I'll see you on Saturday. Most of the things. It's a big state, so we always have to take this like relay. Still. It's almost the best.
I needed to, you know, some emails and think about probably how somewhere. Yeah, that might be on, so I can just clarify right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because I.
Right.
It's waiting for me.
Because I have more now.
Structures that are stability. That's another thing. Yes, yes.
My own conservation.
But I mean, that's not. Yes, I'll send it.
We did start to lose, we want them.
No,
that's when you find
It's even more adversarial, yeah. No, I don't trust them. Too much work.
Yeah.
Also.
Have you, I was gonna ask, has you been travel with Tanzania? Old Chile, they used to do it. I should love to go. I think the difficulty would be flying an airline. Ethiopian Airlines. I saw it.
I don't know, I mean, I just said trouble, I'm sorry. Just appear and say. You let them off.
Yeah.
And again,
Give it one.
able to say. Upside down.
Yeah. As soon as Rebecca walks.
Just sit there while she
There's Rebecca. Just outside, oh, there. Yeah. I mean, okay.
It doesn't do himself any favors with.
Welcome, everyone,
Now.
to our last panel of the day. I hope it proves quite lively and exciting since we're all getting tired, but as I'm talking to some of the panelists, we've all really had a fascinating day and I think that continue. My name is Robert Stockman. I'm a faculty member in religious studies at Indiana University South Bend. I'm also an affiliate faculty here at Ansari and an affiliate faculty at Graduate Theological Union of Berkeley, California. Today, our panel will be 4 responses to pathonomic representatives of the secular, Baha'i, and Sikh traditions, and we'll go in that particular order. First, I'll introduce all three panelists so that you know who they are. We'll do that at the beginning. And then we have a question, basically the same question for all three of them to answer for about 5 minutes and see what discussion we get going. So first, let me introduce Thomas Legrand, a wisdom's seeker, a social scientist, and a sustainability practitioner. He holds a PhD in economics. He works on forest conservation, climate change, sustainable finance, and leadership with the United Nations organizations, NGOs, and companies, and presumably has no spare time. He is currently the lead technical advisor for the UNDP convened Conscious Food Systems Alliance. Does that mean we're supposed to be aware of what we're eating?
Exactly.
Okay. He is the author of the internationally acclaimed book, The Politics of Being, which we heard about yesterday. He gave a talk about that. Good afternoon. The subtitle being Wisdom and Science for a New Development Paradigm, an invitation to radically rethink our model of development. His spiritual journey began at age 23 with an encounter with native spirituality in Mexico. He and his wife and 2 daughters now live in southwestern France near Plum Village, the monastery that Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh started. Then moving this way, I'll introduce our next panelist, Augusto Lopez Claros, Executive Director and Chair of the Global Governance Forum. He's an international economist with over 30 years of experience in international organizations, including most recently at the World Bank. For the 2018-2019 academic years, Augusto was on leave from the World Bank as a senior fellow at the Edmund Walsh School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. Between 2011 and 2017, he was the director of the World Bank's Global Indicators Group, one of the departments within the bank's research vice presidency. Previously, he was the chief economist and director of the Global Competitiveness Program at the World Economic Forum in Geneva, where he was also the editor of the Global Competitiveness Report, the forum's flagship publication. Before joining the forum, he has a lot of things he's done. He worked for several years in the financial sector in London with a special focus on emerging markets. He was then, before that, the IMF's resident representative in Russia during the 1990s when communism had collapsed and he was negotiating with Yeltsin for billions of dollars, I guess is sort of what he was doing. He has very interesting stories about that period of time. Educated in England and the United States, he received a diploma in mathematical statistics from Cambridge University and a PhD in economics from Duke University. Recent publications include Equality for Women Equals Prosperity for All. He has a copy of that book that I think he'll mention a little later, St. Martin's Press, 2018, with Bahia Nakhjavani as the co-author. A list of recent lectures can be found at www.augustolopezclaros.com. Easy to remember. And sort of, I guess you'd say last but not least, in May of 2018, Sweden's Global Challenges Foundation awarded Augusto Lopez Claros with Arthur Dahl and Maya Groff, where'd it go? The New Shape Prize for their work, which produced a book called Global Governance and the Emergence of Global Institutions for the 21st Century, published as a book through Cambridge University Press in 2020. In fact, he's going to be talking about that and other things at my house on Saturday night. So if anyone wants to come to that, let me know. My wife is cooking the Persian food, so we need to know how many people are coming.
That's the real attraction.
That's the real attraction. It's very good. She's making gormet sabzi and a few other things. And let me see, his book, Global Governance and International Cooperation, Managing Global Catastrophic Risks in the 21st Century, co-edited by Richard Falk, published by Routledge, about last week, I guess, February 5th, it says here, 2024. Finally, Nirvakar Singh, right here next to me, distinguished professor of economics at the University of California, Santa Cruz, a lovely place with lots of redwoods. Where he held the Sarbjit Singh Arora Chair in Sikh and Punjabi Studies from 2010 to 2020. His research and published articles in Sikh and Punjabi Studies have included work on analyzing the core doctrines of Sikhism in historical context, Sikh ethics, Sikh literature as an agent of social change in the early 20th century,
Guru Nanak and Sikh identity, portraits of the Sikh gurus, Sikhs in California, challenges of translating the Guru Granth Sahib. I'd like to hear about that actually. Sikh attitudes towards daily economic life and economic systems, the Punjab economy, healthcare in the Punjab, the impact of COVID on the Punjab, and comparison of past conflicts in Punjab and Kashmir. A great expert for making the contribution he'll provide today. And he is now also the editor of a journal, a new editor for the journal Economics, Management, and Religion. And we have a few of the flyers over there on the table.
Yes, please take a copy.
So we have a very capable and distinguished panel today who have, I think, quite a lot of things to say. And I'm asking them, of course, initially, we'll try to keep comments down to about 5 minutes, so we have time for further discussion and interaction on the panel. I've already taken up an amazing amount of time just trying to get through all of these introductions, and I apologize for that. All three of you actually kind of had the same question in mind. Basically, what do you think is missing from the Catholic social teachings based on your own experiences? That was the way Thomas put it. Augusto said, what goes beyond the things that have been identified in the book? What more could be done to address the problem? And Nirvikar said, what are the Sikh institutions for formulating, conveying social teachings differ from those of the Catholic Church? So all three of you with different language asked the same question. So I would like to ask Thomas to go first and we'll come this way and we'll have 5 minutes for each of you, more or less. I won't cut you off. But Mahan will frown at you because he wants to keep things moving.
Sure. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to be part of this exciting conversation. I will start from from the Catholic social teaching perspective for economic reform, what may be missing. So I appreciated very much the distinction between the old stuff, right? The Old and New Testament, the thinking of Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas, and the new stuff, how do you, the Catholic social teaching that are trying to apply this to more specific economic and social issue in the circumstances of all times. And this means that the Catholic social teachings are evolving, and social democracy of the post-war area that the author rightly celebrates is certainly not yet the kingdom of God. So what will be maybe coming, in these evolving teachings? And acknowledging we are here in Notre Dame, I wanted to talk about, more what could be a feminine vision of the economy. So in particular, because last December, Pope Francis told members of the International Theological Commission they need to do more to help make the church less masculine. So there was 28 persons in that commission, only 5 of them were women, a bit better than our panel now. And he was saying that the church needs to make some progress in balancing such bodies because women have a different take on the issue, a different capacity for theological reflection that is different from what women have. And he said, he wants to bring this agenda to the next meeting of this International Council of Cardinals. He said we'll have a reflection on the feminine dimensions of the church. So how could this translate into Catholic social teaching and economic reforms? What would be a more feminine economy? So we know that economic systems reflect and perpetuate underlying social values. So a more feminine economy would be based on more feminine values. It has been shown that women generally hold significantly more compassionate, progressive, peaceful, and sustainable values than men. And where they are in positions of political and economic leadership, their votes and investment decisions are also much more inclined towards sustainability. So we can call it a culture of partnership as proposed by Ryan Eisler, which opposes a culture of domination rooted in patriarchy, where inequality, control, and violence are widespread. On the contrary, partnership systems are more democratic and egalitarian. They equally value women and men and celebrate values such as caring, caregiving, and non-violence in both women and men, as well as in social and economic policies. So culture of partnership can be the basis for what Ryan Eisler calls a caring economy of partnerism. One that invests into more care for people, such as healthcare, childcare and education, generous parental leaves and education, and aid to poor families, nature conservation, and less on war and prison, for example. So this cultural and economic model can explain the success of European Nordic countries, which are recognized as examples of culture of partnerships and dominate almost all international, social, and well-being rankings. So, and studies have also found that the status of women is a powerful predictor of quality of life in a given society. And such social investments can support economic competitiveness in a post-industrial and digital age through providing a workforce that is more psychologically flexible, innovative, and collaborative. So what does this mean for economic reforms? At the level of economic theory, we can look, for example, at intra-household resource allocation and its effect on household well-being, which is something that is a major blind spot. And it has been shown, for example, that money in the hands of women can be up to 15 times more effective to enhance child well-being than money in men's hands. So, moreover, Annette mentions how GDP ignores unpaid care work and the household economy, even so it's hugely significant in terms of production and well-being. It has been estimated, for example, that in Australia, the unpaid care work in households, if it were included in Australia's GDP, it would constitute no less than 50% of it. So this, not considering household economy, of course, has major impact on economic decisions and on the life who perform these household works, mainly, which are in the great majority women, of course. And this has impact in the US. The poverty rate of women over 65 is almost twice that of men over 65. And this is due in particular to the absence of social security or pensions for household works. That's something that more feminine economy could correct. So this should be corrected, and compensation for household work could even take also the form of guaranteed minimum income that we have started to discuss also. Thank you.
You know, Anthony, if I can call you that, it has, I think in page 42, a list of what he calls moral principles which underpin Catholic social teaching. And I think it's a very useful set of principles, and I very much support them. And I think it might be useful if I just go ahead and enumerate them. Common good, integral human development, integral ecology, solidarity, subsidiarity, reciprocity and gratuitousness, universal destination of goods, preferential option for the poor, Catholic notions of rights and duties, justice. And so Robert's question is, you know, do you agree that this is a good framework of moral teachings? And if so, you know, what other things might you add to this list? Right? And I'm sure Anthony himself, he had been asked to put a 20-item list, not a 10-item list, would have, of course, added a few others, right? And, you know, I have no problems with these principles. I think they're all very important, although I would say that perhaps some are more important than others, as is usually the case with such lists, right? So I would say justice, solidarity, concern for the poor, absolutely essential if we're going to be thinking about maybe reorganizing our current social and economic order, which is not doing so well. Subsidiarity, I don't know. Subsidiarity for me is more a feature of good governance. I'm not sure that I would elevate it to a principle of, you know, so a moral principle, but that's could it's not particularly important distinction. In terms of what other things to add, three come to mind. One of them is this notion of sort of what I would call the oneness of mankind. this idea that we are one human race inhabiting one planet Earth in which God has not created sort of borders between countries, The head of the Baha'i community in 1919 wrote a tablet to a group of thinkers and prominent public figures that were thinking a little bit about what kind of order do we need in the post-World War I period. In the Baha'i literature, that tablet is called the Tablet to the Hague. And in that, he says, God created no boundaries between France and Germany, right? So this idea of one common human family, I think, is a very important principle. I would elevate it to a moral principle. And, this is not just a sort of well-meaning statement of human brotherhood. This is actually scientifically true. If you go back to the debates that took place immediately following the mapping of the human genome, you remember, there was even a press conference. Tony Blair and Bill Clinton, decided to share the stage together and to declare the race a tie between the English team and the American team. And the head of the English team, Craig Ventier, a very brilliant scientist, he said one of the first questions that we looked at when we concluded the human mapping was to look at the question of what does this tell us about the concept of race? And put in another word, what percent of the total gene pool, which at that time was thought to be like 30,000 genes, all right? It turns out it's higher than that. But, we're talking about the year 2000. What percent of the gene pool do we need to explain the differences between two people on the basis of which we say they are from different races, right? A blonde-haired, blue-eyed Swedish citizen and a curly-haired, dark-skinned Nigerian. Right? And he said, we discovered, much to our shock, that you need 1% of 1%. In other words, these two individuals have 99.99% exactly the same genetic structure. Therefore, we concluded there is one race, the human race. Right? So that, to me, is something that has already been established as a scientific truth, but it has not been internalized through our educational systems, right? It's not something that we have come to accept and to internalize and to say, yes, the distinctions that we make between ourselves, distinctions of color of skin, distinctions of ethnicity, of religion, of nationality, are artificial. We are one human family. So that would be one. The second one, this is more idiosyncratic, right? But I'll tell you a little anecdote, and I'm looking at my watch. I will stay within my 5 minutes. Robert said that I lived in Moscow for several years, and during the 1990s, I was representing the IMF, an organization for which Anthony as well worked. We just, during the coffee break, we discovered that we did not overlap. I left in 1998, just when he joined in. That's why we are meeting for the first time today. But I was in Moscow a few years ago, and I met up with coffee with a few of my friends from the old time. And this lady who had been a member of parliament, looked like she had gone through some tough times when she walked into the coffee place where we were meeting. And I said, Nadezhda, what happened to you? And to cut a long story short, she said that she had been in a coma in India for 6 weeks. She had had a traffic accident and she was thrown in a hospital because nobody knew who she was and what the connections were. And she said, although this was a very sad and difficult period for me, being in a coma for 6 weeks, I came out of that with a spiritual insight. And so all of us around the table said, and what were those spiritual insights? And he said, they had to do very much with the meaning of life. What are we here for? And so what are we here for? And she said, we're here to bring blessings to the lives of other people. That is the purpose of life. It is service to humanity, service to mankind. And I found that to be a brilliant insight. And I think that if I was thinking of a new economic system and I was thinking of a founding set of principles, moral principles for it, this idea that our purpose in life is to serve humanity would be a founding pillar of that. And then the other one, the last one, I think that I understand the motivation of the book, and I congratulate you, Anthony, for it. I loved it, and I think it is a wonderful contribution. But in it, there is a sense that we need to rethink our economic order. We need to, because it's not working well, because it has too much inequality, because we have a serious poverty problem, et cetera, right? And so what I like to say is that faith and reason are not at odds with each other. If we're going to be building a new world, a new social and economic order, this should be driven by values which are fully consistent with scientific evidence about what works and what doesn't work. And Anthony and I work for an organization. More recently, in the last 10 years, I was a director at the World Bank. And in thinking about economics, scientific evidence is very, very important. We want to build on the basis of what works and what doesn't work. We want to be pragmatic in our approach to identifying the elements of a more equitable economy. We don't want to be ideological about this because humanity has suffered for far too long because of an obsession with ideology. I will come back to this point later, but I just let me conclude there.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
How much?
5-ish, 6-ish. 7 or 8.
Sorry, my brain is full. I've just enjoyed the days so much. I've learned such a lot. I'm very grateful to Anthony for writing the book, Dr. Mirza and Rebecca and everybody at the Ansari Institute. It's just been really such a special day. So I'm going to say a little bit about the Sikh tradition just to give you a kind of an anchor. And the Sikh tradition starts in the 16th century in what is now actually Pakistan, but on the border of India and Pakistan. And it's an interstitial tradition. Sometimes it's described as syncretic, because Islam and Hinduism are already there and much been there for a long time. But I like the term interstitial, sort of fitting in between these two bigger traditions. And I think that has a lot to do with the kind of view of humanity that comes with being a Sikh, and also with a lot of the philosophy, because it's not a religion that has ever been kind of in control. So honestly, I was struck very much by the difference between Sikh history and the history of the Catholic Church, which has historically been very powerful and very centralized and so on. So let me, and I'm not sure I can really answer the question in terms of, okay, so here's a list of 10 and here's what's missing, because these are 10 really important principles, and one can find parallels pretty much in every tradition, and one can I think you can take notions of justice and interpret them in ways that would be universal. So I have no problem with that. I think what I would say about, I'll try to give you the essence of the Sikh tradition. So there are, there's one central text, the Guru Granth Sahib, which we treat as our living guru, and this is again similar to other religious traditions. We're supposed to interact with it on a daily basis, and more than that, not just read it, but in some sense always do everything we do with those lessons in our minds and hearts. And again, that you find at the heart of every religious tradition, perhaps. So, again, expressed in different ways. The key idea there is, so that in the Guru Granth Sahib, there are lists of virtues and vices, and again, one can do mappings and so on, and say, okay, what is this, and how does it compare with other traditions? The central idea, and here there's actually a very nice, and I'm even though I've done a lot of work on Sikh studies, I'm still, I think I'm much more of my being is a result of my being a professional economist. But so I've borrowed from others, and there's actually an analytical philosopher, Keshav Singh, and I've borrowed from him. So, and others have expressed the same idea that in some sense the master vice is what in Sikh tradition is called home, and
it's actually a compound of two ways of saying, the same thing of I and self. You can't quite translate it as ego because ego has, again, Freudian Western connotations. But he says it's a false sense of self-importance. And so the key idea in Sikh tradition is that one wants to, that the goal is to actually lose lose that sense of self-importance. And in doing that, one loses the sense of separateness from not just the divine, but all of creation, because the creation is just a reflection of the divine. So there is this idea, again, you find this in other traditions, the idea of unity of creation, not just human beings, but all of living things. And I know there's a mystical tradition in Catholicism also, which has some similarities. But again, history and social context kind of determine different manifestations. Again, coming back to Sikh Sikh history, I think the fact that it's never been a dominant tradition also means that I think there's always been this sense of we're not imposing on anybody else. We are who we are, and others are who they are. Actually, that's not even a consequence of history. You find it in the teachings of Guru Nanak, the founder of Sikhism. He says, okay, if you're going to be a Muslim, be a good Muslim. If you're going to be a Hindu, be a good Hindu. And here's a path that you can follow if you want to be a Sikh. The one other thing I'd like to emphasize also is there's a sort of, and again, these will connect with a lot of things that other people have said. Again, it's just been an amazing day. There's a sort of radical egalitarianism at the heart of Sikh teachings, which again, I think captures this notion that we are all human beings. And I actually have many specific quotes which I don't have time to go into, but I have a paper ready, actually a draft, which I'll be happy to share right away, and you get feedback. I'd love to get feedback. But this is very important because the social context of India at that time is one where the caste system really is present, and it is still present. And there's lots of debates about how it has evolved and how much are the British responsible for it and so on. But it's there. It's a reality, and Sikhism is one of other social movements in India which reject that very basic negation of human equality, and I think that has at least stayed as a central notion in Sikh ideals. So this notion of egalitarianism, and also perhaps maybe a little bit of a difference from a tradition like Catholicism or Christianity in general, and maybe some other traditions, it's non-exclusive in the sense that, but not as non-exclusive as being Baha'i, because it says that, okay, you can be a Sikh, and if you're not a Sikh, that doesn't mean you're going to be damned. So there's this sort of, walking a line between, following a path and also recognizing pluralism. So, that's, I think, something that is complicated, but I just thought I'd mention that as a kind of difference. Again, let me close because who am I? I'm not anybody who has any say on anything, but let me give you a quote from another Sikh. And this Sikh is actually a very important Sikh just because of the position he occupies. And that is Ajay Banga, who is now the president of the World Bank. And this is from an interview where he was asked, how has your background as a Sikh influenced the way you approach your work in the business world? And I'll just read out. The Sikh religion is a very simple philosophy. The first few words of the book are, there's only one God and that God is truth. Once you get that in your head, clearly you stop worrying about your God, my God. There's only one God, and that is about speaking the truth. And I've tried through my life to care about that topic. I haven't done it perfectly. I make mistakes in my personal life. I make mistakes in my professional life. But I try to admit those mistakes and then try to get back into this logic of there's only one God and that God is truth. that concept of humility and having your feet on the ground all comes from the principles of the religion. So that one sentence, I think, captures a lot of the essence of Sikhism. And humility is, it's actually stronger than just humility. It's, again, that sense of kind of letting go of the self, that sort of false sense of self-importance. So let me stop there. Once you kind of get me started, I tend not to stop.
That's good. That's fine. And I'm curious whether either of you gentlemen, any of you have any particular comments about each other first, and then I have a question for Thomas after that. Anybody want to make any comments?
Go to Thomas.
All right, we'll go to Thomas. You posed this interesting question to me. Do you think we can get some sort of global consensus across cultures on the philosophical underpinnings of the Catholic social teachings and their use for economic reforms? All three of us have alluded to the issue of the partial or complete universality. I won't say how universal they are. And what are your thoughts about that?
Sure. So I'm coming to this question also with a view as, how to make, is that something we can really implement now? And, our economic system is global. So can we find some global consensus around these values? And Anthony writes that he believes that these values can transcend confessional divides, appealing to those of all faiths and none. And I think, it has been said that most of these values, I think, are relatively universal, right? Recognized by most ethical traditions. These traditions have different concepts to reflect on these principles, highlighting different aspects of reality, which can complement and enrich each other. So I like to bring also a kind of interspiritual perspective on, these values on which we can found a different economic system. And I'd like to emphasize two of them that are mentioned in the book, which I think are very important and on which I see, potential consensus. The first one is integral human development as the goal for economic systems to serve. So a very important one, right? And this in the interreligious statement at the Rio +20 conference talks, for example, of full human development. So we are very close to that concept. And the same declaration used also this sentence from the Earth Charter that I refer to in my work. When basic needs have been met, human development is primarily about being more, not having more. And this being more language is mentioned also in this book. The second one is a view of the person as a relational being, which is more and more, I believe, highlighted by science, as relationships as key to our identity and to our fulfillment. And that seems to me to echo the truth, a deeper truth at the core of all mystical experience, that of oneness, unity, interbeing, as mentioned, for example, by Wayne Tisdale in his book, The Mystic Heart. And I think this is important because it can explain at a deeper level why integral human development is good for the person, but it's also good at the same time for society. So the more we get through this integral human development, the more we get closer to this relational identity, the more we feel connected to one another, to this unity. And both of these values stand in stark contrast to modern values of individualism and materialism, right? So just to highlight also that, some other traditions have also different issues or different perspective insights to bring into that discussion of reforming economic systems. I'm thinking in particular of indigenous spirituality for ecological, regenerative, and circular economy. They have been very influential, for example, on living well, good living policies in South America, and another tradition, Taoism, on the Chinese vision of what is an ecological civilization. We can also mention Buddhism and gross national happiness philosophy in Bhutan, for example. the gospel of work of Mourid in Senegal, Baha'is teachings on maximum revenues and global governance, or Islamic prohibition of money lending. So what I think would be great is to bring, all these different, all the richness of different traditions into that debate on how we can reform global or global economic systems, also with a view of, building consensus for that. And if you look from an spiritual perspective, you see that all spiritual traditions have warned us against the human tendency to materialism and greed, and the risk of this for societies, and the need to ground our economic system in ethical principles. Now, I think that's something we have discussed several times today, whether it is, the Greek oikonomos, bringing ethical principles, was a branch of ethics for Aristotle and the ancient Greeks. The only exception, according to Anthony in another book, may be libertarianism and neoclassical economics. No? And that's to be noted that both arose with Western modernity, which has largely been an anti-religious movement, trying to set up social institutions that are value-free, but rather gave way to the Homo economicus and the spread of greed, competition, and a more general cultural narrative of separation. So I like this quote from Marianne Williamson, which said, "A person who lacks empathy or conscience is a sociopath. Similarly, an economic system that is essentially amoral, that does not factor empathy or conscience into its determination of right action, is a sociopathic economic system." So to me, beyond, asking what are the values, can we agree on a consensus on the values that can form our economic systems? I think the main challenge is really first to unmask the fact that this economic system is not value-free, and intentionally replace this value by a better value system that should provide an ethical framework for economic activities to respect and a clear purpose to serve. So the point is to bring back purpose, value, and ethics in the design of our economic system. And as I say, to do that, I think this framework should reflect a global yet diverse, ethical, or I would even say spiritual cultures based on spiritual values and principles. And this has been said, it should also bring some form of scientific legitimacy. And as I've brought into my work on the politics of being, I think I've noticed that there are many universal spiritual values that have now become the field of scientific research. So that can tell us how to cultivate these values at the individual, but also at the collective level, institutions. So I talk, for example, about happiness, love or compassion, empathy, peace, life, or the natural principles that I mentioned related to indigenous philosophies, systemic and complex thinking, which is the translation of the awareness of the interconnection of all things, mindfulness, or the studies on meditation, etc. So finally, the last point I wanted to make is, I'm confident we can find a general theoretical agreement among traditions on values on which to ground our economic systems. But the main challenge is really how to make these values and ethics alive in everyone's hearts, minds, and lives. So, the Catholic social teaching are great, but many Catholics and Christians don't live or see the world that way. And in some countries, we know the church has rather sat on the side of those defending neoliberal economics. The Chile of Pinochet is a well-known example of that. So, and there are shadows also in every traditions. One I found out was not mentioned when we talk about the Catholic social teaching. We don't mention the doctrine of original sin, and rather emphasize the recognition of a more fundamental goodness of human nature. Though there are, this tension that we can find a lot of different things also in wisdom tradition. So the point at the end to me is about, how to bring this cultural evolution that could facilitate and provide the basis for the evolution of our economic systems. In the book, Anthony highlights reforming education system, especially in the domain of business and economic, and the fact that reforming the economic can support this cultural revolution. I think it would be great to see how we can organize, societies to support that cultural evolution. We can talk about this later. Thanks.
Thanks. A question now for Augusto regarding women. And you mentioned it, particularly in your book there that you've got, the issue of gender discrimination. Can you dig more deeply into that whole subject, perhaps elaborate about that as it relates to Cathonomics? What strategies to reduce income inequality in the world might be possibilities?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I'm an economist, and one of my favorite chapters in Anthony's book was actually the one on inequality, where he digs, really, really deep into the subject. And after reading, I was asking myself, is there something here that perhaps is missing? And I don't mean this in any critical way, Anthony, please don't take me wrong. It's a complex subject. And at the end of the chapter, you list 15 things that, in your view, would mitigate income inequality. And I agree with all of them. All of them are very important. Right? But there was one thing that, at least based on my work, is very, very important and has to be central to this debate, which basically addresses, the measures that are specifically aimed at reducing various forms of discrimination against women throughout the world, right? And I'm going to tell you a little bit about a project at the World Bank. As Robert mentioned, I was the director of one of the research groups within the World Bank. And there was one team that was compiling a database that would actually look at all the various forms of discrimination against women embedded in the laws of countries, the Constitution, the Civil Code, the Tax Code, the Labor Code. There are half a dozen laws that essentially establish the rules of the game for participating in an economy. And eventually this database was compiled. It was done for 190 countries, and it was a fascinating source of insight into the high price that we pay as societies, by discriminating against women. In fact, it was such a rich database that it inspired me and a colleague of mine to write this book called Equality for Women Equals Prosperity for All, which feeds into the database, right? But just let me share with you some of the insights that come from that, because they address the question of inequality, very, very much directly, right? We know, for instance, believe it or not, that countries that have tried to empower women politically through the establishment of quotas in parliament. In other words, rather than simply say, okay, in India, which happens to be true, we're going to live with 11% women in the federal parliament. We're going to short circuit that in some way, and we're actually going to make it mandatory for there to be a low threshold. Let's say at least 40% for members of either sex. One of the things that we discovered is that countries that have done that, first, the labor force participation rate of women in those countries that have the quota for parliament is higher than it is in the countries that don't have the quota. Okay. And this is good for economics, by the way, because the more women integrate themselves into the labor force, it boosts economic growth. We discovered that, for instance, this was a study done in the United Kingdom of 6,500 companies listed in the stock market. You divide the companies into two sets: those that have 3 or more directors sitting on the board, and those that have less. And then you begin to analyze, and various different indicators. It turns out that the companies that have 3 or more women on the board have much lower incidence of corruption, scandals, on other kinds of things that lead to undermine confidence in the economy, and that ultimately depress economic activity. Anthony, at the IMF, they did a couple of studies which showed that if you look at financial institutions, banks, And you again split them into two groups. Those banks that have more women on the board, those banks that have less women on the board. It turns out that in those countries where the financial system has a greater female presence on the boards of the banks, there is much greater financial resilience. There is less likelihood of a crisis or 2008, 2009 crisis of that sort. And then studies have been done. All of this is reported in the book. Studies have been done that look at the composition of women on corporate boards of publicly listed companies. And again, split the sample. Those that have a certain threshold, those that don't quite measure up. And it turns out that the companies that have greater participation of women on the boards, they have much higher rates of return on equity, invested capital, sales, but not 5 or 10%. No, 40, 50, 60% higher, right? I myself would not invest in a company that was simply, managed by men. Dangerous. All kinds of warning signals. Don't do it. I advise you, right? You already referred to something that I think is a very interesting insight. Because women are being educated, they join the labor force in greater numbers, and therefore they can contribute to family income. There is a kind of a shift in the power and the distribution of power in the household, within the family. Where a woman contributes family income, she has more of a say on how to spend the resources, right? So again, a study. Those families that where the woman contributes to family income, those families that are more the patriarchal model, where the husband works, the woman stays at home, the data is overwhelming. The families where the woman has a say on how you spend the money, more money invested in education, more money invested in public health. In India, more money invested in kinds of things that improve the quality of life within the community. And all of this, of course, has an impact on economic growth, right? So this is a critically important component. I'll finish up by sharing with you an anecdote. I take some pleasure in sharing this anecdote with different audiences, and you will see soon why, right? I was in Moscow in 2016, meeting with, on my last day, meeting with the economic czar of Russia. He's a deputy prime minister that has all the economic ministries under his portfolio. And we have been talking for about an hour on the kinds of things that the Russian government can do to essentially boost productivity, boost economic growth, improve the quality, the regulatory framework of the private sector. Because this is 2016, they're under sanctions, economic growth has collapsed, the economy is really not doing very well. And this minister, an intelligent, smart guy, a top bureaucrat, is interested in finding out if within his sphere of influence, there are things that can be done to basically redress some of this regrettable situation, right? He didn't decide to invade Ukraine, obviously, but he now has to deal with the consequences. And so I look at him and I said, well, we've been talking about this. And then at the end of the meeting, he says, what else can we do? Is there anything else that comes to mind, that would actually, improve the regulatory framework and the sort of the environment for the private sector? And I tell him, Minister, I won't mention his name, okay, but I can if you're interested. Minister, what about eliminating the 456 occupations in the Russian Federation that are forbidden to women? And he looks at me, and he has an advisor next to him. They whisper to each other. Because obviously I have said something that has deeply offended their national sensitivity, right? And so he looks back at me and he says, give me an example. And I said, well, Minister, you know very well that in Russia, women cannot ride the metro. I have lived there. I have taken the metro hundreds of times. I have never seen a woman coming into a station driving the metro. So he knows that, he conceives that. And because he's a smart guy, he doesn't tell me to give him a second example, because he realizes that I have a paper in front of me where I can give him 455 other examples. And so eventually he says, well, this is a legacy of the Soviet Union, but then he realizes the Soviet Union collapsed 30 years ago, so how can it still be a legacy, right? So he quickly picks up and he says, no, many of these prohibitions are for the protection of women. Right? which of course is a cop-out, you know that. It turns out that a lot of these occupations are in the energy sector, they are in, high-paying jobs, which leads to a huge wage gap, right? So these kinds of discriminations make inequality worse. And yes, unless you address them, you basically have what we have today. This book tells a lot of these stories, right? In Iran, we are able to identify 24 different forms of discrimination against women embedded in their laws. And the beauty of the database is that we can identify specifically the article in the Civil Code which says this, which when you read, you say, yeah, that makes women a second-class citizen. So we need to address this issue. The political and economic empowerment of women is vital for human prosperity.
Thank you. Shall we now turn to the environment? Because you wanted to particularly discuss the Sikh teachings about the environment. I think how did you word your question here? The environmental concerns. So we can now turn to that aspect of the book, and then we'll have a little bit of time for everybody.
Do that, and if there's the chance, I'll come back to a couple of things that I.
Please do. Yeah, please do.
So if I can use Ajay Banga again as an example. He gave an interview, soon after he was appointed as president of the World Bank. And I think he gave very thoughtful responses in terms of the World Bank's responsibilities with respect to climate change. And in that sense, I was happy that he was taking such a big holistic perspective on these issues. But again, I don't think that that was necessarily distinctively Sikh. And so I guess what I want to say is that, when there is an underlying, again, in Sikh teachings, there's an underlying kind of philosophical position that, all of creation is important and it's all a manifestation of the divine. But then, there are a lot of steps from that to concrete economic policies. And so just to connect it with another point. I mentioned that the Sikh tradition is radically egalitarian. For other reasons also, it's been very decentralized. Sikhs will treat the only authority is the sacred book, so the head of, any Sikh organization, people will say, okay, what you're saying doesn't agree with what we read in the text. And so in some sense, again, the Catholic Church has a very different history and structure where you have somebody who, has a certain level of authority. And that can be very good when you have somebody like Pope Francis, I think. But it can also be, in other circumstances, it could be problematic where you have an authority figure that might, take different positions. In any case, recently, Sikh religious leaders have really been turning their attention to the environment. And again, a lot of their concerns are local because the Sikhs are mostly concentrated in Punjab, and Punjab is rapidly heading for environmental disaster. And so Sikh leaders have been paying attention to that. In some sense, though, I could say that, well, they've been kind of neglecting their duty in the sense that they could have probably said these things 20 years ago. But again, 20 years ago, I think Sikhs were caught up in recovering from, a decade of conflict and so on. So I guess what I want to say is this sort of, the positions that come from, or pronouncements that come from a position of religious authority can sometimes be subject to a lot of other factors. And so, I think, again, at some general level, I think Sikhism is extremely aligned with, caring about the environment and climate change and so on. It's a very easy thing to do. There's nothing in Sikh teachings that says, well, human beings have the right to exploit nature however they like. But in practice, economic policies in Punjab led to some very bad decisions. And so I'm not sure, it's not anything bad about Sikh teachings. It's, there were Sikh politicians who were part of that process of environmental destruction. Ultimately, the policies were at the level of the national government, and they had nothing to do with religion at all. It was about national food security. So I guess also something I want to say in general, maybe I'll just bring it in here. Sometimes when one is talking about these specific issues, I guess the economist in me starts to kind of rise up and say, well, this is a technical issue. Let's get the technical analysis right. And, again, based on the earlier discussion, certainly you want to have the right kind of, worldview and, doing a narrow cost benefit analysis can often lead to, disastrous economic policies. So you want to set the objectives right. But at the same level, I'm not sure I want the head of the Sikh religious institutions deciding the details of environmental policy. They can certainly say, this is bad and we need to do something about it. So I'm sorry, these are very complicated issues, and really, I think one virtue of the book was just provoking so many different, thoughts that I think I've lived a lot of my life as, okay, I'm a Sikh in this box and an economist in this box, but this was really a wonderful opportunity to engage with them. So I hope that gives you a flavor of what I might make of, okay, what is Sikh teaching and, how does it translate into environmental concern.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a little bit of time left for questions. You have a question? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. I was curious what either the distinguished gentleman on the panel might say, either from their perspective as an economist or digging deep in their wisdom traditions about the idea of degrowth. Degrowth, which is a heterodox movement of thinking about what it might mean to one way to reduce desire, one way to reduce greed, one way to reduce consumption is to just think about scaling down, making fewer people, doing more with less. And I think wisdom tradition that I know best, Buddhism has some interesting tools for thinking about degrowth, management, decline. But when I think about the Abrahamic traditions, for instance, I think about God's call to Abraham to just go forth and multiply, right? Grow, 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 grow. I'm curious about what you think of economists about something like degrowth, thinking about managing what we have already. Thanks.
A couple of thoughts that come to mind. Well, the first one is that we may in fact come to a time when we will have zero or negative growth because we have reached environmental limits, and the earth may impose that on us, right? So don't mistakenly assume that we can grow forever, right? We are already overreaching many of the environmental limits, on water, on clean air, and so on, right? That, of course, psychologists, I'm thinking of Daniel Kahneman in particular, the only psychologist to actually won a Nobel Economics Prize. He's done a lot of work where he looks at what he calls subjective well-being, which is essentially human happiness, right? And what insight from those studies is that your happiness increases with income, up to a certain level, right? As long as your basic needs are not satisfied, you're hungry, you're on the verge of survival. If you have higher income as a result of economic growth, then your sense of well-being improves. But there comes very quickly a threshold beyond which the sources of happiness are no longer linked to income; they're actually linked to other things. Your values, your family, your relationships, your job satisfaction, et cetera, right? And I think that our economic policies haven't internalized that, number one. And number two, of course, there's a failure of the metrics that we use to measure economic success, right? We are a GDP-obsessed society, when in fact GDP, as you know, all kinds of horrible things happen when GDP is going up and vice versa, right? So we need to rethink that entire system. If we had metrics that actually measure economic well-being in a better way, all right, then that would lead to a complete shift in the priorities that we give to economic policy and those things that we now do because they boost GDP, but would not do otherwise because they would not boost the better indicator, right? By the way, the sub-Saharan African countries, which account for a tiny percentage of the world economic output, I think that we should have a system where they can still be allowed to grow. Right? They have very, very small environmental footprint, and economic growth for them is the way to reduce extreme poverty because they are still the biggest pocket of extreme poverty in the world.
Maybe I can go on that.
Oh, yeah, please, Thomas, yes.
Degrowth is a reality. I think that sometimes there's a confusion about what we are talking about. Now it's more and more defined about the reduction of our environmental footprint, not necessarily the reduction of economic production. Of course, the two are linked. And that's a reality. We know in the US, the average citizens have an environmental footprint that if everyone would adopt that same way of life, we would need 5 planets, to sustain it. So there's definitely something, it's very difficult, frankly, to recognize that reality, but this will definitely have to change at some point, no? I remember a few months ago, I saw, and I was in the a great degrowth conference in Brussels in May last year, where people saw that really as a turning point into this movement. And there was there were representatives of all the different political groups in the European Parliament that was part of this conference. So that was quite interesting. Soon after that, I saw a drawing which said, it was very funny. You could see people in a kind of aged stone, with a small fire in a cave. And it was saying, degrowth could have changed. There was an adult, talking to some kids, and was saying, degrowth could have changed everything. But unfortunately, it was not well marketed. And I think that's part of the question, because as long as we see degrowth as that kind of limitation on our material well-being, of course, it will be very difficult, to move in that direction. So I think the question is, how can we make what is a positive view? I mean, it's a reality that our material footprint will have to decrease, but can we get a sense of progress within these material constraints? And I think that's where this agenda, moving from having to being, can be an important pathway for a positive vision where we can live more within the planetary boundaries. And I think, that's really the core of the thing to me. I've worked as an environmentalist for quite a long time, and I've come to the conclusion that there is really little we can achieve while we stay in this paradigm of economic growth. That's really, to me, reversing the flow of the river, as we've said. I think that's the move from having to being.
Yeah, just want to say that, Sikh teachings are, to the extent that they're from the 16th and 17th centuries, they don't talk about GDP, but they're very consistent with the idea that it makes sense for human flourishing to put limits on wealth accumulation. Yeah.
We're getting rather late. Do we have time or not?
Should we ask our questions or not? Yes, you had your hand up too, right?
But if you finish, it's okay to.
If you ask and then I'll ask, but if you don't ask, then I won't ask.
Well,
Okay,
I'll go very quickly. I don't expect a response, but Thomas, you referenced the growing interest of science in the study of virtues like compassion and gratitude and so on. And that's really good that, social science researchers are picking up on happiness and other allied virtues. But I worry a little bit about it from a religious point of view, because the social science study of compassion doesn't make people more compassionate. The social science study of gratitude don't transform us into beings whose hearts are full of gratitude. And why I express caution, because I think the work of our religious traditions, and unless our religious traditions do this work, they're really failing, is a difficult work, and it calls for a lot of effort, which is the transformation of the heart, the education of the heart to be compassionate, to be generous, to be loving. And this historically has really been what our traditions are all about. Our traditions have given us their pathways, their disciplines. So like Gandhi, for example, speaking so much about nonviolence, but you see how much in his writings he talks about the training that is necessary to become a nonviolent person. So that our sacred ways, where we are failing in so many ways today is the education of the heart. Our institutions have become places where we educate the mind, but we don't bring the heart and the mind together. That transformative work, which is the really beautiful gift of all of our traditions. And and Dr. Lopez Carlos, you gave the certainly beautiful information about the study of human genes and how much we share and what little percentage of our genes make us different, and use that to speak about the common human identity that we share, science. But that doesn't transform us. That doesn't lead to moral obligations. We may know that as a fact, but that doesn't immediately make us better in our relationships with each other. We don't immediately see our shared humanity as a ground for empathy, for generosity to each other, for caring. Look at our world. That scientific fact, our world is growing more violent, more hierarchical. That scientific fact is not making a difference because it needs the sacred. It needs the sacred disciplines for our transformation, because sometimes even our religious identities get in the way. Our particular identities and even our religious identities are professed in ways that diminish our shared identities. You're speaking about the shared, science points to a shared identity, but how do we affirm that shared identity? Why I would say the same way, honoring all our particular identities, the richness of our particular identities, which should not obscure the shared identity, but that shared identity is not meaningful unless it has moral and ethical implications. It has not yet in our world acted as a barrier to being violent to each other, to being selfish, to privileging our own communities, our own nations above other nations. So the work of the heart is where I think our traditions are still so much necessary, because that's where the wisdom is. How to educate, how to transform the heart. And science is not a substitute for that. It can never be a substitute. It can be a partner, but it should not be discussed in a way that suggests, that this is what we're learning about gratitude or compassion and so on, is solves the problem.
Yeah. There is, of course, a time gap between a scientific insight, which is what I refer to, with the completion of the mapping of the human genome, and that being internalized as a human value through the process of education, right? The Canadians are doing it very well, by the way. They introduced more than 20 years ago in their educational system the concept of global citizenship. Above and above everything else, you are a citizen of the world. Beyond that, you have other identities. You are Canadian from Indian origin, you are Muslim, you are Christian, etc., etc. But above everything else, we are all members of one human family. I think it has to be done in that way, so that you narrow the gap. The kind of tension that exists between what we know scientifically to be true, we're one human family, and all these disunity and grievances and identities that we have, all over the world. Let me share with you two insights from the Baha'i teaching, which I think address this issue that you have discussed more broadly. The founder of the Baha'i Faith, Baha'u'llah, says in one of his writings, he says, the purpose of all the religions, has been to educate men and women so that at the moment of their death, when they finally leave this world, they will live in a state of purity and sanctity. Right? So he frames the purpose of life essentially in terms of the acquisition of the virtues and the development of our spiritual capacities. Not in terms of success, not in terms of even accumulation of knowledge, or even though it says that that is a very worthy undertaking. And the other insight, which I think addresses this, which I found very, very powerful, and it's not something that I have seen in other faiths, because, there is a great deal that we share in common, right? Because the Baha'is believe that all of the major faiths are inspired by the same source, right? So obviously there are commonalities. There is so much in the book that you have read that I fully identify myself with, even though I'm not a Catholic, right? But Baha'u'llah says, those people that have left this world in a state of purity and sanctity are the persons that are responsible for the progress of the arts and sciences in this world. They are the ones, who, because of their purity and sanctity, are inspiring the Beethovens and the Einsteins and, are responsible for the marvels that we have seen, in the last couple of hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. I find that particularly powerful, as an economist in particular. You know why? Because as an economist, I know that there are 750 million illiterate people in the world. Many of them are poor Indian women villagers. Right? And what the Baha'i writings are saying is that if let's think of this as this young woman who has not had the opportunity to learn to read and write, who's poor, but is otherwise living in a state of purity or sanctity, or at least trying to, and then she leaves this world, this woman, this illiterate woman, will actually be responsible for the progress of the arts and sciences in this world. She will be, and her acts will be the source of inspiration, for the musicians and the scientists and the writers and people like Anthony producing, such valuable content. And I find that so powerful and so uplifting at the same time, right? Because, we live in a world of hierarchies, right? There was a question about hierarchies in the previous panel, right? And in a world of hierarchies, a poor Indian illiterate villager does not count, does not exist. Right? The Baha'i ratings are saying quite the contrary, quite the contrary. Thank you.
Last word to anything?
I'm going to forego my closing remarks, and also I'll just voice my question, but don't answer it. And I'm going to yield a few minutes to Tony, if you're still willing, if you'd like to just spontaneously respond to some of the things you've heard today, maybe in about 5 minutes, and then we'll conclude. Is that okay? Yeah. That would be great. So basically, my question is it's related to yours, but it's asking it in a different way. My question is, even if you have a purified heart, and then you plug him into the head of the World Bank, can that really change things? Given that basically they're running, a broken operating system. So I'm going to just let that hang. Maybe I didn't phrase that well, but over to you, Tony, for a few minutes. You can come up to the front.
Okay.
And then we'll just applaud, and we will meet across in the other building in Hesburgh Auditorium at 6 o'clock for the evening program and a reception.
Well, I just want to thank everybody. I mean, I am so humbled that everybody would come out to discuss a book that I wrote during the darkest days of COVID lockdown in early 2020. When I was writing it in my basement, I never thought it would even see the light of day, let alone be subject to such a great symposium here today. So thank you. It also brings back good memories because some of you will know that I was part of an initiative at the Vatican called Ethics in Action for Sustainable Development. And we met 10 times between 2016 and 2018. Anand was one of our group. He was our Hindu expert. And Scott Appleby, the dean of the school, was part of the group. And the idea there was we wanted to bring religious scholars and leaders from all the different traditions and see if we could come up with a common ethical framework for the great challenges we face in the world today. And I think that was a very successful endeavor. And I learned so much from that. I learned from Anand about the Hindu common good and how about, I better understand. My favorite poem is T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. And I never understood the final lines, the Datha Damyata Dayadram Shanti Shanti Shanti, and Anand explained it to me. So I learned from Sheikh Hamza Youssef of Zaytunia College on Islamic economics, which he got from his mentor, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, from apparently a manuscript that has still not been translated into English yet. So it just goes to show there's a long way to go when it comes to, developing and spreading this wisdom more generally out there. When I wrote this book, I was trying to do a number of different things at once. First thing I was trying to do is I wanted to go in a kind of a deductive sense from the most general to the most specific. So I started off with, the major doctrines of the Catholic faith: creation, incarnation, and Trinity. Because, if you're Catholic, that's where your Catholic social teaching is coming from. Let's not pretend otherwise. But from there, I derived the 10 principles of Catholic social teaching. And I argue there that even though for Catholics, we know where they're coming from, other traditions can also arrive at similar principles from their own kind of overlapping consensus. And I think that's the kind of what I tried to bring out in the book. And then I ended up basically at the most practical level possible, because Catholic social teaching also says very clearly, as well as principles, as I think Kate said this morning, it does actually recommend some very practical things. One of my favorites, you might hear later on, is the sharing of workers in the ownership and management of companies. That's central to Catholic social teaching. Nobody's talking about that in the economy today, but that's actually vital. Pope after Pope and even the Second Vatican Council have stressed the importance of principles like that. So that's kind of where I came from with Cathonomics. That's where I was coming from, what I was intending to do. So I was kind of talking to two different audiences. One was Catholics who are interested in Catholic social teaching, but another was a more general audience, people who are not Catholics, but who are interested in a way of redesigning economics, who might be interested to know that there's actually this whole parallel tradition out there that as a secular economist, you more than likely have never heard of, but there's a lot of wisdom in it. So that was the goal I had in writing the book. I will leave it to you whether that was successful or not, but that was my purpose. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you in a couple of hours for the final part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, it was amazing. I was thinking about the high quota, very much is in my book. Address which is something like that.
Exactly, yeah. Never done.
Having a great conversation about it. Program, maybe I could,
Yeah, body.
I think it's good to hear somebody being here.
I can send you, I might have to type that out. That's the final version of what I write, yeah. I know, but you know, I have to prove that I can write it on the board.
About in your.
It's actually not.
Yeah, and then if you're getting.
yeah. My brain. Sure, right, but not all the parts of people inside.
Because they only have, you know.
Yeah. I know, it's fun, like it's not like dinosaurs, but yeah. Yeah.
We're trying to keep it fun, at least 10 and my source of your style. It's
They both bring, they were both really
I think you're all. Okay, and then I'll just say, you know, you've done very well.
They should have been there. In general, so much more into looking at the history and. Yeah, yes. But now all those perspectives kind of moved to the.
It's already, none of the economists here were academics. You're right. I like it.
Somehow.